The Coven's Secret, Hidden Legends, College of Witchcraft, Book 1. Written by Alicia Radis. Narrated by Logan Young and Jonathan M. Matthews.
Chapter 1. Lucas. Several months earlier. The Coven claimed the town cemetery was haunted, which made it the perfect place to sneak into tonight. See, when I was a kid, I lost a bet to my buddy Grant. Loser had to go through with their evoking ceremony in the darkest, creepiest place we could find. Nothing beat the abandoned mausoleum on the far side of the cemetery.
"Let's speed it up, losers,"
Chloe called from ahead of us.
"The witching hour is approaching."
It was the end of November and freezing out. Snow dusted the ground and the wind bit at my face. Tall trees rose up on either side of us, and the narrow dirt road ahead of us was so dark that I couldn't see the end of it. Above us, the moon was half full, and the stars didn't do much to illuminate the Connecticut landscape. The darkness didn't bother me, though. I was used to it. Grant leaned over to me. He wore a thick, dark winter coat that matched the color of his eyes. His black hair was gelled to stand on end in a trendy way that seemed like too much work. He looked a lot like his mom, and had inherited most of her Latin American features. Grant spoke in a low whisper.
"Lucas, remind me again why we invited her."
I shrugged and glanced ahead at Chloe, who wore a dark jacket over a black dress and thick tights. She carried a black leather bag and walked with a skip in her step. I swore that girl thrived off the energy of the moon or something. The truth was, I didn't know why I'd invited Chloe. We weren't dating, and she could be kind of a bitch sometimes. But when she asked to come see what an evoking ceremony was like, I couldn't refuse. I'd watched my brother's and Grant's ceremonies, and they'd helped me prepare for tonight. She hadn't had a chance to take part in one yet, so I figured I could at least prepare her for her own.
"We're coming, princess," Grant called up to her.
She tossed her raven hair over her shoulder and stopped in the middle of the path to wait for us.
"Get to know me a little more, and you won't be calling me princess."
She winked at him, and he shot me a curious glance. The two didn't know each other well. Chloe and I met in high school. She still had a year left, while Grant and I were in our first year at Miriam College of Witchcraft. He'd moved away from Octavia Falls when we were kids after his parents split, and he'd only just moved back for school.
"What am I supposed to call you?"
Grant asked.
"Wicked,"
I joked, cutting in. Chloe cackled for show.
"You know it. Now come on, Lucas."
She grabbed me by the arm when we reached her and started pulling me down the road. She squeezed so tight I thought I might lose feeling in my hand.
"Where's Eric, by the way?"
Grant asked.
"Is he meeting us there?" "Don't know," I said.
I was staying home for the weekend and had checked his room before I left, but it was empty. It wasn't unusual. My older brother didn't sleep well and often went for midnight walks to clear his mind, to quiet the voices in his head. I shouldn't have taken it personally, but I really wanted him here with me tonight. I already knew my parents wouldn't be. Dad didn't care, and Mom was dealing with enough already.
"Forget Eric,"
Chloe said, clearly not reading my fallen expression.
"We're here."
Where the thick forest ended, a towering iron gate began. On the other side stretched an endless graveyard with headstones large and small reaching up toward the night sky.
"You're up,"
Chloe said, clapping Grant on the back. Grant stepped forward and wrapped his hands around the lock that secured the gate shut. He'd gone through with his evoking ceremony last month and was the only one of us three who had magic. He was an alchemist and had the cauldron mark on the back of his arm to prove it. Grant muttered an incantation under his breath.
"We seek to step upon this grass, unlock this gate, and let us pass."
A green glow lit up his hands. Tendrils of magic swirled out of his palms and twisted around the gate. Then came a soft click, and the gate swung open. Grant smiled proudly and stepped inside the cemetery, holding the gate open for Chloe and me.
"Easy peasy."
Chloe snorted.
"I don't know why they even bother locking this place up."
I shrugged. "To deter people, I guess."
"Well, nothing's going to deter us,"
Chloe stated confidently.
"Come on,"
I cocked my head in the direction of the mausoleum.
It's this way.
They followed me through an endless maze of gravestones until we reached a line of trees. We left the graveyard and stepped into an overgrown forest. Prickly berry brush, fallen logs, and sharp rocks lined the forest floor, but I walked right over them and continued on my way.
Are you sure this is the right spot, Lucas?
Grant struggled through the brush as it caught on his clothes.
For sure, I replied. It's just up here.
Just as I said it, the mausoleum came into view. The bricks were covered in moss and had weathered over time, and the roof had long ago caved in. The building had to be as old as our town itself. Apparently, the bodies had been removed and buried elsewhere, but rumors said some of the skeletons remained. According to legend, certain spirits wanted their bodies to stay in the mausoleum, so they hounded a group of seers until they gave in and moved their corpses back to their proper resting place. The rumors had never been confirmed, of course, but Grant said he hoped to see a skeleton tonight. I told him he wouldn't be able to handle it, considering he'd screamed when he saw the plastic hand we put in the punch bowl at Halloween. Chloe looked amazed. After a few moments, she picked her jaw up off the ground and said,
Well, what are we waiting for?
She rushed ahead. I stepped over broken bricks and shattered beer bottles to follow her. It was kind of creepy inside, with a small bit of moonlight illuminating the shadows. The room wasn't very big, barely the size of my bedroom. Most of the grave markers had been smashed, leaving behind large holes in the walls that could fit a casket. Others were intact. I wondered about those, but I wasn't curious enough to investigate. The ground was flat concrete, but it was covered in dirt, dust, and broken bits of building. Chloe kicked rocks and other debris aside, making room for the ceremony. She set her bag down and pulled out 5 candles, one to represent each of the 5 castes within our coven. Tonight our goddess, Mother Miriam, would awaken my magical powers and assign me to one of the castes. I was pretty sure I'd get mentalist, like my parents, the caste known for their telepathic and telekinetic abilities, but it was hard to say. We all thought Eric would be a mentalist, and he'd been gifted the powers of a seer. Chloe placed the candles in a wide circle, then pointed to the center.
Lie down, loser.
Grant frowned at her choice of words, but I didn't care. Like I'd told him before, it was Chloe's term of endearment. I sat on the ground, propping my elbows on my knees.
Well, Grant, take it away.
Okay, if you're ready. Grant plopped himself cross-legged in front of me on the other side of the candles. Chloe used a lighter to light each of the 5 candles, then found a seat on a huge rock, watching intently. The light cast flickering shadows across the walls of the mausoleum. My heart started to pound heavily in my chest, but I didn't let it show.
We're not to the witching hour yet, so allow me to say a few words before we begin.
Grant snapped his fingers, and a small leather-bound book materialized out of nowhere. He opened it to the first page.
"Aw, man," I complained. "Do you have to?"
Knowing Grant, it was something stupid like a collection of roasts to rile me up before the ceremony.
"Yes, I have to,"
he deadpanned. He cleared his throat before reading.
"Evoking ceremony. What is it?"
Chloe groaned.
"We all know this."
Grant frowned up at her.
"Humor me, would ya?"
Chloe didn't say another word as Grant returned his attention to the book.
"As I was saying,"
he made a show of reading the passage like it was a scary story.
"On the eve of a witch or warlock's 19th birthday at the witching hour, they become eligible to contact Mother Miriam through a sacred ritual called the Evoking ceremony. This ritual can be performed only once, and only on the night of eligibility."
He broke character to add,
"So don't screw it up, okay?" "I'm not going to screw it up,"
I huffed. Grant turned back to the book and continued.
"Through this ceremony, the witch or warlock will be tested by Mother Miriam. If she judges you a fit for the coven, your powers will be awakened, and you will bear the mark of one of the 5 castes within the Miriamic coven." Should you fail Mother Miriam's test, you shall be banished from the Coven for all eternity.
His voice fell dramatically at the last 3 words. I raised an eyebrow.
All eternity?
Grant shrugged.
That's what it says here.
I rolled my eyes, but inside I was quivering. I didn't know what would happen during the ceremony or how Mother Miriam would test me, since the trials were different for everyone. But I knew one thing. I couldn't be banished from the Coven. This was my home. These were my people. Grant continued reading.
The ceremony requires at least one witch or warlock who has already undergone their evoking ceremony. Place 5 candles in a circle.
He gestured to the candles we'd already set up.
And repeat the following incantation.
He paused for a moment, and Chloe eagerly asked,
What's the incantation? That's for me to know and you to find out, Grant said. Lucas, you're going to need to lie on your back. It says so here.
Okay. I did as I was told and stretched out across the cold floor. My gaze turned up through the gaping hole in the roof, if you could call it a roof anymore, since there was almost nothing of it left. I stared at the stars, trying to force my pulse to slow. I shouldn't be afraid of what was to come, so why was my body freaking out? Grant checked his phone.
We have 1 minute until midnight. Are you ready, Lucas?
I took a deep breath.
Ready as I'll ever be. Good, Grant said. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help you feel more comfortable. Conjure a space heater? I joked.
Grant nudged my foot with his.
Shut up and relax, smartass.
I gave him a salute and he chuckled. He stared down at his phone a few seconds longer. It felt like an eternity. Finally, he took a breath and set his phone aside.
The witching hour is upon us. We can begin.
I heard Chloe shift on her rock, but she stayed silent, which was actually kind of shocking. The girl never shut her mouth. Grant began to mutter the spell beneath his breath.
The clock has struck the witching hour. It's time to wake this warlock's power. We call our goddess down to earth to bear witness to this new rebirth. A series of tests he shall partake and join the coven before day breaks.
My body began to rise from the concrete as Grant repeated the incantation. I knew this would happen, as I'd seen it in ceremonies before, but the sensation was stranger than I imagined. I felt as if I could fall at any moment, but I tried to push the fear from my mind. I trusted Mother Miriam and the rituals she'd put in place for the coven. She wouldn't have us do this if it could hurt us, so I closed my eyes and relaxed. Grant's voice continued as he repeated the incantation over and over again. The words started to fade together as I let the magical feeling of floating in midair overtake me. Warmth entered my bones, which was weird because of how cold it was outside. A little warmth was all I needed to know that this was working, that I could take whatever Mother Miriam threw at me. I belonged in the coven, and no trial was going to change that. Suddenly, the sensation of falling jolted throughout my body. My eyes shot open as my body slammed into the ground, knocking the wind out of me. I sprang upright to a sitting position, my heart pounding against the walls of my chest. Shit. Something had gone wrong. As my pulse slowed, I glanced around. It was so dark that all I saw were shadows. For a second, I forgot where I was. It took me a moment to make sense of my surroundings. The crumbled bricks of the abandoned mausoleum were scattered all around me, and the candles Chloe had set up were still there, but they'd been blown out. My friends were nowhere to be seen. Concern whipped through me. I reached into my jacket pocket to pull out my phone to use as a light, but it wasn't there. I checked the other pocket, then my pants, but it was gone. Fucking Chloe. I should have known she'd pull some stunt like this. I was fuming. I got to my feet and called out into the forest. Really, guys? There was no reply, except for the sound of the wind whistling through a hole in the wall. A chill traveled down my spine and my breath turned to ice in the air. "It's not funny," I shouted. "This isn't the time for some stupid prank." All that met me was silence, until I heard the sound of a stick breaking in the distance. I stepped out of the mausoleum and started making my way through the brush toward the noise. Thick fog blanketed the forest floor, so much that I could barely see the underbrush beneath my feet. The moon was all I had to light my way. "Grant!" I yelled into the trees. I couldn't believe he'd agree to go along with this. By now, he was probably crouched somewhere with his hand over his mouth, trying not to give his location away. Any second now, he'd burst into laughter he couldn't hold back. Except the laughter never came. I slowed my step and listened closely. It was eerily silent, so much that the hair on the back of my neck stood. That was never a good sign. "Guys, you need to come out right now," I demanded sternly. I wasn't screwing around. This whole thing was starting to freak me out. I opened my mouth to shout again, but before I could get anything out, a groan met my ears. It was a pained groan that sent my stomach plummeting to my toes, the kind you couldn't fake. I immediately started racing in the direction it came from as worry slammed into me. The groan came again, louder this time. I only ran faster, dodging around thick tree trunks and jumping over thick brush. And then I saw him. A figure lay on the ground in the fog, curled up in the fetal position and shivering. I came to an immediate halt, but I couldn't make out what was happening in the darkness. I took a cautious step forward, my heart racing. "Grant?" If this was all an elaborate plan of Chloe's, I was going to curse the bitch the second I got my magic. The figure let out another pained cry, and I nearly shit myself. The voice was familiar, but it wasn't Grant's. All the blood drained from my face, though it felt as if it was being sucked out of my entire body. My knees went weak, and my hands shook at my sides. "Eric?" I stepped closer until I could make out his features in the shadows. Eric lay in the middle of the forest next to a thick oak tree, clutching his stomach. A dark substance coated his hands. Holy shit, it was blood. And it was everywhere. It was so thick that it dripped out of his hands and soaked into the forest floor. It looked like he was trying to hold his guts inside himself. I dropped to my brother's side in an instant. "Eric, what are you doing here?" Eric's face had paled until it was entirely void of color. A thick sheen of sweat coated his skin, even though it was ice cold out, and all he wore was a t-shirt and jeans. Beside him lay a black cloth bag with its contents spilled out all over the forest floor. All I could process was a few potions vials, a deck of tarot cards, and a bloody dagger. The dagger caught my attention, but only briefly. Didn't cross my mind whether the person who'd done this was still lurking around. I was less concerned about finding out what had happened to him and more concerned about getting him somewhere safe. I didn't know how much time we had before he'd lost too much blood. Eric gave an involuntary shudder. I quickly stripped my jacket off and tossed it over him. "Tell me how bad it is. Eric! Eric!" He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Forcing my quivering hands to steady, I cupped his face in my hands and slapped him a little to get his attention. "Eric, look at me," I demanded, staring him dead in the eye. "We have to get help." I grasped at the first thought that came to mind. Headmistress Verla's house was right on the edge of the cemetery. She was an alchemist, one of the best in all the Coven. At the very least, she'd be able to whip up something for the pain and stop the bleeding before the paramedics arrived. I glanced in the direction of her house, though I couldn't see it from here. I quickly calculated how long it might take me to run there, get help, and come back. I didn't know if we had time for that. If Eric was going to make it, I had to get him to Headmistress Verla's the quickest way possible. I rolled my jacket up until it resembled a long, thick rope. "Eric, I'm going to need you to let me look at this," I said, tugging his hands away from the wound. I expected him to protest, but he didn't. He must have been in too much shock. His hands fell away from his stomach, and blood poured faster out of the wound. I placed my rolled-up jacket over the wound and shoved the end between his back and the ground, wrapping it around his body. Then I twisted the two ends together and secured them tightly, creating a makeshift bandage to help slow the bleeding. "Okay, Eric," I said, resituating myself. "I'm going to need you to." Eric looked at me with a blank expression. Then his eyes rolled back into his skull. Shit! We didn't have long. I gave it everything I had. Taking one of Eric's limp arms, I wrapped it over my shoulder, then hoisted his body up onto my back. He was heavy, but it didn't matter. I'd carry him until he'd crushed me if I had to. I knew I might regret this later. I was pretty sure it was the exact opposite of what they told you to do in emergencies like this, but it was the only option that made sense to me. A small groan escaped my brother's lips as I began to carry him through the forest toward the gate at the front of the cemetery. The sound should have made me want to vomit, but it gave me hope. My brother was still alive. I could still save him. We broke out of the trees to the wide expanse of the graveyard lawn. I almost stumbled over the nearest gravestone when I spotted a dark, cloaked figure staring our way. Was it a reaper, here to take my brother's soul to the afterlife? No, that was silly. If it was, I wouldn't be able to see him. When the dark figure began making their way toward us, I got the strangest feeling that they were not to be feared, that they were there to help. Was it perhaps the cemetery groundskeeper? The figure reached me, then spoke before I could.
"Lucas Taylor."
I didn't know why, but I was surprised to hear a woman's voice come from under the dark hood. Her voice was so melodic that it sounded like a song. "Yes," I said quickly. "My brother, he's hurt. Can you help?" The woman nodded once, then brushed her hand through the air. I felt the weight of my brother's body vanish. I whirled around, expecting him to be floating there behind me. I figured this witch was a mentalist with telekinetic magic, but what I faced was entirely different. Eric's features had been stamped into the fog like he was a ghost. Just as I caught a glimpse of Ghost Eric, his image washed away like a cloud in the wind. Anger and fear coursed through me all at once. I spun on the woman in a flash, my nostrils flaring. "What did you do?" I cried. "What happened to my brother?"
"Relax, Lucas,"
she said kindly, like my harsh tone didn't bother her at all.
"Your brother is fine for now."
For now? I wanted to ask, but she didn't give me the chance.
"You've impressed me," she said softly.
What? I asked. The anger had melted from my tone, replaced by confusion. What the hell was going on here? She reached up to her hood.
"It's me, child."
Her velvet hood fell to her shoulders, revealing her face. I'd never seen anyone so beautiful before. Her features were perfectly symmetrical, and her pale skin was so smooth that it looked airbrushed. She had dark eyelashes and red lips, though she wore no makeup. Her dark brown hair fell in loose waves around her shoulders. My knees buckled beneath me and I fell to the ground. I hadn't meant to do it, but I was so shocked I couldn't stop myself. I leaned forward to bow because it seemed like the proper thing to do in the sight of a goddess.
"Mother Miriam,"
I said breathlessly. My eyes pointed toward the ground.
"It's an honor." "Lucas, my child," she bent to one knee. "There is no need to bow to me."
"But you're... I looked up to see she was smiling down at me. It was a truly loving gaze, the gaze of a mother. It was stupid of me to think I could argue with her. She reached out and helped me to my feet. I straightened. "Is this real, or is it part of my test?"
"It is in your mind,"
she said. I sighed in relief. Eric wasn't in any danger. He'd only been an illusion. "What happens now?" I asked our goddess.
What's my next test?
She shook her head and smiled.
You only needed one, Lucas. Only one?
I asked breathlessly. Most people went through at least 3 or more.
Walk with me,
Mother Miriam said, offering her hand. When I took it, the fog around the graveyard dissipated, and a warmth spread over me. The cool wind completely died down, and it felt like a warm spring night.
In this test, there were many different choices you could have made, Mother Miriam explained. Among the Coven's cast, the mentalist would have made Eric comfortable and gone to find help. The alchemist would have looked through the potions to see if there were any that could help. The seer would have reached for the cards first, though most would never use them in such a dire situation. But whether they use them or not is not the important part.
And Mortana? I asked, looking over to her. The death cast.
Most Mortana would have considered the dagger as a means to a merciful death, she said. But you, my child, took a route most would not. You carried your brother's burden on your back. It's clear where you belong, Lucas.
Where? I asked, not understanding what she was saying. There was only one other caste she hadn't mentioned, one that had died out years ago. But I didn't see how my choices would put me there. Could I be the first curse breaker of my generation?
Where do you want to be put? She asked.
I contemplated the question. No one had ever told me Mother Miriam offered a choice. I'd never really thought about it before. I always figured it didn't matter. I'd accept whatever gift she gave me because I knew she'd choose the right one for me.
I will do whatever you ask of me,
I told her honestly. I barely noticed that we had returned to the trees near the site of the mausoleum. I was too entranced by being in the presence of a goddess. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I couldn't take my eyes off her.
Anything I ask, Lucas? She asked.
I nodded. I couldn't think of anything she could ask that I wouldn't do. Her teachings were simple. Protect the Coven. I'd do anything to protect the ones I loved.
Anything,
I confirmed confidently. Mother Miriam led me up the rocks to the entrance of the mausoleum. Nothing had changed since I left. She stopped and guided me around to stand in front of her.
I'm so glad you feel that way, Lucas. I know you'll make me proud.
When she had said that, it felt like I was floating in the air again. My parents never said they were proud of me, not even Mom, though I knew she loved me. This was our goddess, the very deity we worshipped, and she thought I could make her proud?
I'll do my best,
I promised her.
Which caste will I be placed in?
Shh. She held an index finger to her lips.
You will find out soon enough. Have faith, my child, for I am always with you.
She shoved me hard in the chest, and my heart leapt up to my throat. The chill air returned, whipping by me as I tumbled backward. My body slammed hard against the concrete, sending an ache shooting through my body. My skull throbbed from where it impacted with the ground.
Lucas! Lucas!
I heard Grant's voice, but it sounded like it was coming from a mile away. Chloe's voice came a second later.
Here, let me try.
A small, cold hand slapped against the side of my face. My cheek stung as I shot upright. Grant was so close that we nearly knocked heads. He quickly jumped out of the way.
Holy shit,
I cried, cradling my cheek. My friends were inside the burning candle circle now.
That was one hell of a swing, Chloe.
She smiled proudly.
Told you I could wake him.
Fuck, I groaned.
What happened? You were floating there, and then your body just slammed to the ground,
Grant said, sounding worried.
That's normal, dipshit,
I said, shoving him.
It signals the end of the ceremony. You didn't need to get the Wicked Witch of the West here to make me lose feeling in my face.
I made a show of moving the muscles in my face to test them out. Chloe didn't look concerned at all. She just beamed at the Wicked Witch comment, like she wore it as a badge of honor.
So which caste were you assigned to? She asked eagerly.
I don't know, I admitted, turning my hands over for any sign of a mark.
Mother Miriam didn't say. What was it like meeting her? Chloe asked. Was she as beautiful as they say? Slow down, Grant insisted. Let's figure out which caste he's in first.
I stripped off my jacket and tossed it aside, looking up and down my arms. The mark would appear as a tattoo, as if I'd just come fresh from the tattoo shop. I checked the back of my bicep where Grant's mark was, but there was nothing there. It could be anywhere. Chloe nudged me.
Take your shirt off.
I sighed and stood, then tugged my shirt over my head. I hoped I didn't have to strip down all the way to find the mark. It was cold as shit out, and I sure as hell wasn't giving Chloe a striptease. She'd enjoy it a little too much.
There it is,
she cried, pointing to my lower back. Her hand slapped over her mouth, and she stifled a giggle.
What?
I asked, turning to try to get a good look.
What's wrong? Why are you laughing? You have a tramp stamp,
Chloe cried, reeling back in uncontrollable laughter.
Ah, fuck, I muttered. I'm never going to live that down, am I?
Even Grant had joined in on the laughter. No, bro, you're not.
Would you just tell me what it is?
I demanded. I hated being the last to know.
I can't see it.
It's a skull, Grant said.
Here, let me get a picture.
He lifted his phone and took a flash photo of my backside.
Let me see,
I begged, and he handed over the phone. I half expected him to be lying to me, but Grant sucked at lying. It was there, clear as day, a skull mark tattooed along my spine just above my waistline.
Mortana,
I said breathlessly. I was a death warlock. I backed up and steadied myself against the rock Chloe had been sitting on earlier. Being Mortana wasn't inherently a bad thing, but their magic was definitely seen as darker. Death magic was the touchiest of all. When it went wrong, it went wrong. Like shit hits the fan wrong. Mortana were the kind of witches and warlocks who could reanimate the dead, kill with the touch of their hand, or see how people were going to die. I even knew one who could read the auras of a room and tell if a death had occurred there, and how bad it had been. The mark only told me my caste, not which type of magic I'd inherited within that caste. It could be days or weeks before I knew my specialty.
You okay, bro?
Grant asked, rising to his feet and stopping beside me. He held out my shirt and jacket.
Yeah,
I said, shaking off the sinking feeling in my gut. I put my clothes back on, contemplating what this meant. I didn't want to be the kind of guy who had magic everyone feared. But I'd been telling the truth when I told Mother Miriam I'd take whichever caste she assigned me. Whatever my gift was, it was important to her. I straightened.
I'm fine. It'll be great. Maybe I'm a necromancer. I'll raise an army of cat skeletons. That'd be badass, Chloe said.
I barely heard her as another voice cut through the silence. It came as if he was standing next to me, just beside Grant.
I've made a mistake. I don't want to die.
Every muscle in my body froze as my brother's voice invaded my mind. It took me a second to realize he wasn't here, that he hadn't just shown up out of the blue and spoken those soul-chilling words for all of us to hear. My friends stared back with a blank expression. They hadn't heard him. It hit me so hard and fast that I suddenly became nauseous.
No. Please don't let this be what I think it is.
I took off running before I could explain. I tore through the forest to the cemetery, then hurtled over gravestones as I sprinted toward the front gates. Chloe and Grant called from behind me, but I could barely process the sound of my own name.
Please, Mother Miriam, let this be a hallucination or something. My feet carried me as fast as they could, blocks away. My lungs were starting to burn by the time I reached home. I ran up the front steps so fast that I skipped several on my way. The door slammed into the wall when I flung it open. I pounded upstairs to my brother's bedroom. Commotion came from my parents' room as they were awakened by my loud entrance. I skidded to a halt in the darkness of my brother's doorway. My heart raced, and it only quickened when I saw that his bed was still empty. "Lucas, what in the bloody hell is—" my father started, but I didn't have time for questions. I whirled around in the hall and shoved him out of the way. On any normal day, I wouldn't get close enough for him to touch me, but right now I wasn't scared of him. I was terrified for my brother. "Where's Eric?" I asked Mom, who had stumbled out of their bedroom behind my father, looking only half awake. "He's not in his room?" she asked. "No!" I barked. "Something's wrong." Eric should have been back by now. He didn't stay at school, since his professor of seer studies suggested it was best if he took the semester off, so he didn't have anywhere else to go. I checked my bedroom, then ran downstairs to check the kitchen, living room, and bathroom. Each room was as empty as the last. My parents followed behind me, trying to get an answer out of me, but I couldn't bring myself to tell them. Not until I knew for sure what it meant. I reached the door to the garage and flung it open. And that was when I knew. I hadn't imagined a damn thing. Those words I heard in the mausoleum were real, and they were meant for me. I stopped dead in my tracks as my blood ran cold. Every inch of my body shook as I took in the sight before me. Dad stumbled in the doorway, catching himself on the doorframe. "My boy!" he cried, his voice wavering in genuine agony. I'd never heard him use that tone before. "What's going—" Mom started, but I quickly cut her off. "Don't look!" I spun around as she came closer. I threw my arms out and cradled her face to my chest. She didn't resist. While I held my mother and let her tears soak into my jacket, my father rushed into the garage like he could save Eric. But I already knew he couldn't. I couldn't explain it, but I could feel the void in the room. It wasn't just the gaping hole opening in my chest either. It was a supernatural force telling me Eric's life was over. It was part of the gift I knew now with certainty I had. Only one member of the Coven inherited this power per generation. Mother Miriam chose me to carry the burden of the dead, to take their last thoughts to the other side with me when I died, where I'd become a reaper for the Coven. I suddenly realized what a huge mistake I'd made promising her anything. I was now the Reaper's apprentice, and the first thought I'd carry was my brother's. It was the last thing that went through his head before he killed himself. Mother Miriam thought I would make her proud. She was wrong.
Chapter 2. Nadine. 2 weeks ago, a darkness took over my life. Grammy promised things would get better as time went on, but so far, they've only gotten worse. My bedroom didn't even feel like my own. The walls were bare, and the sheets removed from the bed. All that was left were a few of my most prized possessions. I ran my hand over the cover of the Agatha Christie novel Mom and Dad had given me for my birthday last year. The cover was already worn, and the corners tattered. I sat on my bed and opened the cover. To Nadine, who always loved a good mystery. Mom and Dad. A lump rose to my throat, but I forced it down. My parents liked to write me letters, but looking at their handwriting was a terrible reminder of what had happened. I quickly flipped the page. A small piece of paper fell out of the pages and fluttered to the ground. I leaned down to pick it up. A ticket. I'd forgotten I used it as a bookmark the last time I read the book. It had come from my ticket book that was filled with discounts to mysterious New England attractions. This particular ticket had been used when Mom and I drove 5 hours to Baltimore to visit the Ripley's Believe It or Not museum. I placed the ticket back inside the pages and added the book to my last box on top of my Clue board game. The edges of the box were tattered and worn from the years Dad and I spent playing it every Sunday night. I moved slowly, deliberately, because I wasn't ready to leave yet. Leaving only meant I had to admit I was never coming back. I couldn't move much faster anyway, not with the way my joints ached. I hadn't felt this awful in years. I reached for a photograph propped up on my nightstand. It showed me and my best friends, Carly and Jessica, on the deck of a riverboat, each wearing a Sherlock Holmes hat. It had been the night of the murder mystery riverboat tour we took last summer. Tears pricked at my eyes as I thought of my friends. I'd already said goodbye to them at the funeral because I couldn't stand to see anyone right now. I'd never forget our last fun night together because it was the night I got the call. The one telling me my parents had died. My life with Carly and Jessica was over. They were headed off to college together, and I knew the weekend sleepovers and Friday night bowling excursions had to end sometime. I was supposed to be headed to the police academy. My goal had been to work the homicide division one day, but those dreams had been crushed when I'd been rejected from the academy last minute. They told me there'd been an error in processing my paperwork, but I knew the truth. They didn't want me because of my condition. They were afraid I was more of a liability than I was worth. Screw them. After everything that happened, getting the letter from the police academy, only to lose my parents in a car accident days later, moving in with Grammy was my last option. She'd made a pretty compelling argument when she invited me to come live with her, mainly offering to pay my college tuition, even though I was still undecided on my major. I didn't exactly have the money to live on my own right now, so I couldn't really refuse. I didn't want to live alone, either. Besides, I loved Grammy. Living with her would be great. I just had one last thing to add to the boxes. My stomach twisted as I reached for the small wooden box on my nightstand. I hadn't had the guts to open it yet. If I did, if I looked at what was inside, all I'd think about was how my parents were gone. And though I knew what had happened was real, I couldn't face it yet. I couldn't truly say goodbye. I shoved the wooden box deep within the packing box, covering it up with a few things inside so I wouldn't get tempted to open it. I couldn't deal with that right now. A light knock came at my door, and Grammy stepped inside. Her footsteps seemed louder than they should in the empty room. Grammy was in her 60s, with short white hair, age lines, and the kindest smile I'd ever known. Like every day, she wore a long floral skirt that fell to the floor. She'd come to stay with me while we worked out the funeral arrangements and listing the house. "Are you ready, Nadine?" she asked gently. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. It took me a moment to compose myself, but I finally lifted my head and nodded. "Yeah, Grammy. I think I'm ready to go." I stood with my box and followed Grammy down the hall. The house didn't feel right, now that all the pictures had been removed as we prepared to sell. It didn't even smell right, as the scent of lemon cleanser masked the usual smell of baked goods and clean linens. Everything just felt empty, which was how I felt without my parents. Sometimes I forgot they were gone. I swore I could hear my dad working in the garage or smell my mom cooking in the kitchen. And then it all came crashing down on me again. I was glad I was moving in with Grammy. It was the fresh start I needed. I loaded my last box in the front seat of my car. The back seat was packed to the brim, as was Grammy's vehicle. There was just so much I didn't want to leave behind. "If you're not ready, Nadine, we don't have to leave yet," Grammy offered. I took one last look at the white 2-story house I grew up in. I knew this day would come eventually, but I didn't think it'd come like this. I couldn't keep dragging this out. "Let's go." Grammy drove in front of me as I followed behind her in my car, where the music was on full blast to drown out my thoughts. The drive wasn't long, only about an hour and a half, but it seemed longer. I could tell we were getting close because the road narrowed and became more twisted as we drove through the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. Tall trees rose on either side of the road, and the forest was bright green with summer foliage. The road took another twist to the left, and I got my first view of the town in the valley below as we crested the hill. It was bigger than I expected, considering Grammy had always talked about the small, tight-knit community she came from. I was excited to see it was large enough to have at least a mall and a movie theater. The road twisted to the right, and the town disappeared from view as we dipped back into the trees. The forest seemed to close in on us, but in a comforting, warm hug kind of way. We reached the base of the valley, and the trees slowly parted. A huge black sign read, "Welcome to Octavia Falls." Below that were various smaller signs advertising attractions like corn mazes, hay rides, and ghost tours. Count me in on the ghost tours. I took a deep breath as I slowed the car to match the speed limit. Tall maples and oaks lined the streets. My jaw dropped as we passed by beautiful homes. Each one was bigger than the last, and they all had a unique Gothic charm to them. My favorite house had dark red siding with black trim and a tall turret. I turned the music off so I could take it all in. I passed over a narrow bridge, and the beautiful houses gave way to 4-story buildings. The lower levels were all small businesses, selling things like maple syrup and honey, as well as a cute coffee shop and a candy store. The further we drove, the more crowded the streets became. It wasn't until the buildings parted and I spotted an expansive parking lot that I saw why. The lot was filled with canopies and people milling from one booth to the next like a farmer's market. I spotted vendors selling herbs, candles, and crystals, along with a booth advertising palm readings. The middle of the lot had been set up with a stage, where a woman sang a haunting melody and a group danced around her in a slow, beautiful display. I barely caught a glimpse of it all before it was out of sight. We drove past more businesses, and I tried to get a feel for what was here in case I wanted to go shopping later. But it all passed by quickly. I noticed a few clothing stores whose display outfits looked totally my style. Dark top, skinny jeans, and my signature leather jacket. We passed by an apothecary and a metaphysical store before we came upon the industrial portion of Octavia Falls. This part of town had every kind of drink manufacturer you could imagine. Breweries, wineries, distilleries, and a cider mill. Grammy had told me about the orchards around here, and I was eager to check them out sometime. I understood now why Grammy called this a small town. Despite the population in the tens of thousands, it had that quaint, small-town charm to it. I'd slowed to a crawl to take in the beauty of Octavia Falls, and I nearly missed Grammy take a turn ahead of me. Snapping back to attention, I picked up speed and followed behind her. I expected the architecture to change as we moved into a new neighborhood, but it didn't. Every house looked like it should be hosting a Halloween party or something. I absolutely loved it. Grammy slowed at the end of a street near a cluster of trees and a sign that read, Octavia Falls Park. She pulled into the driveway of the last house. My eyes went wide. For 18 years, we'd lived an hour and a half from my grandmother, and I'd never visited her. If someone had told me this was where she lived, I would have begged to visit sooner. Her house was huge, with pale yellow siding and white trim. A large porch wrapped around the front of the house, and a rounded turret reached 3 stories high. It already felt like it was calling me home. I parked behind Grammy and opened my car door. My muscles ached from sitting so long, and my joints protested as I forced myself to step out of the car. "Grammy!" I scolded as she made her way over to me. I still couldn't take my eyes off the house. "You didn't tell me you lived in a castle." She chuckled. "Don't be silly, Nadine. It's just a house." "A mansion," I corrected her. "When do I get the grand tour?" "Now, if you'd like," she offered. "We can move your stuff in later." I swung my purse over my shoulder and grabbed the box on the front seat. It was filled with odds and ends and pretty light. "Here, let me take that," Grammy said quickly, stealing it from my hands. I wanted to take it back and tell her I had it handled, but she turned quickly before I could. I knew what Grammy was doing. She was coddling me because she knew how easily I got fatigued. I didn't like being coddled. I could manage on my own. I followed behind Grammy. My gaze traveled over the elaborate woodwork on the porch railing and the beautiful carvings in the front door. I seriously couldn't believe Grammy lived here. I'd kind of always wondered if Grammy was keeping a secret, since she'd come visit us on birthdays and holidays, but we never came here. Plus, what was with a woman of her age having a cauldron tattooed on the inside of her wrist? Mom had the same one on her ankle. It kind of made me wonder if Grammy was part of a cult, and that's why Mom never wanted to come back or something. My imagination was getting away on me. Grammy led me inside to a wide hallway. A sleek black cat ran down the stairs, then rubbed itself up against Grammy's leg, purring. "This is Cornelius," Grammy introduced. "He's very friendly." "Well, hello, Cornelius," I said, bending to scratch him behind the ears. "You're just the prettiest kitty, aren't you?" Cornelius tilted his head into my hand, showing his affection. I petted him a while longer, then stood to take in the rest of the house. To the right was a large living room with a beautiful brick fireplace and a welcoming, homey feel. On my left was a dining room with a display cabinet that stretched across the far wall. Inside sat endless vials of colored liquid. I had no idea what they were, but they shimmered beautifully in the light. Grammy led me into a large kitchen. Back home, Mom was always in the kitchen, brewing up some sort of concoction that usually turned out better than the last. I knew she got the skills from Grammy because my grandma couldn't come over for a holiday without a feast packed in her car. And it was always the best food. Her brisket was to die for. Her kitchen just proved what kind of a cook she was. It was clean, but obviously used. Pans hung from a rack above the kitchen island, along with herbs that had been tied upside down to dry. Her stove looked like it belonged in a restaurant, since it had 6 burners instead of the usual 4. Plus, she had 2 of those built-in ovens on the wall, one on top of the other, and the fridge was big enough for a family of 15. "Holy crap, Grammy," I said, trying to take it all in. "How many people do you feed?" She waved her hand like it was nothing. "Oh, I run a cooking business out of the home." What the heck? Why didn't I know that? I was starting to sense there was a lot I didn't know about her. If you think this is impressive, you should see my garden." Grammy gestured to the back window, and I took a step closer to get a good look. Her yard stretched far back to a line of trees and over to the edge of the park. Almost half of the lawn was covered in a well-cared-for garden. I recognized some of the plants, like lavender and sage, but others were more obscure. One of the bushes had big yellow flowers that looked like they were growing tentacles, and another had purple fruits that reminded me of radishes. "You take care of all that yourself?" I asked. She shrugged. "It keeps me busy. Do you want to see a room?" "Yeah, of course." Grammy pointed me down another hall and into the guest room. The walls were pale yellow like the outside of the house, and she'd made the bed with a light blue comforter. It was so not my style, but I was just glad to be here with her. I stepped into the room and my eyes caught a photograph of my mom on the nightstand. My heart sank. It looked like an old school photo and reminded me a little of myself. Mom and I shared the same chocolate eyes, dark brown hair, and full lips. My guts twisted just thinking about her, and how she was gone, along with my dad. "I know you won't be here much with college starting up soon," Grammy said, pulling me from my thoughts. She set my box on the bed. "But I want you to feel at home. Feel free to move things around." I turned to her, picking at my nails. "Thanks, Grammy. About college, though. It's already the end of August. Isn't it a little late to enroll?" I really didn't want to take the semester off. I was afraid if I did, I'd fall into a deep, dark hole I couldn't pull myself out of. I needed something to distract me from my parents' death. Grammy placed a gentle hand on mine. "It's all taken care of, Nadine." I swallowed the lump in my throat, relaxing a bit. The doorbell rang, stealing Grammy's attention. "Why don't you get settled in a little, and then we'll talk about it. We have a lot to discuss." I nodded, and the doorbell rang again. "I have to get that," Grammy said. "Let me know if you need anything." "I will," I said. Then Grammy hurried off to answer the door. I set my purse down, then sank onto the bed. I didn't lie down because I knew that if I did, I'd fall asleep for hours, and it was too late in the day for a nap. I started picking through my box instead. The first thing I pulled out was my yoga mat, which was rolled up on top. I hadn't used it in weeks, which was probably why my joints were so achy lately. That and the stress. I closed my eyes and clutched the silver star necklace around my neck. My parents had given it to me when I was 15, on the day of my lupus diagnosis. When I started getting down on myself, I used it as a reminder of how far I'd come from that day. I was a completely different person from the problem child I used to be. There was a saying we had in the lupus community. "I have lupus, but lupus doesn't have me." My mantra was more along the lines of, "Lupus can kiss my ass." I repeated the phrase in my head until I started to relax. I told myself I'd get the yoga mat out before bed. Doing yoga before bed helped with the stiffness in the morning. That was one of the drawbacks of having an autoimmune disease. My own freaking body couldn't help but attack its own healthy tissues. It was like my body couldn't help but destroy itself in every way it could, for no good reason. Lupus liked to torture every patient differently, and my own brand of shit meant that I got joint pain every time I got a little stressed or spent too much time in the sun. Checkmark on the stress lately. I sighed and pulled my journal from the box, then stood to place it on the dresser. As I crossed the room, movement outside caught my eye. I stepped closer to the window and pushed aside the thin curtains. I became alert when I spotted a guy in a dark gray zip-up hoodie bent over Grammy's garden. His hood was up, concealing his features, but I could tell he was around my age, with long legs and broad shoulders. Every muscle in my body froze as I watched him, sensing he was nothing but trouble. What the hell was he doing out there? He stood, and I noticed a collection of green leaves in his hands. When it hit me, a wave of heat washed over me, and my hands turned to fists. He was stealing from Grammy. I quickly reached for the window and flung it open. "Hey, jackass!" I shouted across the lawn. He turned and started walking toward the park. "Hey!" I yelled again, louder this time. He just kept on walking, ignoring me. "Excuse me? No one stole from my grandmother and got away with it." I quickly turned from the window and ran out of the room, hurrying toward the back door in the kitchen. Grammy was still at the front of the house, talking to whomever was at the door, but I didn't hear what they were saying. By the time I got outside, the guy was almost to the trees. The sky had darkened as storm clouds rolled in for the night. "Stop!" I called to him. "What do you think you're doing?" I knew I should have turned back and just let it go. I mean, it was only a couple of leaves, right? But I was curious to a fault and wasn't the kind of girl who avoided confrontation. I'd set anyone straight if they needed an ass-whooping. Besides, this was Grammy's livelihood. You couldn't just walk into someone's yard and compromise the health of their crop. My breath grew hot, and my chest started to burn as I ran across the lawn. Screw the pain. This asshole wasn't going to get away with this. I hurried into the trees behind him, but once I stepped inside the forest, it was like he'd vanished. I glanced around, looking for any sign of movement, but the forest was still. All I heard was the rustle of wind through the trees and the distant sound of an owl. It was the time of day between sunset and nightfall, which left the forest cast in a dull light. The air felt chilly, and goosebumps broke out across my arms. It was Class A spooky movie creepy. Most girls would turn around and run back home, but I wasn't most girls. I continued forward, staying on high alert. My pulse thumped loudly in my ears, as if warning me to turn back, which only made me want to push on. The narrow dirt pathway took me deep into the forest and past a steep ravine. And then I heard it. The sound of sticks breaking in the distance, like a pair of footsteps traveling off the path. The crunch of leaves came then, picking up in pace and intensity. I quickly realized I was listening to more than one set of footsteps. I threw myself behind a thick tree as the footsteps came closer. One guy I could deal with. A whole group of them? Probably not. I peeked around the tree to see 4 girls walking my way. They all looked my age, but they seemed anything but the kind of girls who would be walking in the woods after sunset. The vibe they gave off suggested they frequented the mall more than the outdoors. The first girl was gorgeous, with sleek black hair and rich red lips. She wore a skin-tight black dress and low-cut boots with a heel to them. In her hands, she held what looked like a mini witch's cauldron the size of a softball. She had this look on her face that said, "Get out of my way, bitch," even though she faced nothing but trees. She was definitely the leader of the pack. To her right walked a girl with porcelain skin, ruby red lips, and long white curls. Her legs went on for miles. The girl on her left had full lips and stick-straight hair cut just above her shoulders. It shimmered a deep red and had clearly been done at the salon. The 3 of them looked like they could be Instagram models. They were enviously beautiful, with perfect hair and thin bodies. I was pretty sure if I got close enough, I'd see that their nails were done to perfection, too. "Amy, get up here!" the first girl snapped. The final girl hurried forward. She looked the most down-to-earth of all of them. She was pretty, but in a different way than the Instagram model chicks. She had jet black hair and almond-shaped eyes, but she dressed more casually in jeans and a burgundy top. "Sorry, Chloe," she said quickly, not meeting the main bitch's eyes. I was just Shut up and grab the toad, Chloe snapped. It's right there, or are you too blind to see it? Amy's eyes went wide for a second at Chloe's insult, but she quickly followed her instructions and bent to catch a toad I couldn't see from here. It was clear Amy didn't fit in with these girls. She seemed timid around them, while they held up their noses at her. I wanted to cut in and rescue her, but I was too curious to break things up now. What the heck was going on? Was this some kind of hazing ritual, where they made the sorority pledge eat a live toad or something? Amy caught the toad, and Chloe held out her mini cauldron. She nodded toward it impatiently. Well? Amy hesitated. We really shouldn't be doing this. Chloe rolled her eyes. It's harmless. It'll wear off in 24 hours. I furrowed my brow. What would wear off? Amy bit her lower lip. Yeah, but it's complicated. What if something goes wrong? Will it? Chloe asked, making it sound like a threat, like if something went wrong, Amy would be the one to blame. Remember what we're doing here for you, Amy. You do this for us, and we'll help you find your cat. The way she said it suggested Chloe knew exactly what happened to Amy's cat. Amy looked torn. She glanced to the cauldron but held the toad close to her chest like she was protecting it. I watched curiously. What exactly was it they were asking her to do? It's not like we're going to hurt Mandy, the blonde girl said, though I didn't sense honesty in her tone. Gwen's right, the third girl added. We just want to teach Mandy a lesson. Amy swallowed hard. What did she do to you? Yeah, I'd like to know that too. It was like I was watching a drama TV show. I couldn't tear my gaze away. Chloe pursed her lips, looking angry at the mention of this Mandy chick. She's dating Ryan. This is her one and only warning. I thought you and Ryan broke up, Amy said. Chloe took a swift step forward so she was up in Amy's face within an instant. Amy breathed heavily, like she was a little scared, but she held Chloe's gaze. You're not here to ask questions, Amy, Chloe snarled. You're here to do the spell. I have 8 months until my ceremony, so until I get my powers, you're going to help me. Now finish it. Hold up. Did she just say spell? Amy took a step back and straightened a little. No, I won't help you do this to her. Chloe's features hardened by the second. You wouldn't want Mittens to meet an untimely end. That's not her name, Amy mumbled, but Chloe ignored her. Besides, it's not like we're turning Mandy into a toad forever, Chloe said. It's not permanent. Turn someone into a toad? Was she serious? Amy's jaw clenched. You're a real bitch, you know that? Chloe tilted her head and sighed. You say that like it's supposed to hurt my feelings. Amy rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll do it. But just know that I'm not here to be your on-call alchemist. Huh? Spells, alchemy. Maybe I wasn't so far off with that cult idea. That, or these bitches were straight up batshit crazy. Amy gently placed the toad in the cauldron, then took it from Chloe's hands. She started mumbling words under her breath that I couldn't hear. I didn't know what to think at first, until I saw a dark blue light swirl out of Amy's hands, lighting up the cauldron. The tendrils of light swirled around it like some CGI shit until they reached the open top and sank into the contents inside. My eyes widened as I stumbled back from my tree. What in the living hell did I just see? A trick of the light? A hallucination? Swirling light didn't just come out of people's hands like that. The girls hadn't noticed me, but I knew it was time to hightail it out of there regardless. What kind of crazy-ass shit was going on here? I ran away so fast that I lost track of the trail. I glanced behind myself to see if they were following, but they weren't. When I turned back around, my heart shot up into my throat as I stumbled over a rock. My body flew forward, and I went tumbling head over heels down the side of the ravine. "Whoa!" I cried as I tried to catch myself, but my momentum didn't slow until I hit the bottom. I lay on the ground, aching from the bruises I'd accumulated on the way down. The trees swayed in the wind above me, but I didn't move right away. I was half cursing myself for not watching where I was going, and half just waiting for the initial shock to pass. Finally, I pushed myself to my elbows, only to find a tall shadow standing over me, holding out a hand. He came as a beacon of safety. I didn't know what possessed me to take the stranger's hand, but I found myself reaching up to him. He pulled me to my feet, and I finally got a glance at his face. Time seemed to slow when I looked into his mesmerizing green eyes. The sounds in the forest disappeared, and it felt like the world was spinning around me. For just the briefest of moments, my heart seemed like it was floating in my chest. It was a welcome change to the heavy weight I'd been carrying around lately. It was him, the guy in the gray hoodie who'd been stealing from my grandmother's garden. He was hella attractive, with dark hair and Cupid's bow lips, but his eyes were hooded in a darkness that both terrified and intrigued me. I took a breath, and the world became normal again as time once again sped up. The weight on my chest returned, and the whistling of the wind became audible again. I cleared my throat. Thanks. Above us, the sound of hurried footsteps rustled the leaves on the ground. He brought his index finger to his lips, signaling for me to be quiet. "Follow me," he whispered. His voice was smooth, like a beautiful song. Since he was still holding my hand, he kind of dragged me behind him. We ducked behind a large boulder that was big enough to conceal us both. We crouched low, our bodies almost touching. My hand tingled from where he held it. I could feel the heat coming off him in waves, and my heart pounded so hard I could feel it. "What is it, Chloe?" I heard one of the girls ask, the one with the short brown hair. The footsteps stopped at the top of the ravine. "Shut up, Camille!" Chloe snapped. "I'm trying to listen." "Listen to what?" Gwen asked. "Didn't you hear it?" Chloe growled. "Someone's out here." "Well, whoever it was is gone now," Camille said. Chloe huffed. "I swear to our goddess, if Mandy is following us, She wouldn't do that," Amy cut in. "Whatever," Chloe said dramatically. "We got what we came out here for. Let's go." Their footsteps faded as they distanced themselves from us. I didn't move until I could no longer hear them, and even then, I remained put for nearly a minute longer. Finally, I relaxed, as did the stranger beside me. It wasn't until he helped me to my feet that I finally let go of his hand. I crossed my arms and faced him. "Care to explain to me what's going on?" He eyed me curiously, and I felt a blush rise to my cheeks. "What do you want to know?" "Who were those girls? And why were you stealing from my grandma's garden?" I pursed my lips, waiting for his answer. "You're Helena Turner's granddaughter?" he asked, sounding a bit surprised. "Yeah, I am. So tell me why you're stealing from us." He crossed his arms and leaned his backside up against the boulder. "I wasn't stealing. Your grandma said I could take some leaves from her matus shrub whenever I wanted." "Matus shrub?" I asked skeptically. I'd never heard of such a thing. "You chew on the leaves to help relieve anxiety," he explained. "Anyway, will you be staying long?" I hesitated, reluctant to give him too much personal information. As long as I have to. He pushed himself off the rock, then started for the edge of the ravine. I followed and climbed behind him. In that case, you'll want to steer clear of the Lucky Three, he said. What's the Lucky Three? I asked. He reached the top and held out a hand again. I almost didn't take it, because he seemed to be acting a little too helpful. But the ravine was super steep, and I didn't want to embarrass myself by falling down it again. He helped me onto level ground and quickly found the trail. We fell into step side by side as darkness began to envelop the forest. He shoved his hands into his pockets, and I noticed a pair of earbuds hanging out of one. That must have been why he hadn't heard me earlier. The Lucky Three are those girls you just had the pleasure of meeting. Seriously? I asked. Their gang has a name? He shrugged. It was a nickname they got in high school that stuck. They always got lucky when it came to the popular vote. You know, student council, prom court, that kind of thing. They got lucky, or they cheated. Something told me they were the kind of girls who'd stuff the ballot box. Are they like in a sort of cult or something? I asked him. He chuckled lightly and looked a little surprised. A cult? What makes you say that? They used some pretty cultish-sounding words, I explained. They were talking about spells and alchemy, and Main Bitch talked about our goddess. He sputtered like he was choking on air. Main Bitch. I'm going to have to remember that one. It's a pretty accurate description of Chloe. I smiled proudly. We reached the edge of the trees. Grammy's house stood in front of us, with the lights inside illuminating the garden. Anyway, he said, turning to me, you should probably ask your grandma about the rest of it. Way to stiff me on the details. I couldn't just leave my curiosity unchecked. Well, you're a big help, I said sarcastically. He shrugged. What can I say? It's a blessing. I rolled my eyes at him. Fine. If he thought I should talk to Grammy, that's exactly what I'd do. I started across the lawn toward the house. See you around. Wait, he called. I stopped in my tracks and turned to him. I was once again taken off guard by the enchantment in his eyes. I didn't get it. I mean, yeah, he was a total hottie, but, he was just standing there. What made him so special? It was a rhetorical question, but a little voice inside my head told me I was going to find out eventually. What's your name? He asked curiously. I placed a hand on my hip. Yours first. Lucas, he told me without hesitation. I half expected him to play back and demand mine first. He's no fun. I'm Nadine, I said. An emotion I couldn't quite read crossed his eyes when I told him my name. I almost thought it was a surprise, but there was a sense of familiarity there, too. I must have been reading him wrong, because it didn't make any sense. Anyway, I broke the silence and gestured to my grandma's house. I've got to go. It was nice meeting you. He nodded. Yeah, you too. Stay safe, Nadine. I laughed. No promises. I wasn't really the stay safe kind of girl. I was the run into danger kind. Life was more fun that way. When I got back inside, I found Grammy standing at the kitchen window, looking out over the back lawn. Cornelius sat in her arms, purring. She raised a curious eyebrow that made me want to crawl into a hole. I see you've met Lucas Taylor, she said lightly, obviously teasing me. I shrugged. I guess. And? She pressed. And what? I asked innocently. He was fine. He's a nice boy, Grammy said. Just be careful. Careful how? I sensed there was more she wanted to say. She shrugged like she didn't have a real answer. If she was trying to drive me away from him, she was doing it wrong. I liked a little mystery. She sighed. You look really tired. Why don't you turn in for the night, and we'll move in everything in the morning? She was right. I was absolutely exhausted and wanted to crawl into bed and sleep for 3 days. But at the same time, I had questions that needed answering. Didn't you have something you wanted to talk to me about? I asked. Besides, I'm curious about a few things, and Lucas told me to talk to you. Grammy waved her hand. It can wait. But, Grammy, I'm not taking no for an answer, Nadine. You need to take care of yourself. I really didn't need a babysitter, but Grammy was a little overprotective. Even though I tried to protest, she insisted I needed my rest. I crawled into bed that night with 100 burning questions on my mind. One thing, however, was very clear. There was something weird going on in this town, and I intended to figure out what.
Chapter 3. Lucas. Her name was a warm light within my cold, dark world. Nadine. Of all the thoughts I'd collected over these past few months, there was one that stuck out. Stay safe, Nadine. I love you. There was more to it than that, but that was the part that hit me the strongest. I didn't know who had died and why they mattered to her, but somehow I instinctively knew there was no other Nadine. This was the girl who someone had dedicated their dying thought to. And that was something special. There was this glow to Nadine that I bet she couldn't see. It was in the way she walked and the way she held herself. It was how she had this sarcastic, playful thing going on that I half wanted to be a part of. I had a hard time letting that side of me out. I thought about her all night and into morning. I admit I didn't have to cut through the park for what I had to do today, but I did anyway, if just for a chance to catch a glimpse of her. I watched her grandmother's house as I passed by, hoping I'd see her, but at the same time praying I wouldn't. It wasn't until I was almost to the trees that I heard the sound of the back door slamming and her voice carrying over the lawn. My heart lifted despite every warning bell going off that told me to leave this girl alone. She'd only get hurt getting involved with a guy like me. I couldn't taint the light within her with my own darkness. Besides, she was a curious soul, that I could already tell, and there were things she would want to know that I could never tell her. It was best if I kept my distance. But apparently I'd decided that too late, because she was already crossing the lawn toward me. "Lucas!" she called. I put on my stone-cold expression so she couldn't read me. It was easier to keep my secrets that way. "Nade?" I didn't know why I called her that. Half her name slipped out, and the other half just didn't. She didn't seem to notice or care. Nadine's eyes lit up when I turned to her, but the sparkle quickly faded as she took me in. "Wake up on the wrong side of the bed this morning?" "No," I said. I hadn't even woken up in a bed, but I didn't tell her that. I'd been crashing at Grant's dad's place over the summer and sleeping on their couch, since the dorms were closed, and I didn't want to live at home. I couldn't wait for school to start back up and be back in my old dorm room. "Then I guess you won't mind if I tag along," she said, brightly swinging her arms and bouncing on her toes, like she had no care in the world. I kind of do. Or so I claimed. I wasn't exactly stopping her when I started down the path and continued on my way. Of course she followed, which I was starting to sense was a Nadine thing. Yesterday I thought she'd come after me because she knew who I was, because she wanted to use me for my gift. It wasn't unusual. People came to me all the time to ask what their loved ones' last thoughts were. They tended to be brutal. Regrets, secrets, and mixed emotions. But I liked to make shit up and tell people what they wanted to hear. It gave me less to deal with that way. Nadine wasn't like that, though. "Did you talk to your grandma?" I asked. She waved her hand.
"Nah, she blew me off last night and is still sleeping."
Nadine looked wide awake, like she'd been up for hours. She was the kind of girl who had a natural beauty and didn't have to wear a ton of makeup to impress a guy. The total opposite of Chloe. It only made her that much more appealing. She had big curls in her hair that seemed light and bouncy. I wanted to run my fingers through them to see how soft they were. Okay, I was officially a creep.
"Anyway, I saw you and thought—"
She started before she trailed off. "You thought?" I asked. She shrugged.
"I thought maybe we could hang out."
Girls and guys didn't just hang out. Not in my experience, anyway. Why would Nadine want to hang out with me? I raised an eyebrow. "By hang out, you mean I can tell you things your grandma didn't?" She sighed dramatically.
"Oh, come on. The suspense is killing me."
It was clear she didn't know about the Coven, which her grandmother should have told her by now. Big mistake. But Nadine wasn't going to take no for an answer. So what do? The stupidest thing I can think of, because apparently I'm an idiot. "How about I show you?" Nadine's face lit up, and for a brief moment I felt like I'd made the right choice.
"What's in the bag?"
she asked, gesturing to the backpack I was carrying. I smirked. "You'll have to wait and see." She squirmed. I was kind of enjoying how easy she was to toy with. I led Nadine to the other side of the park. We stopped in front of an old house with paint so worn I could hardly tell what color it had originally been. Nadine had been surprisingly quiet the last few minutes, but she looked skeptical as she stared up at the run-down house.
"Is this where you take all your girls on the first date?"
I snorted and immediately wanted to turn invisible. "Is this a date?" She ignored the question and said,
"You're not denying bringing other girls here."
A foreign feeling tugged at the corner of my lips, and I decided to play along as I started up the walkway. "Maybe I do. Does that scare you?" Nadine hurried ahead and took the porch steps 2 at a time until she was standing right in front of me, our bodies nearly touching.
"Nothing scares me. You hear?"
She hesitated, then quickly added, "Even though this reeks of a kidnap scenario." She narrowed her eyes at me, as if trying to judge whether I was going to tie her up in the cellar or not. "Okay, then," I gestured to the door. "Ladies first." I figured this could go one of 2 ways. 1, she was fascinated by what she saw inside, or 2, she'd be so freaked out she'd never ask to hang out with me again. Option 2 was probably best, because we could not be friends. She'd only get hurt. I had enough on my plate already. It's why I was here. Professor Warren suggested I try to find some good in my gift. Okay, suggested wasn't the right word. He was pushing me, and pushing me hard. He said if I didn't find the good in my gift, things would just get harder from here on out. The sooner I found the light, the better. I feared I'd eventually cave to the pressure, and I was terrified of that. I wasn't ready to give up, not like Eric had. So I had to find some way to deal. To do that, I was paying a visit to the recently deceased. I didn't know the guy. I'd only heard of him. Everyone in town called him Old Man Keller, and I knew he was a mentalist with telekinetic powers. I never thought much of him until I heard his thoughts come to me. Since then, I'd heard rumors he hadn't moved on. He just blatantly refused to go with the Reaper who'd come for him, which meant he had some unfinished business. Maybe my gift was enough to help him resolve it and move on. The door was unlocked, which I was a little disappointed about. I bet my magic would have impressed Nadine. It wasn't unusual to leave doors unlocked around here, though. We stepped inside. If there ever was a haunted house, this was it. Even though it was early morning, it was dark inside. The curtains were all closed, and the whole place was in disarray, since someone had been moving things around to get the house ready to sell. A thin layer of dust covered everything, and the floorboards creaked under our weight. I swore. The temperature dropped a few degrees, too. I wasn't a seer, but I could feel the shift in energy as we entered the house. He was already here. Nadine glanced around, peeking into the bathroom and then up the stairs.
In here,
I said quietly, like I might frighten the ghost. Nadine followed me into the living room, and I plopped down right on the hardwood floor, even though there was a sofa nearby. The energy seemed stronger in here than it had in the entrance. Nadine sat across from me.
What are we doing?
I unzipped my bag and pulled out a Ouija board. It folded in half, which was the only way I managed to fit it into my bag. It was dangerous to use, since I could summon a demon by accident. But the chances were slim. I knew the ghost would be here, which meant he'd connect to the board before any demon could get his hands on it. Nadine's eyes widened when she saw the board, but it wasn't like she was afraid. It was more like she was excited.
You really know how to woo the ladies, she joked.
Is that what I'm doing? I asked. Wooing you? Nadine smirked, but simply said,
You know I don't believe in Ouija boards, right?
A smile tugged at the corner of my lips.
We'll see about that when we're done here.
I placed the board between us, then set the planchette on top. Nadine looked skeptical, but she placed her fingers next to mine anyway.
Who are we contacting? She asked.
Everyone calls him Old Man Keller, I explained, pretending like she believed me. I don't know a lot about him, other than I saw him walking the Black Circle every now and then.
The Black Circle?
She made it sound like a biker gang or something. I sighed.
Seriously, you need to talk to your grandma about this town the minute you get home. Anyway, the Black Circle is the trail that circles town. It's 15 miles long, and Old Man Keller walked parts of it every day with his cat.
Nadine's eyebrows shot up.
His cat? Don't people normally walk dogs?
Pretty much everyone in Octavia Falls has a cat, I said.
Anyway, what I heard was that he was on the Black Circle Trail when he tripped and hit his head on a rock. No one found him until it was too late.
Nadine furrowed her brow.
And what happened to the cat?
Good goddess, was she serious? I just told her a man died and she was wondering what happened to his cat?
I don't know, I admitted. Probably given to the family. Okay.
She seemed satisfied with the answer.
Let's get started then.
I took a deep breath and called out to the dark room.
Old Man Keller, my name is Lucas Taylor. I'm here to talk to you about why you're here. I'm hoping I can help. Are you here with us now?
The planchette began to move across the board. I could feel the spiritual energy pushing it and knew it was Old Man Keller's ghost, but Nadine looked shocked.
You're doing that,
she accused. I just shook my head and focused on the board. The planchette stopped over the word yes. Relaxing a little, I asked, Do you remember how you died?
The planchette wiggled a little, but it didn't move off the word yes. How can I help you? I asked. The planchette began to move again, stopping on the letter F, then moving on to the letter I. Nadine read the letters out loud until they started to form a sentence. I gritted my teeth as it began to spell out the word find. Not this again. For some reason, Old Man Keller held on to his last thought, and that's why he couldn't move on. If only he could say something, anything else. But that's how ghosts were. They were confused and had a hard time communicating. Even a seer couldn't help us now. Not if he couldn't get anything out besides this nonsense. That's all it was, really. Nonsense. Find the crystal cave. Whatever that meant. It was the last thought I'd heard from him and exactly what he was spelling out now. Nadine noticed my fallen face.
What do you think it means?
It was almost like she kind of believed Old Man Keller was communicating with us, but I could still see the skepticism in her eyes. I shook my head. I don't know. Ghosts don't often make sense. Nadine thought for a moment, then asked,
"Are you confused about your death?"
The planchette moved again and stopped over the word no. I furrowed my brow.
"He's probably confused about that, too." "Maybe it's a name," Nadine suggested.
"A name?"
"Yeah, like a woman. Crystal Cave."
"Then why say the Crystal Cave?" I pointed out.
"If it were a woman, he'd say, 'Find Crystal Cave.'"
Heat flared through my veins. I thought I could help him, but there was nothing I could do if I didn't understand his message. I wasn't a freaking interpreter. This whole thing had been a bust. I snatched up the planchette and folded the board, then shoved both of them back in my bag.
"What's wrong?"
Nadine asked. Clearly she thought we were just goofing off. But this was serious to me. My gift was fucking useless.
"Lucas."
Nadine pressed as I got to my feet and started for the door. She stood but didn't move to join me. I stopped and pressed my fingers to my eyes, then turned to her.
"Look, Nade, I'm sorry I brought you here."
There I went again, calling her by half her name.
"We should just go,"
I started. Nadine cut me off with a terrified scream. I whirled around to where she was looking, only to come face to face with a ghostly figure. I couldn't make out his face. All I saw was a dark, fuzzy outline of a body, like the shadowed imprint of a soul. The temperature in the room plummeted as he took shape.
"Find the Crystal Cave."
His shaky voice filled the room. I rushed over to Nadine, who was frozen in shock. She couldn't take her eyes off him. I took her by the shoulders and shook her a little.
"Calm down, Nadine. Ghosts can sense your fear. It might set him off."
"It's, She couldn't get the words out.
"Nade, look at me,"
I demanded. She did, but it was already too late. Old Man Keller let out a hauntingly high-pitched scream, then charged. I threw myself in front of Nadine, but his spirit swept straight through me like I was nothing but air. It chilled me to the bone, and I could feel the buzz of my magic wane as he stole a portion of my energy. I whirled around just in time to see the ghost's figure slam into Nadine's chest. His hands solidified, and he shoved her. She went stumbling back. I tried to reach her, but I didn't have time. Her head slammed into the edge of the coffee table, knocking her out.
"Nade!"
I cried. I was at her side in an instant, cradling her head in my lap. Her whole body was limp in my arms. My chest twisted into knots.
"Nadine!"
I slapped her face a little until she moaned, but her eyes didn't open. I quickly glanced around for signs of Old Man Keller, but he must have used all his energy up, because he was nowhere to be seen.
"I'm so sorry, Nade,"
I said, even though she probably couldn't hear me.
"I didn't mean for you to get hurt."
I cradled Nadine in my arms and carried her out of the house, back through the park towards her grandmother's. The whole time I couldn't stop staring down at her, thinking about how this was all my fault, because I'd gone searching for the good in my gift. Right now, I hated being the Reaper's apprentice more than ever.
Chapter 4. Nadine. Lucas's scent surrounded me. He smelled like spiced apple and pumpkin, and I felt a warmth and comfort in the scent. Someone moaned, and it took me a second to realize it was me. I tried to open my eyes, but they felt heavy. "It's okay," Lucas said. "We're almost back." Where? Everything that happened this morning came rushing back. Did I seriously just get attacked by a ghost? "What happened?" a stern voice demanded. I thought it was Grammy, but I was still so out of it I could hardly tell. "Haunted house," Lucas said coolly, like it was an everyday thing. "She hit her head." "Set her right here," Grammy instructed. "I'll get some ice." I felt my body being placed on a soft surface. My head pounded like a bass drum. Grammy placed an ice pack under my head. Then I felt her part my lips and pour something down my throat. "Drink up, Nadine." I barely processed the words. I didn't know what the liquid was, but it tasted sweet, so I drank it.
"What is that?"
Lucas asked. "A potion to cure the concussion," Grammy told him. I was barely in my right mind, but did I just hear potion? That was the last thing I heard before I slipped off into a dark oblivion. Whatever Grammy had given me must have knocked me out for hours, because I woke up that afternoon in my own bed. I didn't know how I'd gotten there, but it just confirmed that everything that happened had been some wild, vivid dream. Until I heard the sound of Lucas's voice coming from the kitchen. I touched the back of my head, where it was still tender. How could that be? What had really happened? I wanted to jump out of bed and demand answers, but my joints protested as I slowly pushed myself to a sitting position. It took me 10 minutes to drag myself out of bed. The world seemed to stay put instead of spin around me, so that was a good sign. I tried to listen to what Lucas and Grammy were saying, but they spoke so quietly that I couldn't make out their words. I made my way to the end of the hall and stood in the doorway to the kitchen. Neither of them noticed me. "It's almost done." Grammy stood over a huge pot that bubbled over a burner on the kitchen island. No, not a pot. A cauldron. What the hell? Grammy stirred the solution. Small glass containers filled with herbs lined the counter beside her. "We'll tell her as soon as she wakes." Lucas glanced over his shoulder in the direction of my room. His eyes brightened when he saw me standing there. He straightened from where he sat on a stool beside the island. "Nadine," he said breathlessly. "You're awake." "Am I?" I replied in a groggy tone. "What are you still doing here?" The fact that he was still here sent a warm sensation to settle in my gut. It was like he cared, which was stupid because he didn't even know me. Lucas stood. He looked like he was about to approach me, but he caught himself at the last second and stayed put. "I wanted to make sure you were all right." Okay, I guess he did care. Cool. "My head is better," I admitted. "But I'm going to need some answers." "And that's exactly what I intend to give you." Grammy gestured for me to sit. I took the stool beside Lucas, and he sat back down, so close that we were almost touching. I could feel the heat of his body, which made mine turn to mush. I tried to ignore that. "What happened? Did I pass out?" That had to be it. I hadn't passed out in years, but with my lupus and flare-up, it wouldn't surprise me. Grammy set her stirring spoon aside on the counter. She looked at me with a grave expression. "No, honey. You fell and hit your head." I think I remember," I said cautiously. But no way was I remembering everything right. I must have imagined that ghost part when I'd hit my head. "What is it you need to tell me?" Grammy took a deep breath, but she didn't speak right away. "It's time, Helena," Lucas pressed. Grammy shifted her weight between her feet. "I wanted you to rest first, since this might take a long time, but..." She sighed. "You'll find out one way or another, and I'd rather you heard it from me." "What, Grammy?" I demanded, sitting up a little straighter. "Tell me what's going on." Grammy gave me that look, the one Mom always had when she needed to talk over something serious. I half expected her to give me the sex talk right then and there. Sorry, Grammy. Mom beat you to it. The seconds ticked by at a snail's pace as I waited for Grammy's big reveal. She was obviously a woman of many secrets, but what could be so serious that she was looking at me like that? There's no easy way to say this, Nadine. Grammy started slowly. You're a witch. I was half tempted to make a Harry Potter joke and ask in my best British accent, I'm a what? But Grammy was looking at me like she was dead serious. So instead, I lightly scoffed and said, yeah, okay. In the back of my mind, I was freaking out. I mean, I grew up reading about sparkling vampires and binge-watching supernatural shows on Netflix. The paranormal wasn't a completely foreign concept to me. But it wasn't real. Nadine, Grammy scolded. I'm being serious. This town, Octavia Falls, has a secret. We're all members of the Miriamic Coven, and so are you. She spoke with such honesty that it was starting to scare me. Did she seriously think she had magical powers? I looked to Lucas to see what he thought of this, but he wore the same serious look as Grammy did. Holy shit. They weren't playing games. So, you're all Wiccans? I asked, trying to make sense of what she was saying. Grammy shook her head. No, Wicca is a completely different religion from ours. So what are you saying? Octavia Falls is home to a coven of 4 different classes of witches and warlocks, Grammy explained.
5, technically,
Lucas muttered. Yes, Grammy agreed, but only 4 left. We can do magic, and so will you. Now it was time for me to give my look. I scrunched up my brow and gazed at her sideways. Was my grandmother suffering from some sort of dementia episode? I didn't even know she had dementia. Lucas caught my expression and said, Your grandma's telling the truth. Oh, really? I raised a challenging eyebrow. Then prove it. Lucas smirked proudly, accepting the challenge.
Okay.
He held his hand out, and a glowing white orb formed in it from out of nowhere. I recoiled, nearly falling out of my stool. Holy shit! How did he do that? I couldn't do anything but stare. Lucas tossed the orb into the air, and it burst into 100 smaller orbs. They floated above our heads like lightning bugs, all orbiting in a uniform circle. What the... I was so entranced that I couldn't finish my sentence. He watched the lights beside me. It's a simple spell. Any witch or warlock can create orbs. One of the lights floated in front of me. I reached out to touch it, but pulled back at the last second. Go ahead, Grammy encouraged. It's not going to hurt you. After a moment of hesitation, I reached out for the orb. It was warm, but it didn't hurt as my fingers went right through it. What is it? I asked in wonder, still trying to convince myself what I was seeing was real and not just a trick of the light. They're magical lights, Grammy explained. Lucas twisted his fingers, and the rotation of the orbs shifted to his command. They swirled around the room, weaving in and out of one another in a beautiful lights display. They blinked on and off, then joined and split like a kaleidoscope. I'd never seen anything so beautiful in my life. Lucas waved his hands again, and the orbs floated toward me, surrounding my body but not touching me. I gazed at them, completely starstruck by what he could do. He closed his palm, and the orbs disappeared from where they hovered midair. He wore the slightest of smiles, like he enjoyed watching me view magic for the first time. It took me a moment to find my voice. Show me something else. Grammy cleared her throat and held out her hand. In the blink of an eye, a box of chocolates appeared in her palm. I nearly shit myself. Grammy! What the hell? You can make chocolate appear out of nowhere? She chuckled. Kind of. It's another ability all members of the Coven have. Conjuration. You'll learn all about it in school. School? I balked, nearly choking on my words. I was still trying to wrap my head around the whole "my grandmother is a witch" thing. There's a school? Lucas nodded. Miriam College of Witchcraft. I'll be a sophomore this year. No, I said firmly, shaking my head. This is insane. Except I just saw my grandma materialize a box of chocolates from out of nowhere, and now she was eating them. Want one? She asked, holding the box out toward me. I eyed it skeptically. Not really. What does magic chocolate do to you? Grammy laughed. It's not magic chocolate, Nadine. It's normal chocolate. All I did was conjure it. Oh, I said flatly, because I didn't know what else to say. The crazy thing was, I didn't just believe them. I wanted to. I mean, this was magic. If there was even the slightest chance they were telling the truth, which I still wasn't sure of, even though they'd just shown me things beyond explanation, I wanted to be a part of it. So, what else can you do? I asked. Grammy seemed pleased to see I was warming up to the idea. We can all perform simple incantations and defensive magic, as well as use Ouija boards, read tarot cards, summon demons. Summon demons? I cried. That sounded scary and dangerous. Yes, but I highly advise against it, Grammy said firmly. What about seances? I tapped my fingers against the counter, and my heart pitter-pattered as I eagerly awaited an answer. Grammy's lips pressed into a thin line. I know what you're thinking, Nadine, and the answer is no. But Lucas and I did one earlier, I cried. And you got hurt, Grammy reminded me. I raised a challenging eyebrow. They're not going to hurt me. She knew who I was talking about, but I was purposely vague since Lucas was sitting right there. Grammy sighed and gazed at me with a soft expression. We'll talk about this later, Nadine. Anyway, back to our discussion. Each cast has a unique set of abilities. She knew she could distract me by piquing my curiosity. What kind? I asked. Grammy cleared her throat, then picked up one of the bottles of herbs. She grabbed a pinch of dried leaves, then tossed them into the cauldron. The thick, milky solution bubbled more. Then a puff of smoke rose into the air and swirled into the shape of a cauldron. It hovered in the air like a hologram. I'm an alchemist. Grammy pointed to the tattoo on her wrist. That's what my cauldron tattoo means. Alchemists infuse magic into potions to create things like magical medicine or love potions. Ooh, love potions. Alchemists also grow their own magical herbs, Grammy explained. My jaw dropped. That's why you garden. Grammy nodded proudly. So, Mom has that same tattoo, I pointed out. Does that mean she was an alchemist, like me? Grammy confirmed. I was so shocked I could hardly move. My mom, a witch? What other castes are there? I asked, eager to know more about all this. Grammy tossed the herbs in again, and the smoke shifted into the shape of a skull. Lucas leaned in closer, his elbows on the counter. He looked from the skull to me, then gave me this look I couldn't read. All I knew was it made my insides dance. Mortana are known as the Death Caste. Their abilities vary, but they all have to do with death. Like necromancers? I asked brightly. That'd be badass. Grammy nodded. Yes, some Mortana can reanimate the dead. Others might see how a person is going to die, or can read the auras of a location to tell if death has occurred there. And the other castes? This time, when Grammy tossed the herbs in the mixture, an eye took shape in the smoke. Seers are the psychic caste, Grammy explained. Like Mortana, their abilities vary. Seers can get visions of the past, present, or future, talk to spirits, read auras, or get feelings through touch. It's the broadest caste of them all. She added more herbs, and the smoke turned into the shape of a tree. Grammy looked to Lucas, inviting him to finish the story. The last caste is mentalists, Lucas told me. They can do anything relating to the mind. Like read minds? I asked. That'd be a cool ability to have, but I didn't want anyone else reading my mind. There were some dark and dirty thoughts there that I never wanted to escape. Yes, but it's rare, Lucas said. Most mentalists have telekinesis. My jaw dropped. Shut up! They can move things with their minds? Grammy and Lucas both nodded. I glanced to Lucas's wrist, trying to see which mark he had, but he wore that gray hoodie and his wrists were covered. I didn't see a mark anywhere else on him. I shook my head. This was all too insane and fantastical. But I had just seen Lucas create light from nothing, and Grammy conjure chocolate from out of nowhere. My next question came out slowly as I calculated each word. So, I'm going to have some of these powers. Yes, Grammy said, tossing more herbs into the cauldron. The smoke transformed into tiny human figures. One of them lay down with 5 candles placed around them in a circle, while the other stood outside of the circle. The figures were so detailed that they were nothing less than a work of art. I was so entranced that I couldn't take my eyes off the scene playing out before me. On the eve of your 19th birthday, you will undergo an evoking ceremony. You will contact our goddess, Mother Miriam, and she will assign you to the caste best fit for you. Grammy waved her hands, and the figure in the candle circle began to levitate. She will awaken your powers, and you will receive your tattoo indicating your caste. Receive your tattoo? I asked. How? She made it sound like you didn't just walk into a tattoo parlor for it. It appears once your ceremony is complete, Lucas explained. Interesting, but I had so many other questions. So, your goddess, she gives you magic? I asked. Can anyone get magic from her? Yes, but it becomes a bit complicated, Grammy answered. You must marry into the Coven, and then you become eligible to join on the 1st anniversary of your marriage. You would be welcomed as a full member of the Coven, but without Miriam's blood in your veins, your powers would be limited. Even so, you'd be eligible to live with Mother Miriam and our ancestors in Alora. Alora? Our afterlife, Lucas clarified. Think of it like our version of heaven. I paused for a moment, absorbing everything they were saying. So, if you don't marry into the Coven, how do you join? Grammy brightened like it was a good question. You're born into it. All witches and warlocks born into our coven are descended from Mother Miriam. We are born with magic in our blood, which has the potential to become any type of magic, like a stem cell. But it's suppressed until your evoking ceremony. After that, it's up to you to exercise it. Like a muscle, it can be strengthened and improved upon. Are you the only coven with magic? I was eager to know what else was out there, if anything. Witches had been mentioned all throughout history, even as far back as biblical times. What if there were others? There are many different magical societies around the world, each with their own gods and their own types of magic, Grammy told me. We all remain secret, as exposing ourselves could lead to very dangerous consequences. Lucas scoffed. Yeah, just look at the witch trials. My eyebrows shot up. Your coven was part of the Salem witch trials? Those weren't the only ones, Lucas pointed out. Our coven dates back before the burning times in Europe, and Salem's is just one of the trials here in the States. The first execution for witchcraft in America took place right here in Connecticut. 50 years later, and 11 people in our state alone were killed for witchcraft. All from your coven? I balked. No, Grammy said firmly. That's one of the reasons why we came together and formed Octavia Falls, and surrounded it with a protection spell. Just our mere existence caused fear and chaos. Innocent people were being hurt in our name. So, we went into hiding. I was breathless for a moment. It was hard to wrap my head around everything. I'm sorry you all feel like you have to hide. Grammy waved her hand like it wasn't a big deal. Don't worry about it. We have 2 rules within the coven. 1, do whatever pleases the goddess. And 2, protect the coven. If you follow those 2 rules in this life, you will be rewarded in the next. It's no inconvenience at all to protect our own people. She sounded so noble when she said that. Silence settled for a few seconds. I was still taking it all in, and they were waiting for my next question. I couldn't believe I was born a witch and would get magical powers in just a few months. It was like a fantasy I dreamed of my whole life, minus the sexy vampires. That said, I was sure this town had plenty of sexy warlocks, namely the one sitting beside me. I just have 2 more questions, I said. Grammy leaned in, looking eager to answer them. Why did Mom leave the coven? Grammy's spine straightened, and I didn't miss the fallen look on her face. She stilled for only a moment before quickly relaxing. She met your father, and the rest is history. There was a thickness in the air that left me feeling a little uncomfortable. What do you mean? I asked, sensing there was something she wasn't telling me. Couldn't Dad have stayed here with her? They didn't want to, that's all, she assured me. Your mother fell in love and followed him. I guess it made sense. My parents weighed every decision carefully. They must have thought our family would be happier outside the coven. What's your other question? She asked. This school, Miriam College of Witchcraft. I could hardly believe I was entertaining the idea that it was a real place. That's the college you enrolled me in? A smile formed across Grammy's face. Yes. The college was formed to ensure all Miriamic people have control over their magic and know how to use it, so we can avoid magical accidents. All students begin studying the year their magic will awaken to prepare them beforehand, and then to teach them after.
I can't believe I'm going to be studying magic. Even as I said the words, it felt like some make-believe role-playing game, not reality. But it was. I couldn't tell myself otherwise. It was like somewhere deep inside of me, I always knew I was a witch. It just made sense.
It's nothing to be afraid of, Grammy assured me. Besides, Lucas will be there to show you around. Won't you, Lucas? He looked shocked for a moment, but he quickly relaxed.
Yeah, sure, I'll show her around.
Well, Grammy spoke in a brighter tone as she turned the burner off. The cauldron stopped bubbling, and the smoky figures disappeared. It's past lunchtime. Are you hungry, Nadine?
Famished,
I said quickly. Lucas stood.
I think I'm going to go.
Nonsense, Grammy insisted.
Sit down and eat something, Lucas.
He took a step away from the counter.
No, really, I'm not hungry. I should be getting home anyway.
Grammy frowned, but she didn't protest further.
I'll see you two around.
Lucas waved as he headed down the hall. I hesitated a moment. There were still things I wanted to ask him. He reached the front door. If I was going to catch him, it was now or never. I scrambled out of my seat and down the hall. "Lucas!" I called when I got outside. He'd already started down the street. He turned to me with an expectant look on his face.
"Yeah, Nade?"
No one had ever called me Nade before, but for whatever reason, it sounded good coming out of his mouth. I stopped on the sidewalk in front of him. "How do you know my grandma? You two seem like you're close." They were on a first-name basis, after all. The last thing I needed was for him to be my second cousin or something. Lucas shoved his hands into his pockets and glanced toward the house.
"I guess you could call her my therapist."
Therapist? Was this guy hiding a deep, dark past or something? Not that I had any right to ask. "Therapist? Is that what my grandma does?" I asked.
"She's more of a magical pharmacist," he admitted. "She makes some of the best magical medicines in town."
Right, I realized. Because she's an alchemist. He nodded. An awkward silence settled between us, but I wasn't ready to leave yet. "So, you're going to be a sophomore," I said lamely. "That makes you a year older than me. Have you gone through your evoking ceremony?"
"Yeah, I have."
"What is it exactly?" I asked. He took a long breath.
"It's a test from Mother Miriam. It's different for everyone, but you're going to have to prepare for it."
"Prepare how, if I can't even do magic yet?"
"Mentally and spiritually."
Wow. Less than 4 months to prepare for the biggest mental test of my life. That didn't sound like enough time. I swallowed. "What happens if I don't pass this test?"
"If Mother Miriam doesn't find you fit..."
He paused. I couldn't stand the suspense.
"You'll be banished from the Coven."
My blood ran cold at his words. Grammy was the last family I had left, and I couldn't be separated from her. Which meant I had to do everything in my power to pass. Come hell or high water, I was joining this coven.
Chapter 5. Lucas. The look Nadine gave me when I showed her the orbs stuck with me over the next few days. She had such wonder in her eyes that I'd never seen before. To her, magic wasn't an everyday thing like I'd grown up with. It was this beautiful new journey she had yet to discover, and I got to introduce her to that. It was like, for the first time in my life, someone actually appreciated that part of me. Move-in day arrived on Saturday, and it was the first time in months that I woke up feeling positive. "Rise and shine!" I burst into Grant's room that morning and pulled open the shades. I had to be careful where I stepped, since his room was a complete disaster. He shielded his eyes as sunlight streamed onto his face.
"Dude, can't a guy get a little privacy?"
He pulled the blankets up over himself, since he was sleeping in nothing but his boxers. "Not today," I told him. He dropped his arm from his face and eyed me curiously.
"You seem in an unusually happy mood."
I shrugged. "I get to sleep in a real bed tonight." Grant suddenly seemed more alert. He propped himself up on his elbows and wiggled his eyebrows.
"And you get to see that girl again, huh?"
"Shut up." I threw a pile of clothes at him from the foot of his bed and turned away so he couldn't see my face. Yeah, I was excited, so sue me. If Nadine thought my light display was something, she was going to freak when she saw the mansion, and I wanted to be there when she did. "I just want to move in before the rush," I told him. I threw his clothes into a pile and waved my hands over them.
"Eye of frog and witch's brew make these clothes as good as new."
My magic glowed a dark purple as it intermingled with the threads. I lifted the shirt on top and smelled it. It had a fresh, clean linen scent to it, and all the dirt had disappeared. I tossed the shirt to Grant.
"Your clothes are clean. Time to pack."
Grant sniffed the shirt.
"Thanks, but seriously? Eye of frog? In what universe is that a cleansing spell?"
I shrugged.
"Worked, didn't it?"
Grant rolled his eyes.
"Yeah, I guess."
"Okay, then let's go." Grant groaned as he rolled out of bed.
"Give me a few minutes to wake up, dude. I need some breakfast before we leave."
Unlike me, who often forgot to eat, Grant needed to eat every 2 to 3 hours.
"Right," I said. "Well, let me know how I can help."
After a shower, breakfast, and 3 hours of packing, since Grant was that slow, we made it to campus. Miriam College of Witchcraft was situated on the edge of town, in a mansion that from the outside looked 10 times the size of the house I grew up in. It had sharp peaks, pointed roofs, and the Gothic architecture shared with the rest of the town. Miriam Mansion was easily the coolest building in town. Stepping inside was like coming home. It wasn't just the magic inside. Like how it had been enchanted to be bigger on the inside than the outside, so it could house more dorms, a fitness center, and an Olympic-sized pool. It was the entire feel, like it was the one place I could be myself without fear of backlash. At the same time, entering the foyer didn't bring the thrill and excitement as my first semester. Things were darker and more sinister. I was supposed to be here to learn about my gift, and so far I was struggling with it. These wide, expansive halls were just a reminder of the endless nights I'd spent roaming them, trying to walk away my insomnia. The classrooms held memories of the magic I had yet to embrace. Maybe I'd been wrong. Maybe this wasn't home. But it sure as hell was the closest I'd come, and I was going to have to live with that. The school was already buzzing with activity. The foyer was crowded with students and parents. All around us, people were chatting away. One sophomore girl bragged to her friends about the mentalist powers she'd gotten over summer break. She showed off by making her luggage float behind her up the grand staircase. The 3 other girls, who all bore the mark of an alchemist, looked intrigued. At the top of the stairs, the mentalist girl nearly bumped into a guy who looked to be in a heated conversation with someone I couldn't see. I caught a glimpse of an eye tattoo on his arm and knew he must have been a medium. Some ghost must have been asking for his help. In the corner, at a seating area, a group of freshmen sat in a circle, reading tarot cards. Beside them, 2 junior girls were changing their makeup at will and giving each other their opinions. Grant and I walked across the foyer to the registration table, where we picked up our dorm keys and our class schedules. We climbed the stairs and took a left. There were so many people that we had to weave in and out of them, even though the hall was a good 8 feet wide. Our room was the same one as last semester, and not much had changed when we stepped inside. It was bigger than a normal college dorm, more like the size of a hotel room. There were 2 beds, 2 dressers, and 2 desks, with a couch between them facing a TV. Like the rest of the mansion, everything was decorated in dark tones. Grant plopped onto the bed farthest from the door. "Dibs." I shrugged. "Fine by me." I conjured my bag and set it next to my bed, then turned around. "Where are you going?" Grant asked. "Aren't you going to unpack?" "Later," I told him. "I'm going to explore and find out where my classes are." "Okay, I'll text you when I'm ready to hit the pool." In his next life, Grant was coming back as a fish, considering how much time he spent at the pool. I stepped out of the room, glad he hadn't questioned me further. I hadn't exactly lied to him, but the truth was that I was only going to explore in hopes of running into Nadine. I headed back down to the main foyer, but I didn't see her at registration, so I continued down the hall. I passed by endless classrooms until I reached the lounge. It was a huge room separated into different areas, with everything a student could ask for when they weren't in class: couches to sit on, big screen TVs to watch, and games like pool and darts. There was even an arcade section and 4 bowling lanes, along with a restaurant. It was like the entertainment district, all crammed into one room. Everything was cast in dim lighting like a club, but without the booze and pounding music. I walked straight past the restaurant to the sitting area, then stopped dead in my tracks when I spotted a group of 5 guys in leather jackets gathered around the pool table. I tried to step away slowly before they noticed me, but Prime Asshole lifted his head and caught sight of me before I could make my exit. "Well, if it isn't Lucas Taylor," he practically sang in the most condescending manner he could. "Ryan," I nodded my head toward him. The 5 of them stepped closer to me. Ryan came in close and wrapped an arm tightly around my shoulder so that even if I wanted to run, I'd have to put up a fight to do it. "How you doing, old pal?" His hand tightened on my shoulder until it hurt. I didn't let the pain show. These guys might have had the rest of the school fooled, but I wasn't scared of them. They were a gang of mentalists, and despite their sophomore status, they had everyone else convinced they ruled the school. They called themselves the Treacherous Tarantulas, like they were some badass gang and had a tarantula emblem on their back of their jackets like it proved something. It was a dumb name, and I was allowed to say that since I was the one who came up with it. "We're back to old pal now?" I asked casually. "Last time we talked, you called me a traitor." "That's because you are," Ryan snarled. He came in so close to me that I could smell the stench of his breath. I seriously didn't get why girls swooned over him. Sure, he had a tall, muscular, star quarterback look going on, but underneath all that was garbage. My only guess was they liked him for his dick. But it couldn't be that big. I didn't care if it was 2 feet long. Nothing could make up for his rotten personality. "First, you leave the tarantulas." "You stole Grant's insulin," I snapped. The tarantulas had never been a great group of guys. I should know, I used to be one of them. I'd been thinking about leaving them for a long time, after some shit went down the summer before college. The final straw was when they decided to sneak into my dorm without my consent and take Grant's entire insulin supply in what they called a harmless prank. I lost it. I traded in my leather jacket for this hoodie a year ago next week, and it had been one of the best decisions of my life. "And then you started fooling around with my girlfriend," Ryan continued like he hadn't even heard me. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "Seriously, we're back to that? How many times do I have to tell you that nothing ever happened between Chloe and me?" I didn't find out until months later that the only reason Chloe asked to attend my evoking ceremony was to make Ryan jealous and get him to pay more attention to her. It worked for a while, I guess, but not before I was dragged into the middle of their relationship. "You can tell me that all you want," Ryan sneered. "I'm still not going to believe you." "What do you care anyway?" I demanded. "You and Chloe broke up." "Doesn't change the fact that you betrayed us." Ryan narrowed his eyes at me. "I don't want to see you coming around the lounge anymore, you hear?" "I pay my tuition same as you," I said. It wasn't exactly true, since I was here on scholarship due to my parents' lack of funds, but Ryan didn't have to know that. I'm free to use the lounge as I please. Ryan finally dropped his hand from my shoulder.
Do as you please, Lucas, but there will be consequences.
Oh, like what? I knew Ryan was all talk and no action. He thrived on fear, and as long as I didn't give in to that, he couldn't touch me. Like this. Ryan flicked his wrist, and the cue ball flew off the table at full speed toward my nose. I flinched and ducked, but Ryan shot his hand out and caught the ball before it reached me. His posse laughed. I wasn't amused. Funny, I said flatly, straightening up. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an appointment to get to. I didn't give them a chance to respond. I turned and hurried out of the lounge, the sound of their laughter echoing behind me. The truth was, I didn't want to get into it with those guys. As much as Ryan didn't scare me, if I swung, he'd swing back. I did have an appointment, but it wasn't official. Professor Warren told me to stop into his office whenever I got settled in my room. It was on the way back to the foyer, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to swing by now. Professor Warren's office was through his classroom. The door was open when I arrived. He sat behind his desk, his hand hovering over a dead mouse that lay in front of him. The mouse twitched, but it didn't get up and move like I'd seen Professor Warren do to creatures before. I cleared my throat. He jumped a little, then relaxed when he saw it was just me.
Lucas, good to see you. Come in.
I stepped inside his office. It wasn't a very big room, but it was comfortable. One wall was made up completely of bookcases, while the other was decorated with various things that didn't seem to fit together at all. Empty potion vials, an oil lamp, and several ships in a bottle. He even had a skeleton of a cat, which I found kind of creepy. Everything okay? I asked, gesturing to the rodent corpse.
Fine, he said quickly. Just a little weak today is all. Take a seat.
I furrowed my brow, but I sat anyway. Professor Warren stood to close the door, then returned to his chair. He was in his 40s, with dark hair and a bit of stubble I guess the ladies liked or something. He was a widower and never had kids. He told me once his students were enough, though I wasn't sure I believed him. He seemed like a lonely guy.
How was your summer?
He asked. I shrugged. Good, I guess. Total lie. Honestly, I couldn't remember half the summer. I'd slept through most of it. The only parts I really remembered were disc golfing at Octavia Falls Park with Grant.
And the task I gave you?
He gave me a curious look. Professor Warren was a necromancer who taught Mortana studies. As my mentor, it was his job to help me understand my gift. The only problem? I was his first Reaper's Apprentice student. The last apprentice in the Coven died just days before my evoking ceremony. Rumor had it he'd lived to be over 100. Professor Warren didn't exactly have a lot of experience in this area, and as much as I respected him, I wasn't sure he could really help me. I'm trying to find the good in my gift, I assured him. But
what, Lucas?
He pressed. I turned my gaze away from him and looked out the window, which was lined in red drapes. Not far from the window was a dark forest.
I can't help you unless you talk to me,
Professor Warren said. I shook my head. I tried to help Old Man Keller cross over, but it was a total bust.
Oh?
He straightened in his chair.
I'd very much like to hear about that. What happened?
I summarized the best I could. By the end of it, the new girl got a concussion, and I'm not any closer to helping Old Man Keller, I concluded with. Professor Warren didn't respond right away. He leaned back in his chair with his lips pressed together like he was in deep thought.
What?
I asked.
You say your gift is nothing but a curse. But this girl...
Nadine, I said quickly. He nodded.
Nadine, you sound fond of her.
What? I scoffed, my cheeks heating. Where do you get that idea? I don't even know her.
Nonetheless, your gift brought you two together, correct?
Professor Warren raised a curious eyebrow. Not really. If we were going to stretch it that far, I guess I could say my anxiety led me to Nadine, since I wouldn't have met her if I hadn't been picking her grandmother's matus shrub leaves. But we would have met at college anyway, so I couldn't say this was exactly a perk of my gift.
If that's what you choose to believe, Lucas, that's up to you,
Professor Warren said.
But I see no harm in taking this experience as a positive. Perhaps it's worth adding to your journal.
Professor Warren had given me a journal after my evoking ceremony when he started mentoring me. So far, I hadn't added anything to it. He only wanted me to add the positive about my gift. I told him it would be faster if I filled it with the negatives. He didn't like that.
Yes, I guess it'd be nice to finally add something to the journal, I said flatly. But what good is meeting a girl? She could become the Reaper's shadow. I couldn't put that kind of burden on her.
He raised a curious eyebrow.
You realize you have complete control over the Reaper's shadow situation, don't you?
I sank further in my chair.
Things could get out of hand.
He frowned at my tone.
Lucas, I can't help you if you don't want to be helped.
A lump rose to my throat at the accusation. The bright mood I'd woken up in that morning suddenly seemed to darken. My lips tightened.
I do want help.
Professor Warren sighed.
I don't have a magic bullet. I can guide you, but you're the only one who can change your attitude.
This isn't an attitude problem, I snapped. This is a matter of circumstance, a fact. My gift sucks.
That's your perspective.
Professor Warren tried to convince me. I wasn't buying it.
Would you think that if you were put in my place? I challenged.
He shook his head and dropped his gaze.
Lucas, I can't say what I would feel in your situation. The only thing I can do is offer my support. If we don't sort this thing out, your powers are going to consume you.
He didn't say it explicitly, but I knew what he meant. If things kept going the way they were, Professor Warren worried I'd throw in the towel and off myself like Eric did. I wouldn't lie and say I hadn't thought about it more than once, but if he really thought I was going to do it, he didn't know me at all. I crossed my arms.
That's not going to happen.
It is happening, though,
he pointed out.
You've cut yourself off from people. You've stopped doing things you used to love.
I was quick to retort.
I cut myself off from people who are toxic. That has nothing to do with my gift. And the things I used to love, it's because my brother and I used to do them together.
Rock climbing, paintball, kayaking, those were all mine and Eric's things. Our means of escape when Dad got in one of his moods. The only reason I stuck with disc golfing was because it was the only thing I was comfortable doing on my own.
I know you're still grieving,
Professor Warren said. I pressed my fingers to my eyes.
Can we not do this again? How many times are we going to have this conversation?
Professor Warren paused for a moment, and a look of regret crossed his features.
I'm sorry, Lucas.
I'm fine.
If I said it enough times, maybe I'd start believing it.
Okay, then.
He nodded, accepting my claim, even if he didn't believe it.
I'll see you in 2 weeks.
I started to get up, but he stopped me.
And Lucas?
He gave me a pointed expression.
I want to see that journal.
Right. The word felt dry in my mouth.
See you.
I left the room before I heard his goodbye. As soon as I stepped into the hall, a wave of nausea slammed into me. It was so strong that I stopped dead in my tracks. I resisted the urge to double over because I knew nothing would come from trying to heave. This kind of thing happened to me daily now. I leaned up against the wall as sweat broke out across my body. I forced myself to control my breathing as the nausea worsened.
I should have told her about the affair,
a voice said in my mind. It sounded like an old man's, just another regret, a secret for me to carry around for the dead. Not like I had a fucking choice. The nausea passed as soon as the voice faded. I glanced around, wondering if anyone had seen. But there weren't very many people in the hall, and those who were here didn't look at me. I breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the episode was over. I summoned an old leather-bound notebook, the kind used for recording spells and incantations. I wrote down the thought beneath the others. Professor Warden didn't know about this journal, the one where I kept track of everything I heard. I kept it just in case one day I needed to shove it in his face as proof of the shit I carried. Next week, I'd check the paper for the obituaries and try to match each thought with whoever had passed. Maybe Professor Warren was right. Maybe I was focusing too much on the negative. At least now I had one positive thing in my life. Nadine. I guess it was time to finally add an entry to the positivity journal.
Chapter 6. Nadine. Most mornings, I woke with a headache and stiff joints. Today was no exception. It took me over a half an hour to get out of bed. While I waited for my joints to relax, I wrote my symptoms down in my journal. Feel like shit. Joints ache. Another day in paradise. I'd been doing this since I was 13, so I could keep track of my triggers. I knew most of them by now, but I figured it was still good to keep track. I poked at my phone for a while, then finally got out of bed to run myself an Epsom salt bath. After soaking in the tub, I finally felt like I could move. Grammy knocked on the bathroom door while I was getting dressed. "How's it coming?" "I fell in," I joked through the door. She chuckled. "Do you need me to come in and rescue you?" "Nah, I'll be fine." "You sure?" she asked playfully. "I'll break down this door." "I'd like to see that," I teased. Grammy laughed. "Let me know when you're ready. Your ride will be here soon." "My ride?" I asked through the door. "I thought you were taking me." "I'll meet you there," she replied. "You don't want to miss the limo. It's a special opportunity for first-year students. Everyone looks forward to it." I liked the sound of a limo, so I hurried up and got dressed. 20 minutes later, Grammy stood at the front door with me. She picked a cat hair off my shoulder, then looked at me like she was proud. "You're going to love college," Grammy assured me. "I just know it." "I hope so," I said nervously. "This whole magic thing is really new to me." "Pfft," Grammy said, waving her hand. "You'll get used to it in no time." "So, about that seance," I said slowly. Grammy's shoulders fell. "I know how hard this is for you, Nadine, but contacting your parents will be nothing short of emotional torture. I went through it with your grandpa, and believe me when I say contacting the dead makes it much harder to move on. I need you to trust me on this." "I do trust you," I told her. I just wasn't sure I trusted her on this. It wasn't fair I never got to say goodbye to them. That was all I wanted. Grammy glanced out the front window and her eyes lit up. "Your ride's here. Now, remember, I'll meet you at the school to help you unpack. Have fun in the limo and make lots of friends." I chuckled lightly. "I'll try." I gave Grammy a hug and she squeezed me back tightly. I was glad she was meeting up with me later because I didn't want to go through with this day on my own. I didn't take my bags with me, as Grammy would be coming with those later. I stepped outside and walked to the end of the sidewalk, where a sleek black limo was parked. An old man dressed in a suit and cap bowed his head to me. "Miss Evers?" I fiddled with the strap on my purse. "That's me." He smiled kindly. "Welcome to the hearse." He reached out a white-gloved hand and opened the door. I ducked inside and was shocked at what I found. I expected a few rows of seating and a couple other students, but there must have been 100 people my age in there. Holy crap! Inside, the limo was as big as a train. The ceiling was high enough for me to stand, and the red velvet seats stretched so far back I couldn't see the back window. It should have been impossible, since the limo only looked a dozen feet long from the outside. The floor of the limo was all black carpet, and the seats ran the length of the windows. I could see houses passing by us outside, but the ride was so smooth I could barely tell we were moving. Every couple feet was a small table, and there were various counters with baristas behind them, serving up coffee and snacks. An Evanescence song played softly from the speakers. Students laughed and chatted with each other. Several people were stroking cats on their laps or flinging strings around so the cats would chase them. I noticed the lucky three a few seats down. They were surrounded by a big group of people and laughing like they were the life of the party. No one noticed my arrival, except a girl with dark skin and black hair sitting closest to me. She was dressed in a trendy black skater dress, with red tights and high-heeled boots. She kind of reminded me of a gothic Princess Jasmine. Her nails were painted red, and her hair was twisted into braids. She obviously had a good sense of fashion, and there was a friendly, approachable air about her. She was all alone, and she smiled sweetly when my eyes met hers. "Need a seat?" she asked kindly. "Sure," I agreed. I sat beside her and glanced around. "You've never been in the hearse before, have you?" she asked. I crinkled my nose. "That obvious?" She chuckled. "A little." "I'm told I'm a witch, but I'm a total magic virgin," I admitted. She waved a hand and sat up straighter. "Don't worry about it. You'll catch on quickly. I'm Mandy, by the way." Mandy? Could she be the girl I'd heard the Lucky Three talking about? "Nadine," I introduced. Mandy shook my hand, but she didn't let go right away. She turned my palm in her direction and looked down at it. "Wow, I love your hands." I furrowed my brow. Was she hitting on me? Mandy noticed my expression. "Oh, sorry. I just mean I'm studying palm reading. I notice people's hands. Yours are really soft." She ran her fingers over my palm. I should have found it creepy, but she came across as really friendly. I laughed. "I'm flattered." "Can I read it?" she asked. My heart fluttered. I'd always wanted to get my palm read. "Sure." Mandy inspected my palm closely. "Judging by the shape of your hands, you are really curious and have a lot of ideas, but you tend to worry a lot and are prone to stress." My eyebrows shot up. "You're psychic, then." Mandy smirked, obviously proud that she'd hit it on the nose. "Nope, my ceremony's not until next semester. I just know my palms. The good thing about your hand shape is it means you're a good communicator, though you don't always share your feelings." If she weren't a first year, I wouldn't have believed she wasn't psychic. Mandy ran her finger across one of the creases in my hand. "Your heart line suggests you fall in love easily, but your heart also breaks easily. If I'm reading your headline right, you're creative and spontaneous, and you love adventure." Now for the fun one. Mandy wiggled her eyebrows, but I was starting to get a little creeped out. So far, she was spot on. Mandy touched the longest line on my hand. "This is your lifeline. Yours shows that you're tired a lot, but you're really strong. But, oh no." A shadow fell across Mandy's face. "What?" I asked urgently. Mandy sucked a breath between her teeth. "There's a circle on your lifeline," she said, and I sensed that was really bad. I shifted in my seat. "What does it mean?" Mandy's face fell. "It means you're either going to suffer a severe injury or be hospitalized." I laughed because it felt really ironic. She furrowed her brow. "You don't believe me?" "No, I believe you," I assured her. "It's just creepy how accurate you are." Mandy looked uncomfortable, like she wanted to ask about my hospitalization, but she didn't. "Well, at least there are no surprises. One more thing." "What?"
I asked. Mandy cleared her throat. I noticed your fate line is really prominent. What does that mean? It means your life is controlled by destiny, she told me. I tilted my head to the side. You believe everyone has a destiny? Mandy shook her head. Not everyone. But yours, Nadine? It seems pretty important. We both went silent. Something about what Mandy said seemed really ominous. Mandy looked just as uncomfortable as I was, so she changed the subject. Since you're a magic virgin, it's my obligation to tell you to check out the hearse for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Mandy said. And definitely visit after midnight. Why? I asked. She gestured around us. In the morning, it's a coffee shop. At lunch, it becomes a cafe, and at dinner, it's a fancy restaurant. It's at the witching hour that things get fun, though. I leaned in, intrigued. What happens at the witching hour? Mandy grinned. The hearse turns into a nightclub. I bounced in my seat. Ooh, sounds fun. Don't get me wrong, Mandy said. The coffee shop is great, too. Come on, let's order something. Everything's free today on our ride to school. Mandy and I stood and walked up to the barista. My eyes caught a vine plant wiggling on the countertop. Is that alive? I asked Mandy. She chuckled. All plants are alive, Nadine. I scoffed. Well, yeah, you know what I meant. Mandy shrugged. It's just a vitamort plant. Makes wonderful tea, but be careful. If you eat the leaves raw, it'll kill you. I took a step away from it. That sounds dangerous. Mandy shrugged. Only if you eat it raw. What do you want? I continued to eye the menu. A hazelnut cappuccino sounds good. Mandy leaned against the counter and laughed. Do you want to be awake for 3 days straight? No, I replied. These aren't normal cappuccinos, Nadine, she told me. They're made by alchemists and infused with magical properties. You should try the vitamort tea. Didn't you just say it could kill me? I asked warily. Not if you prepare it right, she said. It's really good for your nerves. I couldn't deny that I was really nervous about today, so I went with Mandy's recommendation and got the vitamort tea. It was really sweet and had a hint of lemon to it. I finished it quickly and could already feel my nerves calming. Mandy glanced out the window and inhaled a sharp breath. We're here! Miriam College of Witchcraft was on the edge of town. I glanced out the window, and my jaw dropped when the campus came into view. A huge Gothic structure stood towering 3 stories high. It was the kind of place that should be cast in a dark sky and a full moon, with the howl of a werewolf in the distance. Just one look, and I was already eager to get inside. A large iron gate surrounded the property, with a thick forest behind the school. Inside the gates was an expansive lawn where groups of students were lounging under oak trees or playing frisbee in the grass. A couple of girls sat on the sidelines and giggled as the frisbee was sent off course. The guys started arguing about using their mentalist powers unfairly, when it was clear from this perspective the girls were messing with them. I was surprised to see how many cats were on campus. Nearly 1 for every 2 or 3 students. If I had known we were allowed to bring pets, I would have considered adopting one. The hearse pulled up to the front of the school. When I stepped out, Grammy was already waiting for me with my bags at the front doors. Thanks for letting me sit by you, I told Mandy. And for reading my palm. Mandy waved her hand like it wasn't a big deal. No problem, Hopefully we'll run into each other soon. See you around. I waved to Mandy, then hurried over to Grammy. Did you have fun? She asked when I approached. Yeah, I told her. The hearse was pretty cool. Grammy smiled. Told you. Come on, we're going to end up in the back of the line. I grabbed one of my bags and rolled it behind me. I could hardly get inside fast enough. I stepped through massive double doors into a huge foyer 2 stories high. Deep red carpet spanned the giant room and met up with a grand staircase painted in a black, glossy finish. Above our heads hung a black iron chandelier with burning candles on it. The walls were made of a dark wood and lined with beautiful sconces or elaborate mirrors. Everything was either red or black, and the lighting was dim, but I didn't mind. It was like we'd stepped into a vampire's lair, and I was down for that. All around the crowded room were various plush sofas and chairs where students sat and chatted. One corner even had a huge fireplace where a painting taller than me hung above the mantel. It depicted a beautiful woman wearing a corset dress. She had long, flowing brown hair and beautiful bright eyes. Her skin was impeccably smooth, and her expression warm and welcoming. She was the kind of woman who you could go up and hug, even though she was a stranger. Grammy caught me staring. That's Mother Miriam. Oh? I asked, unable to take my eyes off the artwork. She looks lovely. I finally tore my gaze off the painting to look at the students. They performed magic out in the open like it was nothing. I witnessed someone conjure their class schedule and overheard one girl telling another her aura was off today. At the fireplace, a group of alchemy students were cooking something sweet-smelling over the coals. This way, Nadine. Grammy led me over to a line behind the registration table. She stared straight ahead, like all of this beauty was an everyday thing. Meanwhile, I was still trying to take it all in. Is something wrong? She asked. I shook my head. No, it's just that this foyer's so big. I'm wondering how much of the mansion is left. Grammy smiled sweetly. There's no shortage of room in this mansion. It was enchanted long ago with a space-bending spell to make room for new students. There's much more to this campus than meets the eye. Which caste can do that kind of magic, the spatial thing? I asked. All of them, and none of them, Grammy answered. I furrowed my brow. What do you mean? When members of different castes get together, they're capable of extraordinary things. Things we can't do on our own, Grammy said. For the first time in weeks, I felt relaxed. I can't wait to start classes to learn more about magic. At the registration desk, they gave me a folder filled with information about my room, my schedule, and a map of campus. I also got a beautiful beaded bracelet that Grammy informed me was enchanted. It unlocked my dorm and acted like a credit card as long as I was wearing it. Every time I bought food on campus, the total would be deducted from my meal plan, which, like my tuition, Grammy was paying for. Count me in on the magic credit card. I groaned a little when I saw my first class was at 9 a.m. I wasn't exactly what you'd call a morning person. At least the classes sounded cool. Miriamic history, demonology, introduction to tarot, and conjuring basics. Looking at the map, I saw that Grammy was right. This place was way bigger on the inside than it looked on the outside. It was like an endless maze, one I wasn't sure I'd ever manage to learn. Great. The new girl was going to get lost on her first day. Come on, Nadine. Grammy cocked her head, and I followed her up the grand staircase, lugging one of my bags behind me. Grammy carried the rest of my luggage. At the top, a huge, ornate window looked out over the forest. I glanced to the left, then to the right. Each hallway was identical to the other. They seemed to go on forever, as if someone had set up 2 mirrors facing each other. The same red carpet and dark walls from downstairs spanned in front of us. The walls were lined with beautiful sconces every few feet. "The second floor is the dormitories," Grammy explained as she led me down the hall to the right. We weaved between other parents and students. Even though the hall was wide, there was so much foot traffic that it was a little crowded. "The first floor is where you'll find all your classrooms." "Okay." I nodded along, but I kept my eyes on the doors as we passed by. Each was marked with a number, with the even numbers on the right and the odd numbers on the left. They started at 100. I was relieved to see that my number was 112. I didn't have long to walk. When we reached my door, it was propped open. A haunting but upbeat melody played from somewhere inside. The beautiful noise spilled out into the hallway. I stepped up to the door and peeked inside. The room was bigger than I expected, with a huge closet and a bathroom right up front. A set of beds stood beyond that, with a couch between them. The furniture was all dark wood and smooth curves. Red drapes hung in front of the window and matched the bedding. I was pleased to see the bathroom had a tub, as I'd need that for my Epsom salt soaks. A white cat lay curled up on the bed furthest from the door. In the far corner, a petite girl with brown hair, blue eyes, and smooth skin sat at a keyboard, playing the song. I noticed she didn't have sheet music in front of her, as if she was playing from memory. She looked up and stopped playing when she noticed Grammy and me in the doorway. She cleared her throat, and her voice came out soft and a little higher than mine. "Oh, hello. You must be Nadine." "Don't stop playing," I said quickly. "It sounded great." She blushed a little and stood. "I was just practicing. I'm Talia, your new roommate." She walked over to the bed and picked up her cat. He stirred a little and blinked as she held him up. "And this is Gus." I stepped further into the room. "Aw, he's precious." I set my bags at the end of my bed and reached out to pet Gus. He nuzzled his head against my hand and purred. "He likes you," Talia said sweetly. She glanced behind me as if searching for something. "Where's yours?" "My cat?" I asked. "I don't have one. Am I supposed to?" "No, dear," Grammy replied. She set my largest suitcase on the bed and started arranging my clothes in the nearest dresser. "Cats are common in the Coven, but not required. We believe them to be reincarnations of those who have passed on. Cornelius is actually your grampy." "Shut up," I told her. "He is not." Then again, I just found out magic was real. Reincarnation wasn't totally out of the realm of possibility. Talia furrowed her brow. "You don't know?" I shrugged. "I'm new." "Ah," she nodded. "That explains it." "Explains what?" "Why I didn't recognize your name. I know everyone in my class from high school. I figured you must have skipped a grade or something." I shook my head. "Nope, just new." Talia's eyes brightened. "Oh my goodness, you're going to love it here. First things first, we have to visit the lounge. The restaurant there carries Barry's enchanted muffins. They're made by an alchemist in town and can turn your hair purple or make you burp bubbles." I laughed. She seemed really excited to have a new person to show around. "That sounds amazing. Where's that at?
Downstairs, Talia said in excitement.
I'd love to check it out after we unpack, I said. I noticed her bags were still full. She glanced to them.
Yeah, I only got as far as the keyboard. I was going to unpack after my parents left, but the music was calling me.
You're really good, I said as I started lining books up along the top of my dresser. How long have you been playing?
About 13 years.
She looked like she was trying to calculate it in her head. Wow. I'd never stuck with anything that long.
Talia shrugged. It's always been a comfort to me. Ever since I was a kid, I struggled with reading because I'm dyslexic, but music makes sense. I can feel it. I don't have to worry about reading the notes.
Wait, I said, glancing back at her piano. You do all that without ever looking at sheet music?
Talia offered a shy smile. Do you want this hung in the closet?
Grammy interrupted, holding up a slim black dress I'd never worn. I kept it just in case I ever happened to get invited out on a hot date, which would probably be never. She stopped in her tracks when she realized how short it was. Good goddess! You call this a dress? You'll bend over and everyone will see your cooch. Grammy! I exclaimed, covering my ears for show. Talia burst into laughter. Don't ever let me hear you say that word again. Which word? Grammy asked innocently. Cooch? Grammy! Okay. She sighed as she headed toward the closet to hang it up. I'll wear leggings under it, I promised. It took another hour of moving around the room and giving introductions before we'd finished unpacking. Even though I'd paced myself, I was exhausted by the end of it. Grammy picked up her purse and took a deep breath. Well, I guess I'll leave you to it. Thanks for all your help, Grammy. I reached out and pulled her into a hug. I'll see you this weekend. I look forward to it. Bye, Nadine. She gave me one last squeeze, then turned to the open doorway. Oh! Grammy whirled back to me like she'd forgotten something. I meant to give you these. She reached into her purse and pushed a pile of foil packets into my hands. I took them, not realizing what they were. She reached in for another handful and shoved them into my other hand until they started falling onto the floor. When it hit me, I wanted to crawl into a hole. Grammy! I cried, shooting a quick glance to Talia, who sat on her piano bench. She slapped her hand over her mouth and was trying not to laugh. She wasn't succeeding. I turned beet red and hissed at my grandma. Condoms? Grammy shrugged like it was no big deal. You're at college. I want you to be safe. Grammy, I couldn't find the words. It was too awkward. What? She asked innocently. You are going to be having sex, aren't you? Oh my God, I groaned. Of course I was going to lose my virginity eventually, and probably in college, but couldn't she be a normal grandma and pretend I never would? Grammy huffed. Well, if you don't want them, give them back. She reached for the pile of condoms, but I jerked away from her. Grammy raised a curious eyebrow. Talia could no longer contain her laughter. She doubled over, trying to catch her breath. I'll keep them, I told Grammy. You know, just in case. That a girl, Grammy said proudly. I'll see you girls later. It was nice to meet you, Talia. You too, Talia called as my grandma left the room. As soon as she was out of sight, Talia and I exchanged a wide-eyed look. Then we both broke into a fit of laughter. I had to sit down on the bed. I was laughing so hard. Oh, my God, I cried between laughs. I can't believe she just did that. She's looking out for you, Talia giggled, eyeing the pile in my hand. What? I held them out to her. You need one? She smirked. Tell you what, we'll start a condom box. A condom box? I asked. She stood and bounced over to her dresser. She grabbed a jewelry box that opened from the top and turned to me. We'll keep it stocked, and if anyone needs one, there will always be one handy. I placed the condoms into the jewelry box, then leaned over to pick up the others that had fallen out of my hands. Thanks, Talia. It's a good idea, considering you'll probably use most of them. Me? She balked. No. I snickered. Then this condom box is going to last us a while. She looked curious as she closed the box. Wait, so you haven't... I shook my head and quickly added, not that I don't want to, I've just never been in that situation. Shut up, she said with an eye roll. You're banging hot, Nadine. I smiled. Thanks, but I didn't have many options. I dated this guy in high school for 2 years, which kept me out of the dating pool. But it was just kind of puppy love, you know? For him, at least. I'd always wanted more, which made the breakup that much worse. Oh, I know, Talia said, like she'd had her fair share of crushes. Anyway, it didn't end well. He told me he was saving himself for marriage, but I guess he forgot about that when he fucked the head cheerleader. Talia's jaw dropped. He did not. My gut sank at the memory. Brandon made me believe he was saving himself for me. Nope. Just waiting for someone hotter to show up, I guess. Whatever. I brushed it off. We'd broken up months ago. I was over it. I'm glad I never slept with him. Totally. I hope you whipped his ass, Talia said. I chuckled. I made a scene, all right. In front of the whole lunchroom, too. I dumped my entire milk carton over his head. Jackass. I would have done a lot more had my friends not held me back. They had to remind me how much I'd regret it. I'd buried my dark side long ago. I wasn't the crazy bitch who started fistfights on the playground anymore. Talia set the condom box on my nightstand and sat on the couch, leaning over her arm to face me. I want my first time to be special, but I'm not the kind of girl who needs a ring first. I laughed. Me neither. Just give me a loyal boyfriend and I'll be good to go. Talia made a crude motion with her hand and her tongue. I threw my head back in laughter. Oh, good. She gave a sigh of relief. I was afraid my roommate would be a prude. Girl, you can make dick jokes all day long, and it's not going to bother me. In that case... Talia made another motion with her hands. I couldn't stop laughing. A knock came at the door, which was still open. I leaned forward on my bed to peek around the bathroom at the door. A woman I didn't recognize stood in the doorway. She was at least my parents' age, with dark brown hair and hazel eyes. She wore a pantsuit and looked like she was someone important. A fat black cat followed at her heels. "Excuse me," she said kindly. Talia shot to her feet and nodded politely. "Headmistress Verla." Since I didn't know the proper protocol, I stood beside Talia. Headmistress Verla smiled at the two of us. "Do you mind if I come in?" "No, not at all," Talia said. Headmistress Verla stepped into the room and extended her hand out to me. "Hi, Nadine. I'm Headmistress Verla, and this is Odin." She gestured down to her cat. "It's a pleasure to meet you." I furrowed my brow. "How do you know my name?" "I know all my students." She turned to Talia and said, "Talia Murphy." Talia looked like she was going to pass out as she took Headmistress Verla's hand. You'd think she was meeting her pop star idol or something. To what do we owe the pleasure? I asked. I glanced down to Odin, who was sniffing Gus curiously. Gus's hair stood on end, like he didn't like the other cat in his territory. I've come here to welcome you to the school, Headmistress Verla said kindly. I don't know if you're aware, Nadine, but I was friends with your mom. I know how hard things must be for you right now, especially after what happened. Her expression turned sad. There was a genuine sorrow behind her voice that suggested she and my mom were very close, though I'd never met her. I just want you to know that if you ever need anything, you can come to me. It's the least I can do. Thank you, Headmistress Verla, I said genuinely. Oh, please, she replied. Call me Clarice. Hold the phone. This was Clarice? The friend from high school my mom always talked to on the phone? I'd heard so much about her. She must have noticed the shocked look in my eyes because she said, I take it your mom has mentioned me? Yeah, I said breathlessly, unable to believe I was finally meeting her. She talks about you all the time. It hit me that I'd said talks, like I still thought about my mother in the present tense. It was a hard habit to break. Headmistress Verla gave me a smile, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. I bet she was thinking about how my mom was gone. I knew I was, and it was killing me inside. Finally, she cleared her throat, and her eyes focused on me again. I'm so glad to hear that. Well, I'll let you get back to things. I just wanted to come and introduce myself. It's great to meet you, Nadine. You too, I said, feeling relieved that she didn't say anything more about my parents. When she and Odin left the room, I turned to Talia. She seems really nice. Talia frowned. Yeah, all the students love her. I just feel so bad for her. Bad? Talia dropped her gaze. She's had it really rough these last few years. First, she lost her sister. Then, just a few weeks ago, she gave birth to a stillborn. Seriously? I asked, my heart breaking for her. I couldn't imagine. She seems a little old for a baby, doesn't she? Talia shrugged. I don't think it was planned. She's not married. That's still gotta be hard, though, I said. My guts twisted at the thought. She'd lost so many important people in her life in such a small amount of time. I couldn't imagine adding any more people I loved to the list of those I'd already lost. She said something happened to your parents? Talia asked softly. It didn't sound like she was trying to prod, but rather make sense of what Headmistress Verla had said. A heavy weight settled on my chest at the mention of my parents, so I sat on the bed to ease it. Yeah, it was a car accident. That's why I came here. Talia's frown deepened. I'm so sorry, Nadine. My breath wavered. I don't really want to talk about it. Talia's expression was soft, like she understood. I could cheer you up. I looked up to her and cracked a smile. I was glad my roommate was so nice. You can try. Talia sat on her piano bench and positioned her hands over the keys. Gus hopped onto the bench beside her and watched as her fingers began to move expertly, creating a soft, beautiful melody. I lay back in the bed, relaxing as I let the beautiful sound wash over me. This is the only way I know how to cheer people up, Talia admitted without missing a note. It's working, I told her. That's good. She continued playing while I took deep breaths. My mind was on my parents now, which meant it could be hours until I stopped thinking about them. I loved them, with all my heart, but sometimes it was easier to forget that they were gone. When I brought up their memory, a huge hole opened up in my abdomen, and it felt like it was trying to suck the rest of my body inside of it. My head started to hurt, and my bottom lip quivered. Suddenly, the music stopped. "Can I help you?" Talia said. My eyes shot open, and I pushed myself up in bed to see who she was talking to. I didn't get a look at the door before the voice came. "I'm looking for Nadine." That hole inside my stomach seemed to slam shut, and the tension in my head eased instantly. In fact, my whole body felt lighter as a fluttering sensation overtook my insides. Was that Lucas standing in my doorway? I got to my feet and walked around the side of the bed where he could see me. His eyes seemed to light up, and the weight melted off my shoulders. "Well, you found me," I told him. "Come in." Lucas stepped into the room, followed by another guy I didn't know. Lucas must have noticed me eyeing him, because he quickly introduced us. "Nadine, this is my roommate, Grant. Grant, this is Nadine." "Hey," Grant said, but his eyes remained locked on Talia. Talia didn't seem to notice him as she turned back to her piano and kept on playing. Grant smirked and stepped forward, leaning against the wall next to her. "Well, hello, beautiful," he said. Talia didn't miss a beat on the piano. "Really? That's the pickup line you go with?" Grant stood straight up, looking shocked. "I'm sorry, did it not work? Let me try again." He leaned back against the wall and cleared his throat. "Did it hurt when you fell from heaven?" Talia kept her eyes on her moving fingers. "Try again." Beside me, Lucas chuckled. "Good goddess, he's making a fool of himself." "Really? I find it a little entertaining," I admitted. Grant tugged at the collar of his shirt. "Is it hot in here, or is it just you?" "Again," Talia said flatly. Grant took a deep breath, like he was about to go in for the kill. "If I told you that you had a beautiful body, would you hold it against me?" "No," she deadpanned. "Try again." Grant groaned. "You're killing me." Talia shrugged but continued playing. "I'm going to make you do it again until you get it right." Damn it. I loved this girl already. Grant sighed, then stood up straight and spoke softly. "Hey, I'm Grant." "I'm Talia," she introduced. "Talia," he repeated, sounding pleased. "I couldn't help but notice that you're really talented. Is that Dark Midnight by the Wicked Warlocks?" Talia glanced up at him with half a smile. "It is. You've heard of them?" Grant beamed, pleased that she was responding. "Oh yeah, I watched them play live last year." Lucas leaned over to me and whispered, "The Wicked Warlocks are a local band." "I figured," I whispered back. "Have you seen them play?" Grant asked. Talia's smile widened. "Considering my brother is their lead singer and I write half their songs, I'd have to say yes." Grant's jaw dropped so low it was comical. "Shut up! Your brother is Tyler Murphy?" "The one and only," Talia said. "What do you think he'd say if I asked his little sister out on a date?" Grant asked. "Smooth," Lucas mumbled. Talia stopped playing, then looked up to Grant. "He'd probably castrate you for asking." Grant's eyes went wide. Talia snickered. "Good thing you don't have to ask him, seeing as I can speak for myself." Grant relaxed and beamed at her. So, what do you say to a date? Talia looked thrilled, but she was having too much fun. How about we hang out with some friends first? Grant narrowed his eyes. But, as a date? Talia laughed. Let's start with this, and maybe it'll turn into a date. Grant shrugged. I'll take it. Perfect. Talia stood and bounced over to her bed to grab her purse. Nadine and I were thinking about heading down to the lounge to order some of Barry's enchanted muffins. She's never had them before. Sounds good, Grant said. He looked to Lucas for confirmation. Lucas hesitated. Oh, I was just there and... He trailed off and looked to me. I was already reaching for my purse, excited about these magic muffins. Lucas cleared his throat. Never mind. Let's go. We stepped out into the hall, and Grant took a right while Lucas went left. I followed behind Lucas, who kept walking without looking back. This way, bro. Grant whirled around and scrambled to catch up with us. I swear to the goddess, I'm never going to figure out this campus's layout. Is there anything that way anyway? I asked. I mean, besides other dorm rooms? No, Lucas said. Unless you want to play Russian roulette with the east staircase. I tilted my head to the side. What do you mean? We call it the vanishing stairwell. There used to be a stairwell at the end of each hall, as well as the grand staircase in the middle, Lucas explained. A few years ago, some girls in the room at the end of the hall wanted to expand their dorm, so they tried a space-bending spell. It clashed with the current spell and spread to the stairwell. Now it just kind of comes and goes. Huh, that's weird, I remarked. What happens if it vanishes while you're inside? Believe me, Grant said. It's best to avoid it altogether. Someone once got stuck in there for a month, and he starved to death. Rumor has it he still haunts the staircase. When it appears, that is. My eyebrows were raised so high I could feel the tension in my face. Wow, okay. Use the main staircase. Roger that. The main foyer was quieter now that most students had been through registration. Lucas led us down the stairs into a wide hall behind the staircase. He slowed as a pair of double doors came into view. Ladies, let me introduce you to the lounge. He gestured to the doors and let Talia and me step inside ahead of him. The lounge was huge, with various walls sectioning off different areas. I couldn't see it all. The restaurant was straight up front, so I started for that first. Like the rest of the school, the lighting was dim, and there were various chandeliers that hung over the tables. It reminded me of an upscale bar, but without the liquor behind the counter. There weren't very many people here. A large menu was hung above the main counter, so I assumed that was where we ordered. I couldn't take in the entire menu. There was a section of regular meals, then a menu of all different desserts that seemed to have magical powers. Things like glamour gelato, yodeling yogurt, slimming sundae, and literal humble pie. A girl with curly red hair who looked older than me stepped out of the back and up to the counter. I noticed the cauldron tattoo on her collarbone. Her name tag read Darcy. Let me know when you're ready to order. Thanks, Lucas said. We'll just be a minute. Is that slimming sundae for real? I asked. Who wouldn't love to eat a sundae and lose a few pounds? Talia crinkled up her nose like it wasn't that great. It only lasts for a few hours. In that case, let's stick with the muffins, I said. Lucas stepped up to the counter. We'll take a dozen of Barry's enchanted muffins. It's on me, guys. A dozen muffins? I balked. He shrugged. They're pretty small. A red-haired girl turned to a rack behind the counter, where there were stacks of pre-packaged muffins. She handed the box to Lucas, who promptly turned and headed to an empty table. She never told him his total or gave him a receipt. It was like our bracelet/credit cards knew how much to charge to our account based on our order. The four of us sat around a table next to a beautiful painting of a cat. Lucas sat across from me and opened the box. The muffins were bite-sized and all different colors. I didn't know which one to choose first. "Try this one." Talia picked up one that looked like chocolate and slid it over to me. "Talia, no," Lucas warned. "Maybe something a little tamer." "What does it do?" I was intrigued. Talia smirked. "Just try it." I picked up the muffin and began peeling off the paper cup. I'd try anything once. Lucas sighed. "Don't say I didn't warn you." I popped the muffin in my mouth. A rich, chocolate taste filled my mouth, but it was better than regular chocolate, like I could taste the magic infused into it. Almost instantly, I felt this tingling in my chest. I looked down, then, bam! My boobs were the size of watermelons. They almost ripped my shirt to pieces. My bra stretched tightly across the massive things. "Talia!" I screamed, throwing my hands over my chest and ducking my giant boobs beneath the table. It barely did anything to hide them. If anything, leaning over just made my cleavage that much more obvious to the two guys across the table. Talia burst into a fit of laughter. Across from her, Grant's eyes were glued to my chest, and he had his hand over his mouth as he tried not to laugh. "My eyes are up here, buddy," I snapped at him, but it was all in jest. Even Lucas cracked a smile. At least he was being decent and wasn't staring, though I caught him glance downward a few times. "How long do these things last?" I asked. "I can't walk around like this all day." "They'll be gone in a minute," Talia assured me. I relaxed a little. "Okay, let's see what yours does." Talia ate a muffin that looked like lemon poppy seed. Within seconds, her eyebrows started growing until they formed into a single, long, bushy unibrow. She leaned forward on one elbow and gave Grant a suggestive look while she wiggled her eyebrows. "Still want that date, sweetheart?" He beamed. "Hell yeah." She looked a little surprised and sat up straighter. "Well, let's see yours first." Grant ate a banana muffin. I waited for something to happen, but several seconds ticked by and nothing changed. "What does that one do?" I asked. "I don't know," Grant said, but it wasn't in his own voice. It was at least an octave higher and sounded like he'd inhaled helium. His eyes went wide at the sound. "Dude, that is freaky!" "Sing something," I encouraged. "I don't sing," he replied in the comical, high-pitched voice. "Come on," Talia begged. "Okay." He caved, then launched into a silly version of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Lucas rolled his eyes. By the time we got to him, my boobs had shrunk to their normal size and fit into my bra again. "Your turn," I said, nudging him with my foot under the table. I didn't expect my foot to tingle at the contact, but it did. And then he looked at me, and my whole body was done for. It turned to mush. It was like he had this magic around him that did that every time we touched. Lucas held up a red muffin like it was a shot and said, "Here goes nothing." Except it never got to his mouth. He froze in place as his eyes locked on something behind me. I turned to see what he was looking at and found myself staring at 3 perfect girls strolling into the lounge. They were the same girls I'd seen a few days ago. The lucky 3. There was main bitch Chloe in the front, followed by Gwen and Camille. Talia frowned when she spotted them. Not these bitches. You know them? I asked. Yeah, we're in the same year, she said. They were the queen bees of our high school. Doesn't look like they've realized that doesn't make them king shit at the college, Grant whispered under his breath. He was right. They walked in here like they owned the place. Chloe didn't see us right away, as she had her eyes fixed to the front counter. But something must have caught her attention out of the corner of her eye, because she did a double take and looked straight at us. Lucas groaned, but he'd already been spotted. Chloe changed course and started making her way over to us. Hey, Lucas, she practically sang, almost like the two had a thing. Judging by the way Lucas looked at her with disdain, whatever it was must have been one-sided. Chloe, he said politely. Why don't you introduce us to your friends? The way she said it suggested that was the only reason she came over here. Talia looked up to her with a raised eyebrow, which was back to normal now. I'm Talia Murphy. You know me. Chloe furrowed her brow and spoke with fake politeness. Do I? Talia stared at her in disbelief. Yes, we've been in class together since the 1st grade. I live on your street. Chloe mused. I guess you just have one of those faces. You know, it blends in with all the others. On the contrary, I think she's beautiful and stands out, Grant growled. Chloe looked down at him with a sneer. Yeah, you would. Whatever that meant. Chloe turned her gaze on me. I haven't seen you around before, and I know everybody. Apparently not, Talia mumbled under her breath, but Chloe ignored her. I'm new, I said. Huh, we don't get many new kids, Chloe shrugged. Well, we exist, I replied. She glanced to Grant and turned up her nose. Yeah, I can see that. I'm Chloe Olsen, by the way. I pretended to think. Never heard of you. She squirmed a little, like that bothered her. And you are? Nadine Evers, I told her, not really caring if she knew or not. Nadine Evers, she repeated under her breath. Why does that sound... Wait, are you Helena Tucker's granddaughter? The one and only, I answered proudly. Chloe's nostrils flared, like I just said something to seriously offend her. She slapped her palms flat on the table and leaned down to get right up in my face. She punctuated each word and spoke very clearly. What the fuck are you doing in Octavia Falls? I leaned back in my chair, totally taken off guard. It was like she had something against me. I hadn't even done anything to piss her off yet, unless she'd seen me spying on her the other day. Lucas shot to his feet and put a hand on Chloe's shoulder. Back off, Chloe. She slapped his hand away and whirled on him. Don't tell me what to do! She turned back to me, unadulterated hatred marring her features. I seriously had no idea what I'd done wrong. You don't belong in Octavia Falls. You never should have come here. I scoffed and crossed my arms. Ominous much? I'm serious, she warned. If you want to stay here, you won't go through with your evoking ceremony. I rolled my eyes. All these basic bitches were the same. I'd handled them in the past. I could handle her. Yeah, okay, I'll keep that in mind. Chloe narrowed her eyes toward me, like she was trying to curse me with them. Lucas threw himself between us. Seriously, Chloe, you need to leave. She didn't take her eyes off me, but she started backing away. This is far from over. She whirled around and her girl squad followed without a word. I turned back to my friends. Holy crap! What was that about? Talia shot a scowl at Chloe's retreating form. No idea. She's just like that, Grant said. I bet she's trying to scare you because you're new. She did the same thing when I first met her. She called me Hispanic scum. I frowned. I'm sorry. Lucas sat back down, but he didn't take his eyes off Chloe, as if watching her for potential threats. Thanks, by the way, I told him. She looked like she was about to curse my ass. Lucas chuckled lightly. No problem. She can't, though, because she hasn't gone through with her evoking ceremony yet. And if she did curse you, she'd get in trouble. Something told me she'd find a way to talk herself out of repercussions. She's just threatened by you, Lucas assured me. I gave him a skeptical look. Threatened by me? He shrugged. Yeah, because your grandma is such a powerful witch. Her family's powerful too. Chloe's slated to be one of the best witches of her class. She doesn't want to lose her spot at the top. I rolled my eyes. Like I said, all these basic bitches were the same. Whatever. She has nothing to worry about. Talia smiled. Well, you already made the top of my list. I reached for another muffin. Good to know. I'll be sure to steer clear of Chloe from now on. A good idea, Lucas confirmed. Is this one any fun? I asked, holding up a chocolate chip muffin. Lucas smirked from across the table. Will you still eat it if I told you no? I nodded firmly. Absolutely. I popped the muffin in my mouth, and my hair instantly changed to an I don't give a fuck bright blue. Ah, I said, the perfect muffin to fit my mood. Classes started on Tuesday, the day after Labor Day. Luckily, Talia and I had explored campus the day before, so we knew where our classrooms were. We had Miriamic history together, which I was grateful for since I didn't want to attend my first class on my own. The classroom was huge and set up like a movie theater, with big comfy chairs lined in rows. There must have been at least 100 first-year students here. I noticed the lucky 3 up in front, but they didn't see us as we took our seats in the middle of the room. I'm totally going to fail this class, I groaned as I pulled my laptop out to take notes. Talia scoffed. You are not. What makes you say that? Because everyone here knows all this history. It's brand new to me, I explained. You'll catch up in no time, Talia promised. Our professor entered the room. He looked really old, like the history he'd be teaching would be told firsthand. His white hair was in stark contrast to his dark skin. He wore all black, including a silk black tie over a black button-down shirt. Though he looked ancient, he moved with grace down the main aisle until he came to the front of the room. The entire class quieted as all eyes turned to our professor. Good morning, students, he said kindly. I'm Professor Richards, and this is Miriamic History. Welcome to your first semester at Miriam College of Witchcraft. Today we will be studying the basics of our history. Later this week, we'll jump into more in-depth topics. There is no textbook in this class, so I suggest you don't skip my class, as you'll find it very difficult to pass your exams." Professor Richards jumped into the lecture immediately. I rushed to start taking notes. "We are all familiar with Mother Miriam. She is the mother of all witches and warlocks within our coven, and the very woman we are all descended from. The beginning of our coven starts with her story." Professor Richards pointed his palms to the high ceiling. Small orbs the size of marbles floated up from his hands. They started out bright, then dimmed to various shades as he arranged them above himself in an intricate pattern. The orbs came together to form the image of a woman. Her face was identical to the painting that hung above the mantel in the foyer. It was clear he was a talented artist as well as a historian. Mother Miriam lived as a handmaiden in Europe during the 14th century, Professor Richard lectured. As he spoke, the orbs began to move to create a scene. The image of Mother Miriam began walking through thin air, performing chores like we were watching a play. Her master was very mean to her. If she didn't do exactly as he asked, he'd lock her in the cellar for days without food or water. If she asked questions, he beat her. The image of a whip came out of nowhere and slashed across her back. The orb shifted quickly to make it look as if she was crying out in pain. "You don't want to know some of the terrible things he did to her," Professor Richards said sadly. He took a deep breath and continued. "One day she accidentally spilled a pail of water while doing her chores. He punished her by making her stand in the hot coals of the fire. The flesh burned clean off her feet." Shudder. That night, she crawled from the house and fell to her knees, praying for someone to help her escape these terrible conditions. The image depicted a woman on her knees with her hands folded in front of herself, looking toward the skies. My guts twisted as he told the story. She'd spent many nights praying to the gods, but they never answered her prayers. Professor Richards continued. So instead, she summoned a demon to beg for retribution against her master. She was willing to do anything to escape his tyranny, including selling her own soul to the devil. Silence settled over the room for a moment as we all took in the heavy weight of the story. A demonic god by the name of Santos appeared. As you all know, he is the father of all Miriamic people. More orbs floated up out of Professor Richard's palms and formed a second figure beside Mother Miriam. He seemed to look down upon her with mercy. Professor Richards continued. As he listened to her story, he became enraged. He traveled to the house of her master and killed him. It was after he sliced her master's head clean off his shoulders that he spoke his famous quote, "Even a demon would not be so heartless." First of all, decapitation? Gross. Second, if this master guy was pissing off demons, there was a lot more about his treatment of Miriam that Professor Richard wasn't telling us. Part of me was curious to know, and the other part was grateful he'd spared us the gory details. In exchange for what he did, Mother Miriam pledged her soul to Santos, but he would not take it, for he felt she'd already given up enough to her master, that she didn't deserve an eternity in the abyss, Professor Richards said. To protect her, Santos remained on Earth with Miriam, where they lived out the rest of their lives together. It was during that time that she taught him how to love, and they had 5 children together. I gasped and leaned over to Talia. "Does that mean we're all part demon?" She nodded. Holy shit! Why hadn't Grammy mentioned this earlier? I had demon blood running through my veins. Each of these children had a different power, Professor Richards said. With each child born, so was a new caste. When Miriam died, Santos gifted her the power of the gods, and she became a goddess herself. Together, they formed Alora, our afterlife, and Mother Miriam became the sole judge of our people. Follow her, and you will be welcomed to Alora with open arms. Defy her, and you will be cast into the abyss.
The abyss? I whispered to Talia. It's basically hell, she whispered back. You have hell? I asked. She looked a little shocked by the question. Well, yeah. Don't all religions? Touché. Professor Richards went on to discuss the importance of Miriam's relationship with Santos, and how together they had changed demonic principles that had been in place since basically the beginning of time. No demon, be it a demonic god or a lesser spirit, had ever created a utopia before, he continued. It was the compassion Santos felt for Miriam that changed him, and her undying gratitude thereafter that helped them grow together. It was only because of their love for one another that they could create Alora in the first place. By the time class ended, I had so much information to process. What is it? Talia asked as we walked out of the lecture hall. I shook my head. I just can't imagine that kind of love. So strong and passionate that you can create an entire afterlife out of it. Can people really change like that? Talia cringed. Don't let anyone else hear you say that. Santos's story is a beacon of hope for us. We believe in forgiveness and second chances. I furrowed my brow. But can't Mother Miriam kick you out of the Coven as she pleases? Yes, Talia confirmed, but not without giving you a second chance. I didn't know what a second chance entailed, but worry knotted in my gut as I wondered if that'd be enough, or if being an outsider had already doomed me for failure.
Chapter 7. Lucas. The first week of classes passed by before I realized it. After necromancy safety on Friday, I waited until everyone else left the room before approaching Professor Warren.
Lucas, he said brightly, what can I do for you?
I looked down to the positivity journal I clutched in my hands. My heart beat rapidly, though I couldn't explain why. This journal was private, and it felt like handing over a part of myself. I didn't like being vulnerable, but Professor Warren was my mentor. He'd said it more than once that he couldn't help me if I didn't help myself.
I, wrote down a few things, if you wanted to take a look, I said.
He stood straighter, looking somewhat surprised.
Sure.
I handed over the journal. Professor Warren glanced at the first page, then flipped to the next to see if there was more. I hadn't even filled the first page yet, but at least I had a start. Professor Warren didn't look at the journal long enough to read what I'd written. He'd closed it and handed it back to me, and I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. It eased my nerves to know he wasn't reading every entry. He probably wouldn't have made sense of what it all meant either. My gift led me to Nadine. Muffins in the lounge. We met at Talia. Grant seems happy. I wasn't sure if half that stuff counted. Technically, Grant meeting Talia had nothing to do with my gift, but if Professor Warren thought my gift led to Nadine, and meeting Nadine led to meeting Talia, then I guess it counted. Grant couldn't shut up about her since that day they met. He kept asking me when we were going to hang out with the girls again. I told him he had to give her time, or he was going to suffocate the poor girl.
I'm glad to see you're taking this seriously, Professor Warren said. I hope it's helping.
I shrugged. I think so. I'm not sure yet.
Well, we've only started, Professor Warren pointed out.
I want to see the next page filled by our next meeting. I nodded. I'll try. It had been like pulling teeth. I sat there for hours trying to think of one other thing besides meeting Nadine that my gift had done for me. It was only when I started playing off meeting her that the other ideas came to me. If I could tie everything back to that, I could probably have a page filled by next week, assuming things went well tonight.
How have you been, Professor? I asked.
He tilted his head in question. I'm fine. Why do you ask?
You said you weren't feeling well the last time we talked, I reminded him.
Ah, yes. I'm quite well now, thanks for asking. Whatever it was wasn't long-lived.
That's good to hear, I said. I have to get to afterlife studies, but I wanted to keep you updated on my assignment.
Professor Warren nodded. I appreciate that, Lucas. Keep up the good work. I left the classroom feeling proud. None of my professors had called anything I did good work. In fact, I barely passed last semester at all. Afterlife studies was pretty easy so far. We were studying the many ways ghosts could communicate with us. We'd covered how ghosts speak to mediums, and we were moving on to Ouija boards next week. Later in the semester, we were supposed to conduct our own seance and write a paper about it. After class, I went looking for Nadine, since I wanted to talk to her about tonight. I stuck my head into the lounge, but she wasn't there. I considered visiting her room, but I didn't want to look overly eager, so I checked all the other common areas, like the pool and the foyer. Eventually, I headed outside. I swear to the goddess, my heart stopped when I saw her. Nadine sat below a huge maple tree on the front lawn. Her back was leaned against the trunk while she typed on her laptop. She was wearing a black floppy hat with a wide brim that should have been comical on her, but was actually kind of hot, along with a dark long-sleeve shirt and matching skinny jeans. I thought she looked really good in all black. A gray tabby cat came up to her and started rubbing against her foot. She stopped typing to scratch it behind the ears. I walked up to her casually, pretending as if I'd just been passing by. Hey! She glanced up and a smile spread across her face. Hey, Lucas, what's up? I shrugged. I couldn't help but notice you were sitting alone. Did you want company, or were you busy? No, not busy at all. She shut her laptop and quickly gathered her books, then gestured beside herself in the grass. Sit. I took her offer and sat beside her in the shade. It was a beautiful day, and the lawn was crowded with people. What's with the hat? She lifted her hand to touch it lightly, like she forgot she'd been wearing it. Oh, a fashion statement? I eyed her. She sounded unsure of herself, which was weird. I didn't know Nadine well, but she didn't seem like the kind of person who did things without a purpose. A fashion statement? She wrinkled her nose like she'd been caught in a lie. I found it kind of cute. Okay, truth is, I don't like the sun. I raised an eyebrow. I mean, I'm sensitive to it, she quickly added. It's not a big deal. She seemed like she didn't want to talk about it, so I changed the subject. What are you studying? Miriamic history, she said with a sigh. It's a lot to take in. I smirked. Yeah, I can see that if you didn't grow up with it. Nadine groaned. I told Talia I'd never be able to keep up, but she didn't believe me. I chuckled. Who do you have? Professor Richards, she said. He's a great storyteller, but he moves so fast. Well, there's a lot to cover, I pointed out. If you need help, I can slow things down for you. Nadine's spine straightened. She was so excited that she grabbed my arm. Really? Yeah, why not? It's like the one subject I'm actually good at. Shut up, she said lightly. Are you serious? Because I have so many questions, and I need to be caught up by next week. Absolutely, I replied. Whenever you want. Are you free now? She asked with bright eyes. She had so much energy radiating off of her that I actually found myself smiling. I could tell I'd just made her whole day. Yeah, my classes are done for the day.
I have a few hours until this party I'm going to tonight. But hey, why don't we study until then and you can come with me? Okay, I officially deserve some sort of award for slipping in that invitation so casually. I expected it to go a lot differently, mainly involving stumbling over my own words and fucking up the invitation. Instead, Nadine smiled.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Score 1 for Lucas. So what are you stuck on? I asked.
Just about everything, she joked. Okay, so I get that the demon Santos saved Miriam and all that, but, I don't get why he did it. He was a demonic god, so that makes him evil, right? How could he have any compassion for her? It was obvious Nadine was digging into things she didn't need to know for her exams, but it was a valid question. Demons aren't inherently evil, I explained. Nadine tilted her head to the side. Damn it, she was so cute. Then what makes a demon a demon?
Demon is a term for someone who lives in the abyss, I told her. There are a lot of reasons someone might end up there. Usually they've either rejected their god or have been rejected by their god. Once cast to the abyss, they usually band up with a demonic god and are gifted a set of powers to do that god's bidding. They make people do horrible things and turn them away from their religion so more people will join them in the afterlife. Nadine furrowed her brow.
But Santos was a god.
Right, but the other gods rejected him, I said. All the demonic gods are outcasts.
How'd he become a god? She asked.
I was a little taken aback by the question. She seemed to notice.
I mean, Santos made Mother Miriam into a god. Who made him?
There's more than one way to become a god, I explained. You're either born a god or made into one by another god. Santos was a god at birth. She looked more and more confused as I explained.
How many are there? Gods, I mean.
I shrugged. I don't think anyone knows.
So what makes a demon different from anyone else? She asked.
It depends on who they follow, I said. Think of the afterlife like a big city with endless gated communities. Each of these communities have rules in order to enter. If you don't pass or you leave, there's only one place left to go.
The slums,
Nadine said with a frown.
The abyss.
Right, I confirmed. It's where the worst of the worst go, but it's just chaos, a constant war zone. Trust me, you don't want to end up there.
Well, why don't all these demonic gods just go create their own communities?
Nadine asked. I shrugged, wishing I had all the answers. A lot of reasons, I guess. Some don't have the followers for it. Others want complete control and aren't willing to step aside and focus on their own people. Some are fighting their own wars with other gods. The whole thing is a mess, really. Anyway, back to your original question. You're right to assume demons are evil, because most of them are. But they're still capable of the same emotions we are. They just have to get past the bad first. Nadine nodded, looking deep in thought.
I guess I can understand that. It must be hard for them after being rejected and outcast like that.
Spoken like a true witch. No one else would show compassion for a demon.
So when people say we have demon blood, what does that mean? She asked. If Santos changed, does that mean he's no longer a demon?
I shrugged. Once a demon, always a demon, I guess. Nadine glanced down to her textbook.
So what happened after Miriam died? To the Coven, I mean. So far, we've only talked about how she got her powers from Santos, and they went on to create Alora.
I opened my mouth to explain, but I suddenly came up with a better idea. Why don't I show you? Nadine's eyes widened in intrigue.
Show me what?
I stood and reached out my hand to her. It's a surprise. She eyed my hand curiously, then took it and let me help her to her feet. She placed a hand on her hip and narrowed her eyes at me.
Just don't kidnap me, okay?
I chuckled and pressed my hand to my heart.
Nade, I'm offended. I would never.
Liar. She poked me in the side.
It was the smallest of touches, but it made my insides flip. I swore to the goddess if she got any closer to me, my dick was going to give away just how I felt about her. Shit, I shouldn't be thinking about that. Okay, I teased back. You caught me. I'm here to kidnap you. Are you going to put up a fight? She pretended to think about it. Nah, I'll just let you kidnap me. Just this once. Perfect. Let's go. I helped Nadine gather her books, then led her outside the gates of Miriam College. She hiked her backpack up a little. Is it a long walk? I shrugged. Not far. Less than a mile. Oh, she said flatly, but she kept her eyes forward and tightened her grip on the strap of her bag. Do you want me to carry those? I asked. My books? No, I've got them, she reassured me. Tell me more about the Coven's history. I told you, I reminded her. I have to show you. Right, she said. Then tell me more about you. My body tensed. I didn't often talk about myself. There were a lot of things she probably didn't want to know. Like what? I asked. She shrugged. I don't know. What do you like to do in your spare time? Not much. Seriously, I didn't even know what I did with myself these days. Most times I just felt like a shell of a human being. I'd rather sleep than anything, but Grant usually forced me out of bed and made me go outside. I like nature, I guess, I admitted. I like walking the Black Circle Trail. Speaking of which, I gestured ahead of us to the trailhead that crossed the road to campus. We'll be taking it to where we're going. Cool. Nadine turned onto the trail. Her eyes went skyward, and she took in all the trees hanging over the path. It was really pretty out here, but I personally couldn't keep my eyes off her. There's a disc golf course close by that I like to play at, I told her. Oh, that sounds fun, she remarked. I've never been. It's fun. You might like it. I didn't know why I said that, since I hardly knew her. What do you like to do? She reached up to touch a leaf on a low-hanging branch. I noticed her pace slowed when she did it, and it never picked back up. I slowed my steps to walk alongside her. We were so close that we could have been holding hands. It was the first time I noticed that she smelled like roses, which I really liked. I like to read and binge-watch TV, if those count, she said. No, they don't, I deadpanned. Nadine shot me a look, and I couldn't hold in my laugh. I'm joking, I said. They totally count. I do yoga too, but not since. Nadine trailed off. Not since what? I asked curiously. She sighed. Not since I moved here. I really need to get back into it. Yeah, it sounds relaxing. We walked for another 10 minutes before we took another path and finally arrived. A small clearing spanned in front of us, where a massive, twisted oak tree sat in the center. Nadine's head tipped so far back that she had to hold her hat to keep it on. She stared at the tree in wonder. The tree was huge, and it took 5 people hugging the base to reach all the way around. It reached up so high that you couldn't see the top when you were standing beneath it. The gnarly, twisted branches spanned so wide that the small clearing was completely shaded. The branches were heavy and hung low enough to climb onto them, though it was considered disrespectful among the Coven to climb the tree. Huge leaves bigger than my hand fluttered gently in the breeze, and an assortment of acorns littered the ground. Several park benches were placed around the clearing. In the fall, the tree turned a rich, beautiful orange. It was the most beautiful tree in all of Octavia Falls. Wow. Nadine finally looked to me, and her expression was incredible. It was like I'd just given her the best gift in the whole world. I've never seen anything like it. Come on, I said. Let's sit. Nadine seemed relieved as we took a spot on one of the park benches. She took her hat off and set it beside herself. The park was completely empty at this time of day, so we were alone. This is the protection tree, I told her, gazing up to its twisted branches. It holds the power that fuels the protection spell around the town, which keeps out anyone who's not of Miriamic descent or pre-approved into the Coven. That's why it let me in, she guessed, because I have Miriamic blood. I nodded.
So it sounds like Professor Richards left off with Mother Miriam's death?
Yeah, that's all I know so far.
After she died, Mother Miriam's descendants spread across Europe, I told her. A lot of them were accused of witchcraft, which led to mass hysteria and marked the beginning of the burning times.
The witch trials?
Nadine asked. Right, I confirmed. It lasted hundreds of years, and a lot of innocent people were burned or hanged for witchcraft. Nadine dropped her gaze to her hands. She looked sad. The Miriamic people came to the States around 1600 to escape the trials, I continued. But the trials only continued here. To protect themselves from further persecution, her descendants banded together and formed Octavia Falls in the early 1700s.
Was that when the tree was planted and the protection spell made?
She guessed. The tree wasn't really planted, I clarified. She tilted her head in question.
What do you mean?
The tree wasn't grown from seed, I told her. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ever wonder why we call our town Octavia Falls? I asked her.
I thought about it, she admitted. Where exactly are the falls?
I shook my head. It's not falls as in waterfalls. It's falls as in a verb. Years ago, when the town was formed, 5 priestesses came to this very clearing to perform the protection spell. But it was a very complicated spell, one that required the magic of 4 priestesses to flow through the 5th, the curse breaker. Her name was Octavia Barrows. The spell required more magic than she could give, and so she gave it all. Octavia fell right here in this clearing. The earth claimed her body, and out of her grave grew the protection tree, which activated the spell. She died to protect the Coven.
Wow,
Nadine breathed. She looked back to the tree and complete wonder crossed her eyes. I noticed her shift a little. What's wrong? She took a deep breath.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around all this. Some days I wake up and forget that magic exists.
I smiled.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it?
Nadine looked up to me with those bright eyes, and I knew I was done for. I just wanted to reach out and touch her. No. Yes. Do it. I didn't know what possessed me to do it. It just happened. I reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. As I pulled my hand back, I conjured a quarter, then held it up to her. Nadine placed her hand over her mouth and snickered at me. She was obviously amused.
Oh my God, you're a real magician.
I rolled my eyes. Warlock, but yeah. Nadine seemed to relax as she dropped her hand from her mouth.
Thanks, Lucas.
I furrowed my brow. For what?
For telling me about our history. It all makes more sense now. I just have one more question.
What's that? I asked. A grin slowly spread across her face.
What should I wear to this party?
It was 10 o'clock, and I still hadn't spotted Nadine. The party was down at the lake, and the beach was packed, so I could have missed her. But believe me, I'd been keeping an eye out. Grant and I sat in camp chairs close to the bonfire, and I'd been keeping watch for everyone who came and went from the parking lot. Music boomed across the beach, and the moonlight glistened across the water.
Dude, you have to chill,
Grant insisted, leaning back in his chair and taking a sip of beer.
They'll make it eventually.
I rolled my eyes at him. Says the guy who just asked me for the 3rd time in 10 minutes if I'd spotted Talia. We were both obsessed. Might as well admit it. I just hope they show up, I started to say, but the words halted in their tracks when I saw her. I'd told Nadine to wear a dress, since most of the other girls would, but I didn't expect her to come looking like that. My dick was practically trying to tear its way out of my jeans. Fucking virgin, I chastised myself. Nadine walked down the hill from the parking lot in a tiny black number that left very little to the imagination. It hugged her curves and showed so much skin, boobs, legs, and everything. There were even slits in the sides covered by see-through black fabric that showed the smooth skin along her torso. She wore her brown hair down in waves and fancy black sandals. Grant stood.
Whoa, she looks amazing, doesn't she?
I was almost drooling. I swear I wasn't trying to objectify Nadine, but my dick kind of had other plans. It would not calm down.
Yeah,
I said breathlessly, rising to my feet beside him.
Nadine's really hot.
Grant elbowed me in the side.
Not her, lover boy. Talia.
I'd been so enamored by Nadine that I didn't even realize Talia was walking beside her. She was all dressed up and had on a dark pink dress, but she couldn't compare to Nadine.
Hey, guys,
Talia called. She waved as they approached, then stopped in front of us.
Grant, you have a little something there.
Talia touched the corner of her lip. Grant snapped his jaw shut and wiped the drool off his face. I cleared my throat as Nadine met my eyes.
Glad you could make it.
We're glad you invited us,
she said, tugging at the bottom of her dress. She looked a little uncomfortable. I noticed Talia elbow her in the side. It was obvious Talia had made her wear the dress. Out of respect, I forced myself not to look downward at her cleavage, which was fucking hard because her boobs looked amazing in that dress.
Do you want something to drink?
I asked.
No, I'm fine.
Sure,
Talia answered at the same time. Grant led Talia over to the coolers to get a drink, while I pulled up 2 chairs for the girls.
Have a seat,
I said.
The fire's nice.
Nadine took the invitation and sat. She crossed her legs, then uncrossed them, looking like she didn't know what to do with them. I quickly stripped off my hoodie and handed it to her.
Your legs look cold.
She blushed a little and took it.
Thanks.
Nadine draped the hoodie over her knees. I could tell she was only using it for modesty. I didn't want her feeling uncomfortable. Ever. Nadine relaxed into her chair and turned to me.
So what are we celebrating?
I took a sip of my drink and shrugged. I hated beers, so I'd mixed some vodka with soda. It wasn't very strong, though.
Do we have to celebrate something to have a party?
Nadine smirked. I wanted to kiss the smirk off those lips. Good goddess, where did that come from? I wasn't even drunk yet, and I could not kiss her.
Usually,
she teased.
I don't know, I said. We're celebrating the first week of school, I guess. Ask Cody White. His parents are mega rich, and he hosts one of these parties almost every weekend.
She raised an eyebrow.
And no one gets caught? I mean, most everyone here is underage, aren't they?
She glanced around to take in the crowd. I shrugged.
Everyone just kind of looks the other way, I guess. We don't get in trouble. Is that why you don't want to drink?
Oh, no,
she said with a wave of her hand.
I just don't drink.
I tilted my head a little to the side.
A witch who doesn't drink? That's a new one.
Nadine perked up as a new song came on over the speakers. Her eyes went a little wild at the upbeat tune.
Hey, I actually know this one.
I listened for a few seconds and realized what it was. I groaned.
Seriously, they play this at every party. It's getting kind of old.
Nadine poked me in the shoulder.
Love Potion number 9 is a classic.
You can't even dance to it, I argued, and it's basically an insult to actual love potions.
Oh, come on,
Nadine said.
It's fun, and you can dance to it.
I raised a challenging eyebrow and leaned closer to whisper.
Then prove it.
Nadine pressed her lips together, contemplating my challenge. Finally, she grabbed my hoodie from her lap and handed it to me as she stood. And holy fuck, I was glad she did. I needed something to hide the boner that was quickly forming. When Nadine danced, it was like magic of its own. She held her arms in the air and got lost in the music as she swayed her hips from side to side. Her hands traveled down her body and landed on the side of her hips on the beat. She slowed her hips to make a circle as the song rang out its signature line. Nadine winked at me as the song transitioned into the next verse. She moved in a slow circle. When her back was to me, she threw her arms out on the beat, then shoved them into the air in the sexiest display I'd ever seen, while she shimmied her ass in my direction. Was she trying to turn me on? Because it was working. Nadine glanced back to assess my reaction, and she totally lost it. She went into a laughing fit.
Woohoo!
Talia called as she and Grant returned.
Shake that thing, girl.
Nadine's face turned beet red, but she shook her butt one last time for show. She climbed up when she noticed she'd started drawing some eyes. She quickly returned to her seat.
Hey, don't stop for us, Grant teased. Some of us were enjoying the show.
Well, it wasn't meant for you,
Nadine shot back playfully. Grant held up a hand in surrender.
Hey, I didn't say I was the one enjoying it.
I kicked him hard, though the girls didn't notice. I mean, he didn't have to blurt out my crush on Nadine and scare her away. Though maybe that was best.
Forget it,
Nadine said.
The song's almost over anyway.
What are you doing here?
A female voice sneered from behind us, cutting Nadine off. The four of us turned to see Chloe standing a few feet away. Though she wasn't talking to us, Camille and Gwen stood on either side of her, each of them wearing a matching look of disgust. Chloe was dressed in her usual attire, a dark dress and heels, and she was staring down a girl I didn't know. The girl had light brown skin with red undertones, straight black hair, and dark brown eyes. She seemed to cower under the weight of Chloe's stares.
The girl stuttered. I thought I told you not to come, you slut,
Chloe growled. Nadine's jaw dropped from beside me. Even I was a little shocked. Chloe was mean, but she usually kept her bitchiness in check around other people.
You can leave me alone now,
the girl said timidly, not meeting Chloe in the eye.
Ryan and I broke up. I don't care, Mandy,
Chloe sneered.
It doesn't change that you slept with him.
Mandy's lips tightened. It was obvious she hated Chloe, but was having a hard time standing up to her.
Yeah, well, that was his choice, not yours.
Chloe's hands curled into fists. She looked like she was about to start a girl fight.
Leave now.
Mandy's whole body shook, but she stood her ground. She lifted her head and looked Chloe straight in the eye.
Or what?
Chloe didn't give second warnings. She raised her hands and shoved Mandy so hard that she stumbled backward and landed on the ground. Chloe reached down and grabbed Mandy by the ankle and started dragging her through the sand.
Then I'll make you. Ow, let go of me,
Mandy cried. I leapt to my feet, but Nadine was faster than me. She rounded her chair so fast that it fell over and sprinted over to Chloe, where she shoved her away from Mandy. I was only halfway there before Chloe was tumbling to the ground, kicking up sand.
Leave her alone,
Nadine shouted. At the same time, someone else had rushed over. She must have been one of Mandy's friends because she helped Mandy to her feet like they knew each other. Camille and Gwen turned their wicked gazes on Nadine. They looked like they were about to jump her. I threw myself in front of her, and they quickly backed down. Chloe immediately recovered and pushed herself to her elbows. Shock crossed her face when she realized who'd tackled her. She pointed a manicured finger at Nadine as she got to her feet, like she willed a curse on her or something.
You need to take a fucking seat because this isn't about you.
Tons of people had stopped to look. Even though the music continued to play over the beach and the bonfire crackled, all chatter had died down. Nadine shoved her way past me to get up in Chloe's face. I wasn't going to lie, it kind of turned me on.
Look at my face.
Nadine's voice remained calm and steady as she pointed to her expression.
Does it look like I care? No, because rule number 1 of the Coven, we protect each other. So when I see someone being pushed around, I'm going to take a stand. That's what witches do, so maybe you need to take a damn seat and think about that for a minute.
Chloe's nostrils flared and her lips tightened. It looked like the only reason she hadn't already punched Nadine was because so many people were watching. She held her head up high and said,
Bitch, this isn't even your Coven. You're an outsider, and everyone knows it.
Nadine narrowed her eyes.
Oh, really? We'll see who the Coven accepts when I'm the one standing up for them instead of beating them down.
Okay, I said quickly, reaching for Nadine's arm. That's enough. I pulled Nadine away and stepped in front of her, creating a barrier between her and Chloe. Chloe, this beach is big enough for everyone. Chill. She narrowed her eyes at me.
Nobody asked you.
Yeah, well, they didn't have to, I snapped. By now, Grant was by my side and Talia was right behind him. Camille stepped forward and grabbed Chloe's elbow.
Let's go. This party's lame anyway.
Chloe didn't move for several seconds. She eyed me up and down, then shot daggers at Nadine.
You're not going to make it far in this coven. Sooner or later, everyone will see you for what you truly are. Fine with me,
Nadine shot back. Chloe turned on her heel and walked away. Camille and Gwen followed closely behind. As soon as Chloe was gone, Nadine whirled around and went to Mandy's side. Mandy was standing beside her friend, looking relieved.
Are you okay?
Mandy pushed her dark bangs out of her eyes.
I am now. Thank you.
Nadine offered a friendly smile.
It was no problem.
Mandy turned to the girl beside her.
Amy, this is Nadine. We met in the hearse. Hi,
Amy said with a wave.
It's nice to meet you,
Nadine replied.
Why don't you come sit by us?
The girls glanced at each other and shrugged.
Yeah, why not?
Amy answered. We found 2 more chairs for the girls and formed a circle not far from the fire.
So what's the deal?
Nadine asked boldly.
With Chloe, I mean.
Talia leaned in a little closer to hear the gossip. Mandy sighed.
It's dumb, really. I started dating her ex over the summer, and she's had it in for me ever since. We broke up because...
Mandy trailed off and looked to Amy. Amy chuckled.
Because Chloe tried to turn her into a toad.
Grant's eyebrows shot up. Did she really? How'd that go, considering she doesn't even have magic yet? Amy rolled her eyes.
She wanted me to do it, since I'm a second year. But I went to warn Mandy before Chloe could slip her the potion. It's how we met.
Mandy nudged her.
Yeah, and now you're not going anywhere. You're my soul sister. True,
Amy replied with a smile.
Anyway,
Mandy said,
when I told Ryan, he laughed and said it would have been funny, so I broke up with him on the spot.
That a girl, Talia cheered, lifting her drink in celebration. The other 3 girls joined in. After about an hour, the girls were all getting a little tipsy, except for Nadine, but when Talia insisted they dance, Nadine joined them. The girls crowded around each other as they swayed their hips to the music. I just sat back and watched, because I wasn't much of a dancer. Plus, Nadine looked really nice. You gonna get in there? Grant asked, without taking his eyes off Talia. Nah, I said, sinking a little further into my seat. You know how I feel about dancing. Bro, you need to get out and live a little, he insisted. I want to see you smile for once. I do smile, I argued. Grant looked at me sideways and spoke flatly. Really? I suddenly realized how tense I was, and that my arms were crossed. I dropped them to the armrests of my chair and sat up a little straighter. Totally. See? I forced my lips into a smile, but it kind of ruined the mood. Forcing smiles was the worst. I'd been practicing it for almost a year now. You'd think I was a pro, but no, I hated it. But it kept people off my back. There you go. Grant clapped me on the shoulder, even though I can tell it's totally fake. I shrugged. Yeah, well, I wasn't trying very hard. Grant looked back to the girls. Mandy and Amy were grinding on each other, and Talia was shaking her butt in Nadine's direction. Nadine threw her head back in laughter, then slapped Talia playfully on the ass. If you're not going to get in there, I am, Grant said eagerly. See ya. He gave me a salute, then stood and rushed over to the girls. Talia lit up when she saw him, then reached out for his hand. He spun her around, then caught her as she stumbled. Fuck, I wanted to spin Nadine around like that. But I was a really, really bad dancer. I'd probably drop her rather than catch her. Nadine shot a glance my way. I almost thought she was going to ask me to come join them, but she didn't. She smiled a little, then turned back to her friends. But that smile was enough. It warmed my heart in ways I didn't think possible. I should just tell her I like her already. The thought slipped into my mind before I could stop it. No. I shot down the idea as soon as it came. Friends was as far as we went. I shouldn't even be enabling that, but I just couldn't stay away from her.
I noticed Nadine's dancing slowed as the minutes ticked by. Her eyes kept darting over in my direction. I hoped she wasn't getting self-conscious because I was watching. Was I making it that obvious? Eventually, she broke off from the group and came to sit beside me. She looked exhausted as she plopped down.
Party pooper,
She teased.
I'm not a party pooper,
I defended.
She
raised a curious eyebrow.
you're just...
My shoulders fell.
Fine, I'm a party pooper.
I know,
She chuckled.
but there's so much I don't know about you, Lucas.
Like what?
I asked.
I'm an open book.
Mostly.
What's your cast?
She asked, like she was trying to figure me out. It wasn't a secret. Everyone else already knew. But I liked the way she looked at me, like she was hungry for answers. So I decided to play with her.
Guess,
I said.
Lucas?
She swatted my shoulder, but it was so light I barely felt it.
Unfair.
I shrugged.
you asked.
She eyed me up and down like she was looking for my tattoo. Too bad she wasn't going to find it unless she wanted to strip me down. Now, that was something I wouldn't object to.
Alchemist?
She asked slowly, like she was unsure of herself.
No,
I replied. She pressed her lips together.
Seer?
you only get one guess.
Hey, that wasn't part of the deal.
She stuck her bottom lip out into a mock pout. My gaze flickered down to her lips, and I started laughing. Damn, it felt so good to laugh.
You should have read the contract first.
She narrowed her eyes playfully.
Is this a sell my soul to the devil kind of contract?
Do I look like the devil to you?
I teased.
I don't know, you're all mysterious.
I chuckled.
I'm not mysterious.
You are. I still don't know your cast.
She paused for a second.
Or is that rude to ask?
I shook my head.
Not rude, I just like watching you squirm.
Nadine squirmed in her seat for show, then said,
Seen enough?
I smirked as my gaze flickered down to her cleavage. Damn it, I hadn't meant to do that. Not that I didn't want to, because Nadine was smoking hot, but I didn't want to be that guy.
Not yet,
I said. Nadine went in to swat me again, but I grabbed her hand to stop her. Electricity sizzled between us when we touched. For a second, we both just sat there in silence, staring at each other. Her eyes were so soft, and she looked at me like she felt it too. My stomach flipped in my abdomen. Just friends, I reminded myself. I dropped her hand before I let my feelings get away from me. Nadine cleared her throat and sat a little straighter in her seat. I noticed she was starting to look a little pale. She pressed her hand to the side of her face.
Are you okay?
I asked, suddenly concerned.
Yeah, it's nothing.
She said softly. Her demeanor had quickly changed.
I'm just getting really tired.
It sounded like an excuse, but I didn't press her.
I guess it's getting kind of late. Do you want me to take you home? Back to school, I mean?
What about Talia?
Nadine asked, glancing toward her.
If she wants to stay, I'm sure Grant will get her home safely,
I said.
Yeah, okay.
Nadine replied.
Let me go talk to her.
Nadine stood, though it looked like her knees were shaking. I didn't know why, since she hadn't drank anything all night. She made her way over to Talia and said a few things I couldn't hear, then returned.
Grant's going to take Talia home in his car. Do you mind driving mine?
She asked.
Not at all.
I got to my feet and took Nadine's hand. My whole body lit up with nerves when I did. I didn't even know where it came from. It just seemed natural. I was about to pull away and apologize, but Nadine leaned into me like she was okay with it.
Walk with me,
she said. I strolled alongside Nadine toward the parking lot. She pointed out which car was hers, then gave me the keys when I was in the driver's seat.
Are you sure you don't mind leaving?
She asked.
I don't want to ruin any of your fun.
She had no idea. I'd rather be right here in this car alone with her than anywhere else right now.
You're not ruining any of my fun,
I assured her as I shifted into drive.
I was ready to go anyway. Nadine leaned against the door and stared out the window.
That's good to hear. You should wear your seatbelt, though.
I glanced to her for a moment before turning my eyes back on the road.
We're just driving through town.
Nadine rolled her eyes.
You still need your seatbelt. It's like you have a death wish or something.
My whole body froze and my hands tightened on the steering wheel.
I don't.
I said it harsher than I intended. She must have noticed because she didn't say anything all the way back to the school.
Lucas,
she finally said after I'd parked.
Will you walk me to my dorm?
Yeah, of course, I answered before I could stop myself. It was only when Nadine took my hand again that it struck me this might be some sort of invitation. How many times did I have to tell myself I couldn't get involved with her before I stepped away? Too many, apparently. But when we got to her room, she opened the door without inviting me inside. I was half relieved, but the other half of me really wanted to see what would have happened. Nadine stood in the open doorway with her hand on the frame.
Thanks for making sure I got back safe, Lucas.
Yeah, of course, I said. I had fun tonight.
Me too.
She ducked her head and blushed a little. She paused for a few seconds as if waiting for me to say something. Before I could come up with something clever, she said,
I'll see you later.
Disappointment washed over me. All I wanted was one more minute with her. But instead I said, Bye, Nade. And just like that, the door shut behind her, and she was gone. My shoulders fell. It was like I could still feel her presence there, and I didn't want to let that feeling fade. But eventually I had to get back to my room. What would Grant and Talia think if I was still standing there pining after Nadine when they got back? Talia would tell Nadine for sure, and then she'd think I was a creep. As I turned away from her door and headed down the hall, one thing became very clear. No matter how much I told myself I couldn't be with Nadine, my heart still wanted her. I wasn't sure how long we had before I caved.
Chapter 8. Nadine. The party took a lot out of me. I loved to dance, and it was a lot of fun while it lasted, but I couldn't keep up the bright appearance forever. Eventually, I had to cave to my body's demands and admit it was time to call it a night. Lucas was like a blessing from Mother Miriam herself. He held my hand and supported me across the parking lot when I was getting too fatigued to walk on my own, and then he'd made sure I got home all right. I mean, he could have at least tried to kiss me at my door, but it was probably best he didn't. I might have passed out right there in his arms. I didn't know why I didn't tell Lucas about my lupus. I guess I didn't want him to think less of me, like I was some burden who needed constant observation. Because I wasn't. I could handle myself. It was just nice to have someone around at times, and I was glad it had been Lucas. All I wanted to do Saturday was sleep, since I was totally wiped. Social outings did that to me. They were draining beyond belief, and it usually took a couple of days to recover. I lay in bed that morning, eyeing my yoga mat that was wedged between my bed and the nightstand. I thought about using it, but I couldn't find the energy. Gus was snuggled up next to me, and I didn't even want to lift my hand to pet him. Across the room, Talia was picking out her clothes for the day. She glanced toward me and noticed I was awake. Her brow furrowed as she eyed me. You okay, Nadine? Fine, I lied. It was my go-to response, because it was easier than having people worry about me all the time. I still hadn't told Talia about my lupus either. Not because I was hiding it from her, but it had just never come up. Are you sure? She asked. I drink more than you, and I feel fine. I took a deep breath. It's not that. Talia set her clothes aside and crossed the room to sit on the couch. She leaned over the armrest to look at me. Did something happen last night?
Between you and Lucas?
What?
I squeaked. No? What about you and Grant? She shrugged. Nothing happened, but I'm not so sure about Grant.
What do you mean? I asked. He's nice.
I don't know. He seems like he tries too hard. I don't really feel like I know the authentic him yet.
I think that is the authentic Grant, I teased.
I guess we'll see eventually, she said before changing the subject. Do you want to get some coffee or something?
No, I'm fine. I repeated my usual phrase without realizing it. She narrowed her eyes at me.
You sure, Nadine? You seem tired all the time. Maybe you should see a doctor about it.
The comment was like a slap to the face. I knew Talia had meant well, but she had no idea what I'd been through with doctors these past few years. It was like she thought I wasn't taking care of myself, and I was doing the best I could. I have, I snapped. I didn't mean to be so harsh. I quickly softened my tone. I'm actually meeting my new primary care physician today. Talia's eyes widened, and she sat straighter on the couch.
Nadine, I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
It's okay, I quickly assured her. You didn't know. She relaxed.
So,
It's called lupus, I told her. My gut sank at the word, like it was some sort of curse. I always hated telling people about it, because they all got the same look on their face. The corners of their lips fell into a frown, and their eyes glistened. It was like they were watching a puppy being tortured or something. Talia was shooting me the same look just now. I could see the moment her entire impression of me shifted. One moment, I was just Nadine, a regular girl with a thing for long baths and Netflix marathons. The next, I was this completely different person, a fragile girl you had to tiptoe around because if you made the wrong move, she'd crumble into a million tiny pieces. It's an autoimmune disease, I explained. My body attacks itself. It makes me really fatigued all the time.
I'm sorry,
she said softly, like it was somehow her fault.
I didn't realize.
Well, I didn't tell you, I said simply.
Is there anything I can do to help? She asked.
No, I replied, before quickly adding,
I don't want you to think any different of me because of it.
Her shoulders fell.
Of course not, Nadine. What do you say I go down to the cafeteria and bring back some breakfast? Then we watch a few episodes of that sexy vampire show you've been watching.
A genuine smile crossed my face.
I'd love that. But there's something else I've been meaning to ask you about.
She tilted her head to the side.
What's that?
I fiddled with a loose thread on the corner of my blanket.
What do you know about seances?
Talia shrugged.
I come from a family of seers, so I've done a couple. They're pretty easy.
So you can do it before you get your magic? I asked.
It's like the only thing we can do. Why do you... Oh.
Talia's face fell. She realized what I was asking before she finished the question.
I just want to say goodbye to my parents, I said.
Talia took a deep breath, like the suggestion weighed on her.
This is up to you, Nadine, but are you sure? We're always told not to contact loved ones unless it's an emergency.
I furrowed my brow.
Why not? If you have the power to do it, shouldn't you take advantage of that?
Talia dropped her gaze.
Yes and no. Contacting someone once is one thing, but contacting your loved ones can become
addictive. It's not recommended as part of the healing process. It's taxing on you and on the spirits. I couldn't believe the Coven had this sort of power and didn't use it. That's the problem, Talia. I'm not healing. I just want to see them one more time. It's more than that, she said. Messages from the dead are ambiguous. You can't just call up on the dead and talk to them. What do seers do then? I asked. Don't they see and talk to ghosts? Yeah, but they can't always choose who they see or who gives them visions, Talia explained. When you do a seance, you're opening yourself to talk to anyone. Is it a problem if someone else shows up? It can be, she said. It's hard for spirits to communicate through words. More often than not, it's through signs and visions. Even seers who get messages more clearly can't always make sense of them. Seances can be fun, but they're dangerous too. It's like calling someone up on a shared phone line. Anyone can answer. They could pose as your loved ones and use your grief to manipulate you. My heart dropped. I guess I see your point, but I still want to try. Talia frowned. She looked deeply contemplative, like she wanted to help me but wasn't sure if she could. Finally, she let out a breath she'd been holding. I'll help you, but on one condition. Anything, I told her. We only do this once, she stated. This is going to be really emotional, and I won't stand by and watch my friend hurt herself over and over. Do you understand? I nodded firmly. I get it. Once and done. That's all I ask. Talia's shoulders relaxed. Okay. When do you want to do this? The sooner the better, I told her. She looked uncertain, but she walked over to the window and shut the curtains anyway, casting the room in darkness. Let's get started then. Talia had me gather my parents' belongings. I pulled a box out from under my bed, where I'd kept the things I hadn't been able to part with. I sat across from her on the floor and placed a photograph of my parents between us. For my mom, I chose her signature apron. For my dad, an old collector's license plate that came off the last car he and my grandpa restored together. Gus curled into Talia's lap while she lit the candles. A chill traveled down my spine, and I swore I already felt an energy in the air that wasn't there before. Take my hands, Talia said softly. Remind me of your parents' names. Faith and Nathan Evers, I told her. You focus on them while I call out their names, she instructed. Deal? I nodded. Faith! Nathan! Your daughter wants to speak to you. Talia called out to the darkness. I did my best to relax, but the more I thought about them, the heavier the weight in my gut became. I still couldn't admit they were gone. But they weren't gone for good. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. I was going to see them soon. This had to work. Talia continued to call out their names. The temperature in the room dropped, but nothing else seemed to change. I glanced around hopefully, expecting a spirit to be lurking nearby, but I saw nothing. Are they here? I asked Talia. She kept her eyes closed, but pressed her lips together. It feels like their energy is blocked or something. My pulse quickened. I could practically taste their presence. Mom? Dad? I called out to the quiet room. Are you there? No response came.
I squeezed Talia's hands tighter, and the lump in my throat grew. I tried to picture my parents actually being here, and it tore a hole straight through me. Dad, what do you say we play a game of Clue? Or maybe we can work on the Corvette this afternoon? Mom, how about a batch of cookies? We could head to the flea market and see if they have any of those old lamps you've been talking about. Talia must have noticed the pained look on my face, because she said, "Maybe we should stop." "No," I insisted. "We have to keep trying. Dad, if you're out there, please just let me know. Give me a sign." Still, nothing came. My stomach twisted, and pain flared in my joints. I was starting to get a tension headache. "Please," I begged. Then I heard it, the sound of my name. It was distant and distorted, but I swore it was a male voice. I glanced around the room. "Dad?" Talia's eyes darted every which way, but neither of us saw anything. She looked like she was holding her breath. "Nadine!" Energy sizzled in the air like static electricity, and I heard a distant hum that seemed to distort the voice. "I'm here, Dad!" I called out. Talia gasped, and my gaze was snapped to my right where she was looking. My heart lurched. A ghostly figure hovered in the air, but it looked like nothing more than a transparent, smoky mass. I wanted it so badly to be my parents, but, truth be told, I couldn't tell. "Mom? Dad?" I asked carefully. "Is that you?" "Don't. Careful." The voice came in and out like we were tuning in to a distant radio station. I couldn't make out what they were trying to say. "You're almost there!" I cried. "I'm right here!" The smoke swirled and started to dissipate. My stomach dropped to the floor. "No!" I screamed, my voice cracking. "Come back!" "Sorry. Go." My heart felt like it was breaking into a million tiny pieces. That couldn't be it. My parents couldn't leave me yet. "Don't go, please," I begged. My hands shook in Talia's. "I need more time." My breath stalled as the smoke disappeared and the room returned to its normal temperature. "No," I sobbed. I turned to face Talia. "Bring them back. Please bring them back. I didn't get to say anything I wanted to." Talia's eyes shimmered, and she wore a look of sorrow. "I'm sorry, Nadine. I don't think I can." I gaped at her. "That's it? That was all the time I got? I didn't say goodbye." "I know, but we gave it our best shot," she said regrettably. "We actually got further than I thought we would." "But we don't know if it was my dad." I let go of her hands and started gathering my parents' things. "We'll try again. We'll get it right next time." Talia shook her head. "We did nothing wrong, Nadine." "We don't really know what we're doing," I insisted. Talia sighed and wore a true expression of apology. "You agreed to do this once, remember? You'll always find another reason to contact them." "Nadine, I really am sorry." I blinked away the tears and wouldn't look her in the eye. I placed my parents' things back in the box and slid it under my bed. I wiped at my eyes. "I don't blame you. I just want to be alone."
I'm not leaving you alone, Talia promised. She helped me back into my bed, then pulled the blanket up to my chin. Let me know if you need anything. I lay there, curled in a ball. I stared at where the smoky mass had hovered during the séance, as if expecting it to return. I will, I rasped. Talia left my side and went into the bathroom. I knew it was her way of giving me privacy without really leaving me. I felt horribly sick that the séance didn't go well. It was as if a black hole had opened up beneath me, and I was clawing tooth and nail just to hold on. I suddenly knew what my grandmother meant by torturing myself. And the sad part was, I didn't know how to stop. Getting to the doctor's office was hell. After the séance, I didn't want to go, but I forced myself to anyway. At least I didn't have to wait long in the waiting room. Nadine Evers? The nurse called, butchering my last name and pronouncing the E with a short vowel sound. I stood and followed her into a long hallway with a bunch of identical exam rooms. She led me to the one on the end and gestured me inside. After taking my vitals and asking me a few questions, she told me the doctor would be in shortly. I pulled out my phone to scroll through while I waited. It was usually a good 15 to 20 minutes before the doctor came in, which was why I was surprised when a knock came at the door less than a minute later. The door swung open, and a man in his late 40s stepped inside. He was good-looking, with dark hair and a kind smile. He didn't wear scrubs like the nurse, but instead had on nice slacks and a black sweater. He reached out a hand to me. Hello, Nadine. I'm Dr. Younger. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hi, I said, shaking his hand. My grip felt weak, and it wasn't just from the flare-up. I was a little nervous about this whole appointment. Maybe as an alchemist, Dr. Younger had insight my other doctors didn't. He sat in his chair in front of the computer and turned to me. How are you feeling today? I shrugged. Could be better. My doctors were the only ones I didn't lie to about how I felt, because they might actually be able to help. The only thing anyone else could offer was sympathy, and I didn't need it. Plus, Dr. Younger had this friendly thing going on that made me feel like I could trust him. Well, we're going to see what we can do about that, he said. So, I heard you just moved here. I shifted a little in my chair. I didn't want to explain everything, but he was my doctor, so he had to know. Yeah, my parents passed away recently, and I came to live with my grandma. She helped me enroll in Miriam College. I've been having a lupus flare-up from the stress. Dr. Younger nodded in understanding. I assume one of your parents is Miriamic, while the other is not? I furrowed my brow. Yeah. How'd you know? He sat a little straighter in his chair. Autoimmune diseases like lupus are very common among mixed children, though they don't all react in the same way. Some don't get ill at all. Well, now it made sense why my mom pushed the doctors so hard toward an autoimmune diagnosis. She knew there was a chance I'd have it. When you're born, your magic is within you, but dormant, Dr. Younger explained. Your human side recognizes that magic as foreign and realizes something's not quite right. It triggers your immune system, usually in late childhood or early teens. However, since magic isn't a physical substance, your immune system can't find it, so it starts attacking your body. Do other magical races react the same way? I asked curiously. Every society's magic is a little different, he said. Their bodies react differently than ours. So, witches were the only ones who had to deal with this shit? Good to know I'd been born into the wrong magical society and it was trying to kill me. but at least the Coven had to have a cure. Well, what can we do about it? I asked hopefully. Dr. Yonker sighed. Well, we have a couple options. Immunosuppressants, steroids, anti-inflammatories. So basically everything I'd already tried. A wave of heat washed over me, and I held back from snapping at the doctor. Seriously? He had magic and was going to use the same drugs I could get anywhere? You mean there's no potion that can help? I asked in a small voice. Dr. Yonker shook his head regrettably. Magical healing works by enhancing the body's natural abilities inside of you so that you can heal yourself. Since your condition is a side effect of your magic, it will never balance out. Magical healing, however, is something the Miriamic Coven possesses in only small doses. Very few magical races have the power to heal on such a drastic level. Great! What was the point of having magic if it couldn't heal me? Heck, it was because I had magic that I was sick in the first place. I was so frustrated that a heavy weight settled on my chest. I couldn't believe I'd gotten my hopes up for nothing. Dr. Yonker's face fell. I'm sorry, Nadine. There's nothing we can do until your magic awakens but keep you on the same medications. What happens when my magic awakens? He took a deep breath. Great. Sympathy. From my own fucking doctor. Could no one just treat me like a normal person? Was I walking around with lupus stamped to my forehead? Hello, everyone. I'm hella sick. Feel bad for me. In the Miriamic Coven, diseases like this often go into remission the more you use your magic. He explained. You can train your body to recognize your magic as native. I forced the lump down in my throat, feeling my body lighten a bit. So, once I have magic, it will act like a treatment? Dr. Yonker nodded. In a way, yes. Symptoms will worsen at first because your body will see the magic as foreign. Within a year or two, you'll be able to train your body to accept it. At that point, symptoms should go away completely. No more flare-ups? I asked. If that was the case, count me back in on the magic train. Most likely, Dr. Yonker said. Relief washed through me. Dr. Yonker wasn't giving me a sure thing. There was no cure. And yet, no doctor had ever given me so much hope in my life. I was always left hanging with, we'll see what happens. To hear there was a treatment that could reduce my flare-ups was such a relief. I never thought it'd happen. In that case, I'll do whatever I have to with my magic to get rid of these symptoms, I said. Dr. Yonker gave a friendly smile. I'm glad to hear that. We spent the next half hour talking about my medical history. The weight gradually lifted off my chest as I told him everything. He was so different from my other doctors, who always seemed rushed and barely listened to what I had to say. Dr. Yonker actually listened and interacted with me, asking me important questions so he could get to know my case. He made me feel comfortable and at ease as I detailed my symptoms and concerns. By the end of my appointment, I was pretty sure I was in love with Dr. Yonker, as far as doctor-patient relationships went. Let's schedule an appointment for the end of the year, after your evoking ceremony, Dr. Yonker suggested. I want to see how you're doing once your magic awakens. Sounds good, I agreed. I could hardly wait until my evoking ceremony, so I could start on the road toward remission. How'd your doctor's appointment go? Grammy asked the following night when I came to visit for dinner. Really well, actually, I told her as I took a bite of casserole. I really like Dr. Yonker. Good. He's a very talented alchemist. You know him? I asked. Grammy gave me this side-eyed look. Honey, I know everyone in my cast. But there must be thousands, I argued. Grammy tapped the side of her head. I've got a great memory. Plus, he dated your mom for a while in high school. My stomach sank at the mention of her. It was easy to forget Mom had a life before me and that she used to live in Octavia Falls. She never talked about her past, so I didn't know much. What hurt most was knowing she and my dad had no future. The room went silent at the mention of my mom. Grammy dared to speak first. You know what? I think I still have some photo albums of hers upstairs. What do you say we take a look after dinner? I wanted to tell her no. Acknowledging my mom's past was acknowledging the accident. It was easier to pretend it didn't happen. But I didn't dare tell Grammy I felt that way. So instead, I just nodded. Grammy finished her dinner quickly, but I poked at my food. Eventually, I finished, and I helped her with the dishes. Then she led me upstairs to a closet in the second guest room. She pulled out a big box and opened it. It was filled with at least a dozen scrapbooks. Wow, Grammy, I said, staring down into it. That's a lot. I didn't know you were so into scrapbooking. She grabbed one of them and flipped open to the first page. It's nothing fancy. Come sit. Grammy walked over to the bed and sat on the pink comforter with her back to the door. She patted the spot beside her, and I sat. Here's your mom at 1 month old. Grammy pointed to the first picture. It was a photograph of a baby in a studio setting. It didn't look anything like my baby pictures, though. The photo was faded, and my mom wore a frilly dress I'd never be caught dead in. She was really cute, I said, but inside, my guts were twisting. Of course she was, Grammy laughed. She gets it from me. I turned the page, wanting to get this over with as soon as possible. The next photo showed my mom in the grass, playing with an older woman I didn't recognize. Who's that? Grammy leaned over to get a better look. Oh, that's your great-grandma. I ran my fingers over the photo. You look like her. Grammy nodded. So, Mom actually got her good looks from great-grandma? I teased, trying to lighten my mood. Grammy frowned. Tread carefully, Nadine. I laughed. Right, great-grandma got it from you. My bad. Now you're getting it, Grammy joked. The doorbell rang, and we both looked up from the scrapbook. I'll get it, Grammy said as she stood. I turned back to the scrapbook and flipped through the pages, but it felt like each flip of the page was another dagger to the heart. She's gone, I thought. This is all that's left of her. Pictures. Tears pricked at my eyes. I stopped on one picture where my mom must have been only a year old. She was standing on a step stool at the counter, helping Grammy mix something in a bowl. She had a huge smile on her face, like she was enjoying herself. I sighed. Mom had been preparing to become an alchemist for years, and she'd left it all behind. It seemed really sad. It was hard to believe she gave it all up for my dad. Of course, they loved each other, but she'd left behind her entire culture to marry him. My thoughts halted in their tracks as a dark piece of fabric was thrown over my eyes from behind. I let out an earth-shattering scream as hands grabbed my shoulders and dragged me backward. My heart hammered against my rib cage. "Grammy!" I shrieked. No answer came. Oh, Fuck! Whoever had been by at the door must have hurt Grammy. I waved my arms and kicked my feet out, trying to get out of my attacker's grasp. My wrist broke free, and I hurled my elbow backward. It sank into my attacker's gut, and I heard them let out a pained, oof! Hold on. I knew that voice. I stilled. Grant? Let her go, Grant said in a strained voice. The blindfold lifted from my eyes, and I turned to see Talia and Lucas standing beside Grant. They both had looks of amusement on their faces. Grammy was in the doorway, trying to hold back a laugh, while Grant was clutching his stomach. "You've got a good swing," he groaned. "Jesus Christ!" I cried as I sat up straight on the bed. "What the hell are you guys doing?" "We're abducting you," Talia said proudly. I pushed my hair out of my eyes. "A little warning would have been nice." "A warning wouldn't be any fun," Lucas replied with a smirk. "What are you abducting me for?" I demanded. "Your initiation." Grant's voice was back to normal. "Initiation?" I looked to Grammy. She waved her hand. "Go have fun. We'll look at the scrapbooks later." Thank God. I needed a distraction. I turned back to my friends. "Does everyone get an initiation?" Grant chuckled. "Lucas did one for me, so I thought we should keep the tradition going." "Why doesn't Talia get one?" I argued. "I was born in Octavia Falls," she reminded me. "You weren't." "Technically, I was too," Grant said. "But I left and came back." "Why would you leave?" I asked. "My mom married into the Coven," he explained. "When my parents split, my younger brothers and I left with my mom. I came back after high school to learn my powers." "Dude, I miss your mom," Lucas said. "She was the best cook ever." Grant chuckled. "Why do you think she opened her own restaurant?" "Grant's a good cook too, by the way," Lucas said, obviously for Talia's benefit. His mom's family emigrated from Costa Rica, and she runs a Latin American restaurant. Grant spent high school working there, so he knows all the secret recipes. "Well, you'll have to cook for us sometime," Talia suggested. Grant's eyes lit up. Talia turned to me and held out the blindfold. "Now put this on." I groaned. "Do I have to?" "Yes," Lucas insisted. "It's part of the ceremony." "A fake ceremony?" I shot back. I knew my friends were only trying to have fun, but they could have gone about it another way. My heart was still racing. "Please," Talia begged. "It'll be fun." I glanced to Grammy. She had this knowing look on her face. Had she been involved in planning this? Well, she should have told them abducting me wasn't a good idea. I'd have drawn blood if I had to. I caved. "Okay." "You have to wear the blindfold, though," Lucas insisted. "How will I know where I'm going?" I asked. Talia let out a fake evil laugh. "You won't. That's what's fun about it." I rolled my eyes. Let me at least walk down the stairs by myself. Lucas nodded. Agreed. I took the blindfold and started for the door. Grammy stepped aside to let me through, but I leaned over and hissed at her. "Not cool, Grammy. Not cool." Talia heard me and patted Grammy's shoulder on the way out of the room. "She's a liar, Helena. You're the best." "I appreciate your vote of confidence," she replied playfully. Can't say the same about my granddaughter. I didn't look back as I flipped Grammy off while I descended the stairs. Her laughter rang out through the house. "Love you, Nadine," she called. "Love you too, you traitor," I said with a chuckle. "Have fun," Grammy waved from the top of the stairs. That was all I saw before Lucas took the blindfold from my hands and pulled it up to my eyes. My heart fluttered as his fingers brushed across my hair. "You ready?" he asked, placing one hand on my shoulder. His touch sent tingles all throughout my body. I wondered what it'd be like if he touched me other places. I cleared my throat, pushing the dirty thoughts from my mind. "Yeah, let's go." Lucas kept hold of me as he guided me outside and down the porch steps. It was dark outside, so I couldn't see anything behind the blindfold. Lucas took my hand to keep me from falling. At the bottom of the stairs, neither of us let go of each other, so he led me across the lawn holding my hand. It was kind of weird, but felt natural at the same time. I felt a little lightheaded and disoriented as we walked, and it wasn't just from the blindfold. Lucas's scent surrounded me, and all I wanted to do was sit under the stars while he held me. I was getting ahead of myself. He probably didn't even like me that way. I wonder if he thought I was at least bangable. Apparently my ex didn't. My thoughts were interrupted when Lucas spoke. "We're headed into the forest. Watch your step." "Watch my step?" I asked. "I can't see a damn thing." Talia snickered from up ahead. "That's the point." I rolled my eyes, even though none of them could see it. This better be worth it. We walked for another 10 minutes or so. The whole time, Lucas held me close so I wouldn't trip over anything. Grant was trying to flirt with Talia, but I missed most of what he'd said because I was so focused on Lucas next to me. My mind was fighting a fierce battle on whether or not I should ask him out. "Don't do it," the dominant voice argued. "It could ruin your friendship. What if he doesn't like you back?" "Screw you! I can do whatever I want," I shot back at the voice. "We're here," Talia announced. Lucas leaned over to whisper in my ear. "Sit down." "What? Right here?" I asked. I could still hear the sound of the wind in the trees above us and feel the cool air on my skin. Lucas guided my hand over, and I felt the back of a chair. It was soft fabric, like a camping chair. He helped me to sit, then said, "Don't take your blindfold off yet." Lucas's hand disappeared from mine, and the cool air rushed in to take its place. I could hear the shuffling of feet and the soft rustle of fabric. "What's going on?" I asked. Nobody answered for a few seconds, until Talia spoke in an ominous voice. "You may now remove your blindfold." I reached up and tugged the blindfold off my eyes. In front of me stood 3 cloaked figures. Their hoods shaded their faces, and it was so dark out that I couldn't see their eyes. I could still tell who was who by their height. Behind them, a fire burned in the forest, and a cauldron bubbled above the flames. I couldn't take my eyes off Lucas, who stood on the right. He looked so mysterious. It was fucking hot. I just wanted to rip that cloak off and see what was underneath. "Nadine Evers," Grant said in a deep voice, like he was trying to sound like someone else. Yes?" I said. Grant cleared his throat. "You have been called by the goddess to join the Miriam Coven. How do you respond to this request?" I accept?" I said it like a question. My friends were acting really weird. Grant dropped his shoulders and spoke in his normal voice. Nadine, come on. I sighed and made my voice serious. Fine, I accept. You will be gifted magical abilities unlike any other, Grant said in his deep voice. But you must undergo grueling obstacles to prove yourself worthy. Are you willing to undertake the task? I sat a little straighter and played along. I am. Grant's voice grew in intensity. He was starting to sound like a drill sergeant. Are you willing to do anything to serve the goddess, no matter what she asks of you? I am. Will you protect and serve the Coven no matter the cost? Grant practically yelled. Yes, I replied. The three of them took a step back and bowed their heads in unison. Then you may step forward and drink from the cup of life, Grant said. Pledge yourself to Mother Miriam and drink the blood that flows through her veins. I stood and followed my friends to the fire. Inside the cauldron was a bubbly liquid that looked a lot more like soda than blood. Is this for real? I asked. Lucas pushed his hood back. Consider it a perk of being friends with Grant. He has a wild imagination. There is no cup of life. Shut up and put your hood back up, Grant scolded. We're not done. Can we be, please? Talia asked, dropping her hood. I can't see under this thing. Grant sighed and stripped off his robe, then tossed it aside. Fine. You're all losers. You're no fun. You say that now, Talia teased, raising an eyebrow at him. She was totally joking about getting into bed with him. Once she stopped lying to herself about liking him, it was only a matter of time before that condom box was empty. Talia and Lucas took their robes off and put them on top of Grant's. We all sat around on the ground in a circle around the fire. Talia sat across from me, and Grant and Lucas were on either side. Grant reached for the ladle in the cauldron and conjured a plastic cup in the other hand. He ladled one scoop of the potion into the cup and handed it to me. The blood of Mother Miriam in the cup of life. Wow, I said flatly. I thought the cup of life would be prettier. Grant laughed as he ladled another cup. I started passing mine around the circle toward Lucas. Whoa! Talia exclaimed, while everyone else froze. Lucas held his hands up, like he was refusing the cup. I pulled it back toward myself. What? What's wrong? Lucas relaxed. It's customary to only accept a potion from an alchemist. It's how you know it's safe. Oh, I said. I didn't realize sharing was sacrilegious. Talia snickered from across the circle. I wouldn't go that far. It's just considered bad luck to take a potion from a non-alchemist. The way everyone looked at me, you'd think I'd just sacrificed a cat or something. I ducked my head. Sorry. Grant shrugged as he handed Lucas a cup. You didn't know. Now you do. I relaxed. So what is this, anyway? I looked down at my cup and sniffed it. It smelled sweet. Grant handed Talia the next cup, then sat back on his heels and smiled. I call it fizzy bubbly. I raised an eyebrow. Sounds good, but that doesn't really answer my question. It's a little concoction I made myself, Grant said. It tastes great without affecting your blood sugar. Is it alcoholic? I asked. Nope, Grant said. That's the beauty of it. I didn't drink alcohol because of my lupus. Maybe this would be different. But it does have a little kick that'll make you tipsy after a few, Grant warned. At that, Talia threw her head back and chugged her drink. She smacked her lips and held out her cup. In that case, pour me another one. Grant smiled. Gladly. I leaned over to Lucas. Is it safe? He took a sip. Would I drink it if it wasn't? Depends, I said. Are you trying to get me drunk? He smirked. Good God, I loved that smirk. What would happen if I was? Hopefully a make-out session, I thought. I brought the cup to my lips. I don't know. Let's find out. I figured it didn't hurt to try. I kept it to one drink for now, just to be safe. The drink was sweet, with hints of citrus to it. It bubbled on my tongue, but was smooth at the same time. What do you think? Grant asked after I'd tried it. Really good, I said. Grant took a swig. You're lucky. When Lucas initiated me, he made me strip down and skinny dip in Lake Santos. Lucas! I scolded. His jaw dropped. I did not. You're the one who decided to go skinny dipping. You're all like, I'm such a fast swimmer. Look how fast I can go naked. Grant snickered. Oops, I forgot. Hey, that's a great idea, Talia cried, lifting her empty cup. Let's go skinny dipping. Talia, I started, but Grant cut in before I could finish. That sounds fantastic. I can show you how fast I can swim. Lucas groaned. Guys, I'm not stripping down. Good, Grant jabbed at him. No one wants to see that. I do, I blurted. My face went beet red as all eyes turned to me. Lucas's eyes widened in shock. I tore my gaze off his and glanced to my drink, which was almost gone. Holy shit, what's in this thing? Grant nearly died laughing. That was all you, Nadine. I don't make my drinks that strong. Talia stole Grant's attention by holding her cup out. Can I have another? You might want to slow down, he warned her. I thought you didn't make it that strong, I teased. Can't slow down, Talia said. I need the courage if we're going skinny dipping. You don't have to, Grant assured her in a genuine voice. She shrugged. I want to. It'll be fun. I've never been. This is college, isn't it? Grant shrugged, like he couldn't argue. It is. As Grant filled Talia's cup a third time, Lucas leaned over to me to whisper softly. So, you want to see me naked, huh? My gaze traveled down his torso. Hell yeah. It's the fizzy bubbly talking, I claimed. Doesn't make it untrue, he pointed out. I took another gulp. It was really tasty and actually might have been making me feel better. Perhaps. So what's the answer? He challenged. I think I'm going to keep you guessing, I teased. He frowned. Not fair. Totally fair, I shot back. You didn't answer my question. What question? He asked. It was only a moment later that I realized I hadn't asked him anything. Tipsy my ass. Grant's fizzy bubbly was some strong shit. I went for it anyway. Do you want to see me naked? Lucas stilled, and his eyes flickered toward my boobs. I leaned over a little, making my cleavage more obvious. I'm not answering that, he said breathlessly. Why not? I pouted. because if I answered like a gentleman, I'd be lying. Holy shit. He did want to see me naked. Every nerve in my body came to life as heat spread over my skin. This fizzy bubbly was seriously messing with my courage. I'd kiss him right then and there if he'd let me. Nadine! Talia dragged out my name. I'd been so focused on Lucas that I hadn't realized she'd come up behind me. She tugged on my arm. Let's go. I didn't take my eyes off Lucas as I shot him a smirk. The challenge was on. How far is the lake? I asked. It's right down there. Talia bounced on her toes and pointed down the path. Let's go! Talia and I ran off giggling. I glanced back to see if the guys were following us, and they were. They whispered to each other, though I didn't know what they were saying. Talia's version of right down there was at least 10 times longer than mine. It felt like we were walking for a mile before the trees parted and a clearing gave way to a rocky beach. Beyond that was a huge lake that reached nearly halfway to the horizon. It must have been a couple miles across. I was exhausted by the time we arrived. I'm going in, Talia sang as she stripped off her top. Oh my God, Talia! I shouted at her as she sprinted toward the water. You're drunk. I'm not, she shot back. I'm just having fun. The quarter moon illuminated her silhouette. I caught a glimpse of her breasts before I quickly looked away. The guys were still in the trees, thank God, so they didn't see anything. Talia squealed as she entered the chilly water, but it didn't seem to bother her because she dove in a second later. Her head broke the surface, and she inhaled a big gulp of air. Come on, Nadine. The water's great. I glanced back to the trees. I could hear the guys' distant voices, but I didn't see them yet. Don't be nervous, Talia said. I have a sister, and we shared a bedroom. It's no big deal. I looked back to her, trying to work up the courage to slip my clothes off. It did look like fun. But we were talking about being naked in front of Lucas. It was one thing to dream about, and another to actually do it. Quick, Talia said with a laugh. They're coming. I decided to go for it. I kicked off my shoes and unbuttoned my jeans. They fell to my ankles and I stepped out of them. I pulled my shirt over my head and reached for the waistband of my panties before I heard a loud whistle from behind me. I whirled around to see Grant and Lucas frozen at the edge of the trees. Lucas's eyes were glued to my ass, but it had been Grant who'd whistled. An involuntary squeak left my throat, and I suddenly lost all my courage. Instead of throwing my clothes back on like a normal person, instinct took over. I ran to jump into the water to hide myself, but I tripped on a rock and face-planted into the water. I inhaled a deep breath, and water filled my nostrils, burning my nasal passages. I pushed off the shallow bottom with my arms, and my head broke the surface. I inhaled a greedy gulp of air. Suddenly, a pair of hands were on me, helping me out of the water. I looked up to see Lucas's green eyes staring down at me. Nade, are you okay? Fine, I said, though I was still sputtering. His hands left mine, and I sank deeper into the water so it would conceal me. My eyes traveled downward, and I started laughing. Lucas was standing in the water, fully clothed, and his shoes were completely soaked. What? He asked in alarm. You're funny, I giggled. Okay, the fizzy bubbly was officially hitting me. It's not like I was drowning. Lucas stood up straighter and shrugged. Better safe than sorry. I leaned into the cool water and floated on my back, then ran my hands through it to pull me out deeper into the lake. You should come in. The water feels nice. Cannonball! Grant shouted. I glanced over, only to see a naked ass right next to me. Grant landed a few feet away from me, spraying water up into my face. I shrieked at the cold shock and stood up straight. The water came to my belly button. Grant came up for air and wiped his eyes, then rubbed his tailbone. Thank God the water reached his hips. Ow, a little shallow for a cannonball. Dude, personal space, I snapped. What? You don't want my naked ass anywhere near you? He teased. No, I don't, I said. I want it over here, Talia called. She was low in the water so that it covered her shoulders. Grant smirked and started wading through the water over to her. He stopped a good 10 feet away to respect her space. I turned back to Lucas, who was sitting on the beach and stripping off his wet shoes. Are you coming in? I don't want to get naked, he said. Come in with clothes on, I encouraged. Like me. Lucas sighed and rose to his feet. If I have to. He reached for his jeans and started unbuttoning them. Heat pooled between my thighs. Pretty sure I was making the lake even wetter than it already was. I couldn't take my eyes off him as he pulled his shirt over his head. Holy hell. He was toned as fuck. All I wanted to do was run my hands across those muscles, to kiss him, to do other things to him. Lucas stripped down to his boxers and stepped into the water until it was up to his knees. There, I did it. I rolled my eyes and swam closer to him. Grant and Talia were in their own little world, splashing each other. They didn't notice Lucas and me. That doesn't count, I claimed. You have to get wet. He glanced down to the water beneath him. I am wet. This counts. Does not. I splashed him, and the water landed on his stomach. Droplets dripped down his toned abs to his waistband. I couldn't help but think what I wanted to do to that waistband. Lucas dropped his jaw dramatically, then bent down to splash me back. Hey! I cried, wiping my eyes of the water. I'm already wet! In more ways than one. I was fucking swimming, and I didn't mean in the lake. Lucas was hot as hell. Turnabout's fair play, he teased. In that case... I swam straight up to him and reached out for his wrist, then tugged him into the water. Lucas stumbled and landed right on top of me. My heart lifted in my chest as his body pressed against mine. I didn't even care that my head had dipped below the water. I'd hold my breath forever just to stay in this position. Lucas's arms wrapped around me, and he pulled me out of the water. I pushed wet strands of hair out of my face and giggled. I couldn't help it. He did things to me that no one else ever had. I felt like I was floating, even though the water was so shallow that we were both on our knees. Lucas didn't let go of me, even though I was no longer in danger of drowning. I figured it was some sort of signal, so I decided to play along. I wrapped my arms around his neck. See? I said innocently, like we weren't sitting here in an intimate embrace. The water's nice, isn't it? He stared down at me, never taking his eyes off mine. His chest rose and fell rapidly in shallow breaths. Yeah, it is nice. His gaze flickered down to my lips, then further down to my breasts. I inhaled, purposefully lifting my chest out of the water a little so he could get a better look. In the cool water, my nipples were rock hard, though he couldn't see through my push-up bra. My mouth went dry as my eyes roamed over him. They locked on his lips, and my whole body felt magnetized toward him. The fizzy bubbly had made me bolder than normal, a hell of a lot bolder. I dragged myself closer to Lucas and wrapped my legs around his middle until our bodies were pressed tightly against each other. Lucas seemed like he was in another world, totally oblivious to Grant and Talia's laughter across the beach as I drew closer. My hips pressed into his, and I could feel his erection through my panties. My heart was hammering so hard that I was sure he could feel it. I could hardly believe this was actually happening. "You're so warm," I whispered. Lucas's arms tightened around me. He licked his lips, staring at my mouth like he was in a trance. "You too." "Well, what are you going to do about it?" I asked. His hands trembled on my back, like he wanted to move them across my body but was too scared. He swallowed. I leaned in closer, my breasts pressed up against him, and my heart hammered so hard it rocked my entire body. I didn't know how I could feel this way when we hadn't even kissed yet. All I knew was that I wanted Lucas more than I ever wanted anyone. It wasn't just because he was hot, either. I really, really liked him. "You could kiss me," I whispered in his ear. He shook his head. "Nadine." "What's wrong?" I asked. "Are you nervous?" Then, because I had absolutely no inhibitions at the moment, I pressed my lips to the corner of his jaw. Lucas froze against me, his breath cooling the side of my neck. Testing his limits, I ran my lips along his jawline and pressed a kiss to his cheek. My pulse quickened. I was so close to kissing him for the first time. Lucas closed his eyes and turned his head until his warm lips brushed across the side of my face. He was so close to my lips that he almost touched them. My heart skipped a beat. I burned for more, to have his lips all over me, his tongue inside my mouth. I tilted my head toward him, anticipating the kiss. But it never came. Lucas's eyes snapped open. In an instant, his hands left my back and pressed against my shoulders. My stomach dropped as he pushed me away from him. Lucas gazed at me with sad eyes. His face had paled, and he looked like he was going to be sick. Because of me? "I'm sorry, Nade. We can't." That floating feeling in my chest disappeared as a heavy weight came crashing down. What had happened? I dropped my legs from around his waist and pushed away from him in the water. "What's wrong?" Lucas turned away from me. He wouldn't look me in the eye. "I can't do this, Nade. It isn't fair to you." "Wait, Lucas!" He stood and started for shore. My limbs felt so heavy that I couldn't bring myself to follow him. I thought we were having a good time. Wasn't he flirting back, or had I misread his signals? Lucas, what's wrong? I asked in a small voice. I barely noticed that Talia and Grant had stopped goofing off to stare at us. What did I do? Lucas stopped on the shore to look back at me as he reached for his jeans.
Nothing, Nade.
My eyebrows knitted together as I searched his expression for explanation, but I couldn't find any. 1,000 thoughts ran through my head. Was he not attracted to me? Did he already have a girlfriend? Had he promised Grammy he wouldn't get involved with me? No, that was all stupid. So what was the problem? I blinked a few times, feeling the weight of the rejection getting heavier. God, I was so immature. It's not even like we were breaking up. We weren't even dating. Lucas sighed. He dropped his jeans and stepped back into the water. He reached out for me. Nade. I pushed off the bottom of the lake and swam around him. Whatever. It's cool. I tried to keep an even tone, but it didn't come out that way. I didn't realize... I thought... I couldn't finish my sentence. Instead, I started toward shore, barely caring that my panties were on display for him. Maybe it'll get him to change his mind. Nadine, please, Lucas begged. Let me explain. Lucas, it's fine, I practically snapped, though I didn't mean to. We're just friends, and I'm not myself right now. Neither of us are, so let's just forget this happened and go back to normal tomorrow. It wasn't true. I was being myself, just with a little extra courage. I wanted the kiss to happen, and so much more. I was stupid and crazy. There was still so much I didn't know about him, which, incidentally, only drew me closer. I wanted to know it all. Lucas stared at me like a deer in the headlights. Nade, I just don't think... You don't owe me an explanation, I said as I started pulling on my clothes. I didn't know why I told him that, considering an explanation was all I wanted. I wasn't sure I could hear it right now. What if it was worse than I was thinking? If that's what you want, Lucas said softly. It wasn't, but I nodded anyway. Talia and Grant had come to the shallow end, though they kept their distance from each other. Hey, guys, Talia said softly. What happened? Nothing, I told her as I put my shoes on. I think it's time to go. Yeah, sure. Talia sounded more like herself now. Can you toss me my clothes? I gathered her clothes and held them out to her where she was crouched down in the shallow end. The guys turned their eyes away as she got out of the water and started to dress. I averted my eyes out of respect. The whole time, I couldn't stop replaying what had just happened in my mind. It was obvious Lucas and I had chemistry. He clearly wanted to kiss me back, and yet he insisted on pushing me away. The only explanation I could think of was that Lucas was playing some sort of game with me. A game that I was going to win.
Chapter 9. Lucas. I hated my fucking gift. I had Nadine in my arms. I was going to kiss her. If we'd been alone, we probably would have gone a lot further, too. The second my lips touched her cheek, the nausea hit, and a thought from the recently departed came to me, shattering the moment. We were never right for each other, the female voice said. Sounded younger than most, but I didn't want to think about how she died. I hoped it was an accident, but there was a hint of fear in her voice that suggested something more was going on. And that chilled me to the bone. What if it was some sort of sign? I had to admit it couldn't have come at a worse time. It was like a reminder that I wasn't any good for Nadine. And so I pushed her away, because if I let this happen once, I didn't think I could ever stop. She deserved better than me, better than someone whose mere existence could hurt her in ways I couldn't imagine. So as much as it killed me to do, I kept my distance from her. It was literal torture. I didn't know why, but when I was around Nadine, the weight of my gift seemed to ease. Now that I was avoiding her, it seemed to weigh heavier and heavier. The voice I'd heard at the lake ended up being a woman named Emily Robinson, who had died after being pushed down the stairs. The jackass who'd pushed her had already been arrested, but that didn't bring me much peace from the thought, if any. That one stuck with me for days, because every time I pictured the girl, I saw my mom. I'd even call Mom to check up on her, and she assured me she was fine. I wasn't sure I believed her. Over the next few days, the nausea grew worse. On Thursday after lunch, I was taking a piss at the urinal when another thought struck.
Is it playtime?
A child's voice whispered in my mind. Though it was quiet, the weight of the thought crashed down on me like a tidal wave. I swayed on my feet, spraying urine all over the floor. I quickly shoved my dick back inside my pants, then made a beeline for the stall behind me. I fell to my knees so quickly that a sharp pain shot up through my legs, but I barely noticed as my attention was stolen by the ache in my gut. It felt as if someone had stuck a fork into my stomach and twisted my intestines around like spaghetti. I hunched over the toilet, waiting for my lunch to come back up, but all that came out were dry heaves. "Shit!" I groaned as I curled up into a ball on the floor. I was hot all over, but freezing cold at the same time. A sheen of sweat covered my body, and I shivered. The child's voice just kept echoing over and over again in my mind.
Is it playtime? Is it playtime?
Fuck, the kid didn't even know he was going to die. I wish I could have taken his place.
No, you're not allowed to think like that,
I reminded myself. In times like this, it was difficult not to. It took another half hour for the nausea to pass, which was unusual. Usually it was gone in only a few minutes. I pushed myself up off the cold tile, my arms shaking. Taking a deep breath, I leaned my head back against the stall door, waiting for the last of it to fade. Eventually, I felt like I could move again, so I conjured my journal and added the thought to it. I wished I could have added something to the positivity journal Professor Warren was forcing me to make, but all I wanted to do was rip the pages out of it and tell him to go screw himself. Listening to little kids die was the furthest thing from what I called a gift. I did a quick scroll through my social media accounts to see if anyone had reported on the death yet, but it was too soon. My stomach sank when I noticed the time on my phone. I only had a few minutes to get to my introduction to incantations class. Ugh. I forced myself to my feet. I was a little shaky, but stable. Then started for my incantations classroom. I took a seat in the back row of the lecture hall so I could slip out easily if the nausea hit again. I spotted Ryan and the other tarantulas sitting toward the middle of the room. They were laughing loudly and shooting spitballs through a straw. Our professor walked in just as one of the balls was flying toward the front. She waved her hand and the spitwad changed course and snapped back in the direction of the tarantulas. It landed square on Ryan's forehead. He swatted it away and mumbled a few crude words about Professor Lauren under his breath. Professor Lauren strolled to the front of the room without even glancing back at Ryan. She was an older woman with long silver hair who frequently wore flowing black dresses. She was wise and pretty much knew everything about everything, and she didn't take anyone's shit. Everyone really loved her classes, unless they were the one causing trouble.
Last week we covered basic incantations all witches and warlocks should know. Professor Lauren began her lecture.
For a woman as old as dirt, she had a surprisingly strong voice that projected all throughout the lecture hall.
You've learned basic defensive magic, like stunning spells.
Nolan, one of the tarantulas, raised his voice.
When do we learn battle orbs and shields?
Professor Lauren frowned.
Not until you're much more mature with your magic, Mr. Kowalski. Those spells are far too advanced for this class.
She turned toward the other side of the room, ignoring him.
Today we will be talking about the theory behind incantations. Why do you think incantations work for all castes and not just a select few?
Felicia Green's hand shot up at the front of the room. She was in all my classes last semester and always had an answer for everything. She was the real Hermione Granger of Miriam College. She was pretty, with long blonde curls and nice skin, but her lack of humility left a lot to be desired.
Yes, Miss Green,
Professor Lauren called out. Felicia spoke like she was reading out of a textbook.
Incantations are universal to all castes because the tasks generated by them are universal. Incantation magic comes not from the incantation itself, but from within you.
Exactly,
Professor Lauren said proudly. Ryan leaned forward in his seat and shot another spit wad at the back of Felicia's head. Her hand slapped over it, and she whirled around to shoot daggers Ryan's way.
Do that again, and I'll incant your ass all the way to the abyss, dickhole.
A chorus of oohs traveled around the room. I couldn't see Ryan's face from here, but he sounded amused.
Savage, Felicia. I like it. You want to take the trip with me?
Screw you,
she spat.
Yeah, I bet you'd like to,
Ryan teased. Felicia shot him a look of disdain before turning back around in her seat.
Let's behave ourselves,
Professor Lauren scolded.
You're not children anymore, for Alora's sake.
Ryan leaned back in his chair, and his buddies laughed around him. What a fucking loser. Professor Lauren turned away from them and continued her lecture.
Incantations serve to alter your mindset. Later in the semester, we'll be writing our own incantations for simple tasks. By the end of your senior year, you should be able to perform the same tasks without incantations at all.
Felicia's hand shot into the air again, and the tarantulas shared a collective groan.
What about group spells? Isn't it dangerous to try them without an incantation?
Yes,
Professor Lauren responded.
We'll be getting into that unit later in the semester, but since you asked, I will warn you all that group spells should always use incantations. It's the only way to ensure you're all on the same page. If not, your magic could clash. Any other questions?
Another hand raised at the far corner of the front row.
Yes, Mr. Walker,
Professor Lauren said. Gregory Walker was a straight-A student like Felicia. If the school had some sort of geek squad, they'd both be on it. Gregory was a tall, skinny guy with a long neck and glasses. His hair stood up in all directions. I wasn't sure if it was some sort of fashion statement or what, but it looked like a mess.
What about curses?
Gregory asked.
Can those be cast through incantations?
Professor Lauren's face fell.
Curses are very dangerous, Mr. Walker.
It's all theoretical, of course,
Gregory quickly clarified. Professor Lauren's lips pressed into a thin line. Finally, she spoke softly.
A curse, or a spell cast with malicious intent to hurt someone else, can be cast through incantations. However, curses are difficult to cast. They stem from hatred and very deep, terrible emotions. Curses are against Miriamic law. Since the curse breakers died out, there isn't a witch or warlock in the world who can break them. It's best if you never utter a curse at all.
Everything in the room seemed to come to a chilling halt. It was so quiet I couldn't even hear the people beside me breathing. After a moment, Professor Lauren cleared her throat and returned to her lecture. She covered things I already knew, so I took to ignoring her. Instead, I conjured my positivity journal and opened up to the first page. That child's voice was still nagging at me. Maybe if I could find the positive in it, it wouldn't hurt so bad. I sat there the rest of class, staring down at a blank line on the page and waiting for something to come true. But nothing did. I was so engrossed in my own little world that I didn't even realize when class ended. Ryan and his gang were headed out of the lecture hall when he stopped beside me.
"What's this, Taylor?"
he asked in a harsh tone. My gaze snapped upward to see him peering down at me. His massive arms were crossed over his chest, and he looked like he was about to start something. I bet he needed to let out some of his anger after Felicia called him out in class, and I was an easy target. I brushed the hair out of my eyes. "Nothing. Get lost."
"Nothing, huh?" Ryan pressed. "Then why don't you let me see it?"
Before I could jab back, his hand shot out and snatched the journal out from under my hands. I was on my feet in a second, reaching for it. "Give it back!" Ryan shoved an arm in my direction, holding me back. Using his magic, he made the journal hover just out of my reach while he commanded the empty pages to flip. He hadn't noticed the writing on the first page, so the notebook just looked empty. I grabbed for the journal again, but Ryan tossed it to Nolan, one of his gang members, who then passed it to Finn. The 5 of them laughed as they passed it around out of my reach. I bet they were so fucking proud of themselves. I backed off and crossed my arms. By now, we were the last ones left in the classroom. "Aren't we a little old for monkey in the middle?" I snapped. Ryan let out a deep belly laugh.
"We're never too old to piss you off. What's so special about this stupid little notebook?"
My hands turned into fists, and my jaw tightened. "None of your damn business, that's what it is, jackass." Ryan fucking lost it. He grabbed me by my shirt and shoved me up against the wall in the back of the room. He landed a heavy forearm to my chest to hold me there.
"Talk to me like that one more time, Lucas," he dared. "It'll be fun showing you what I can do about it."
Ryan raised his other hand, and magical swirls the color of night rose out of his palm. His magic twisted like smoky, burnt fingers. One of the fingers elongated until it reached my jaw, then skimmed along it threateningly. A magical chill spread where it touched. I wanted to open my mouth to give him a piece of my mind, but my jaw was clamped shut tight by his mentalist powers. My nostrils flared.
"Fuck you, asshole."
I didn't take my eyes off his. Time and time again, I'd watched warlocks drop their gaze in submission to this sorry excuse of a human being. I wouldn't let him win like that. Ryan stared me down until his buddy Declan said, "Hey, look at this." Ryan turned and snatched the journal out of Declan's hands. He started reading off my list.
"My gift led me to Nadine. Muffins in the lounge. We met Talia. Grant seems happy. What the fuck is this, Taylor? Some sappy poem? Sounds like garbage to me."
He released his magic on me, and my jaw finally freed. "Yep," I said through gritted teeth. "That's me, a bad poet." Ryan scoffed and shoved the journal at me.
"At least you're right on that one, loser. Have fun with your sucky poetry."
Ryan walked off without looking back. The rest of the tarantulas followed him. They all laughed like it was the best insult they'd heard all week. Probably was, considering Ryan's complete lack of creativity. Whatever. I didn't have time for idiots like them. I had real problems to deal with. Like my gift. This was one of the reasons I hated it. When I wasn't on the verge of vomiting, it was getting me into trouble in one way or another. I subconjured my journal. It disappeared out of my hand and went into my stash, where I kept all my junk, so I wouldn't have to carry it around. I decided to head to the disc golf park to take my mind off everything. I was so stuck in my own head that I nearly walked straight into Professor Lauren on my way out of the classroom. She was standing in the hall talking to Professor Richards, who was an alchemist.
"Do you think you could brew me something?"
she asked him a moment before I nearly trampled her. "Sorry," I mumbled. She grabbed my shoulder to steady me. Her face immediately fell.
"Lucas, are you okay? You look a little pale."
I shook my head. "I'm fine. Are you?" She furrowed her brow.
"Yes, of course. Why do you ask?"
"You said you needed something brewed," I pointed out. Professor Lauren waved her hands.
"It's nothing but old age, I'm sure. It's just a little blip of magic waning here and there. Nothing to be worried about."
I narrowed my eyes. "Is that usual? Professor Warren wasn't feeling well a few weeks ago. He said his magic was weak, too." Professor Lauren and Professor Richards shared a glance, but it was Richards who spoke.
I'll be sure to check on him, Lucas. Thank you for letting us know.
Yeah, no problem, I said before heading on my way. The way they looked at each other worried me a little, but there wasn't anything I could do about it. I headed toward the main foyer and stopped dead when I spotted Nadine. My heart fluttered before I could tell it to calm down. I'd nearly forgotten I wasn't supposed to be drawn to her. She was walking toward me with a pile of books in her hands, as if returning from outside after a study session. She wore long sleeves and a wide-brimmed hat. Her hair spilled around her shoulders, and she looked really nice. But I'd promised myself I'd keep my distance. I took a second to admire her. She radiated beauty, and she smiled and waved to Mandy and Amy across the foyer. I tried to slip back down the hall before she saw me, but I didn't make it fast enough. Nadine's eyes met mine, and the bright look on her face darkened. She hurried over to me before I could slip down the hall.
Lucas,
she greeted coolly. Her lips pressed into a thin line. She was obviously upset with me. I couldn't exactly blame her after the way I blew her off.
Hi.
I shoved my hands into my pockets. Awkward.
Can we talk?
She asked. I shrugged. Yeah, sure. What else was I supposed to do? Tell her no? Nadine led me to a secluded sitting area in the corner where no one would hear us, and I took a seat on one of the plush red chairs. Nadine set her books down on the coffee table next to us and removed her hat. It caught on her hair, which made it stick up in a couple places. I found the messy look kind of hot. She tamed it with her fingers and sat across from me with the hat in her lap.
What's up?
I asked casually, even though I already knew what she wanted. It was obvious we were going to have to talk about the night at the lake eventually. Nadine sat up straight in her chair.
Look, we're friends, right?
I nodded, though I wasn't sure. Were we?
And friends tell each other the truth?
She asked. Fuck, I already knew where this was going.
Yeah, they do, Nade.
Nadine looked me straight in the eye.
Then tell me what happened at the lake, Lucas. Why have you been avoiding me?
I dropped my gaze. There were a million reasons I couldn't get involved. Even if I weren't the Reaper's apprentice, she wouldn't want me once she figured out who I really was. Who would be happy with me if I wasn't happy with myself? Worse, I couldn't put the burden of my gift on her, and it was inevitable if we got together. Shit, look at me getting ahead of myself. Who said we were going to get together?
Nade, it's not you,
I assured her. She frowned and gave me a disappointed look. Hell, was I seriously going to go and make things worse? It's not you, it's me. How lame could I get? I was quick to clarify.
I can't get into a romantic relationship. There's stuff you don't know.
Then tell me,
she begged, her tone softening. I sighed.
Nade.
At least give me something, Lucas.
She looked at me with these big puppy dog eyes I couldn't refuse.
What do you want to know?
I asked. There was so much I wasn't ready to talk about. My parents, my brother, my gift, and worst of all, the dying thought I'd heard about her. That secret was something I'd have to take to the grave.
Your cast, for starters,
she said sheepishly. I smirked.
Isn't the mystery a little fun?
She shook her head.
Not for me. You're a mystery I can't find out, and I want to know everything, Lucas.
Really? My voice was a few pitches higher than normal.
Yes.
She blushed a little. My smirk turned into a light smile and tension eased out of my shoulders. It was hard to leave her alone when it felt this good to be near her.
Maybe we can start with what everyone else already knows about me, I offered.
Nadine's eyes lit up and she sat straighter.
Okay.
I took a deep breath.
My caste is Mortana. I'm the Reaper's apprentice.
Nadine blinked a few times, but otherwise her face remained blank.
You know what that is, right?
I asked. She cleared her throat.
I think I heard about it.
Good, I didn't have to explain it to her. Talking about my gift was almost as bad as experiencing it.
That's why we can't get involved,
I told her bluntly.
Even if I liked you, I couldn't be with you.
Nadine swallowed.
Oh, okay,
she stammered. It was obvious she wasn't okay with it, but I couldn't find the words to explain myself. Instead, I found myself saying,
Thanks, Nade. Why can't everyone be like you?
She chuckled nervously.
Because I'm perfect.
She placed her hat back on her head, then rested her chin on her fist, and fluttered her eyelashes like she was posing for a camera. Damn it all if that didn't make her look even sexier. I laughed.
The hat suits you.
She touched the brim.
You think? I thought it was ugly.
I furrowed my brow.
Then why do you wear it?
Nadine's face fell, and she set the hat aside on top of her books.
I wasn't going to tell you this, but since you asked...
My heart slammed against my rib cage. The sad look on her face had worried me, like she was about to break some terrible news. I had no idea what it could possibly be. Nadine knotted her hands together in her lap and took a deep breath.
I have something called lupus.
Her words knocked the wind out of me. I didn't wish a chronic disease like that upon anyone.
Nade, if you tell me you're sorry, I might lose it,
she threatened playfully. My mouth slammed shut. She laughed lightly as she watched my eyes go wide.
I just mean, it's what I hear every time I tell someone. You don't have to be sorry. It's not your fault.
Well, I don't feel good about it, I admitted.
Nadine, I had no idea.
She shrugged.
Why would you? Most people don't even know what lupus is.
If there's anything I can do to help, you have to tell me, I said. Nadine forced a smile.
Thanks for being nice about it. Most people just tell me I don't look sick, then throw their pity at me when I explain it to them.
My cousin has lupus, I said, so I know a little about it. It didn't mean I understood what she was going through, though, because I didn't. She seemed relieved, like she didn't want to have to explain it all.
So you must know I'm sensitive to the sun.
I nodded. Inside, my guts sank. I wished there was something I could do to help her, some way to take all the pain and symptoms away.
That's why I cover up when I'm outside,
she explains.
When I get too much sun exposure, my symptoms flare up. Like right now, my joints are really sore.
She held one hand with the other and flexed her fingers. The way they moved in a stilted way suggested she was in more pain than I knew. My instinct hit, and I reached out for her. She didn't protest as I took her hand in mine and gently massaged her joints. The warmth from her hand seemed to consume me, radiating up my arms and all throughout my body. Once I started, I couldn't stop. I just wanted to be near her, to touch her. She shot me a nervous smile.
That actually doesn't hurt.
I shrugged.
My mom broke her hand when I was a kid, and it never quite healed right. She used to ask for massages all the time, so I kind of got good at it.
I didn't tell her how Mom had broken it during one of Dad's fits. Nadine relaxed into her seat as I continued massaging her hand. She closed her eyes and rolled her head back.
Oh my God, can I pay you to be my personal masseuse?
I chuckled. What are friends for?
Most of my friends wouldn't do this for me,
she joked. I couldn't take my eyes off her perfect skin as I stared down at my fingers moving over her. Her eyes were closed, so she couldn't see me admiring her beauty. There was so much I wanted to do with these fingers, for these hands to do to me. I dropped her hand before my imagination could run too wild on me. But even that didn't slow my heart. Just being this close to her and smelling the rosy scent on her skin, it made my body go wild. I longed to be back in that position at the lake. I'd freeze the moment in time as her legs boldly wrapped around my waist, her half-naked body pressed tightly against mine. Maybe instead of pushing her away, I'd actually kiss her. In a perfect world where the Reaper's shadow didn't exist. Nadine cleared her throat, calling me back to reality.
Thanks, Lucas. That really helped.
I sat up straighter. Are there other things that help with your symptoms?
I already told you about the yoga, she said, but someone needs to kick my ass because I haven't been doing it lately.
Why not? I asked.
If it helps.
Nadine's shoulders dropped.
It's hard to convince myself to do it with all the stress.
What do you mean? I asked. Nadine eyed me curiously.
You don't know, do you? I thought everyone knew.
Know what? She swallowed and her voice came out small.
Lucas, my parents died.
If her telling me she had lupus knocked the wind out of me, this one was a double whammy. Why hadn't Helena mentioned it to me? I knew someone in her life had died recently because I'd heard the woman's last thought, which was about Nadine. But I didn't know it had been her mom. I should have put the pieces together. And now I'd learned that her dad died too. Holy shit. Her mom's last thought echoed through my mind. There was more to her last thought than I could ever tell Nadine. A dark, ominous warning that could get Nadine hurt, which was why I hadn't spoken of it. And wouldn't. What could I possibly say to Nade if she didn't want to hear, "I'm sorry"? Like an idiot, I spat out, "My brother died too." What the hell? Why was I making this about me? I just mean I get what it's like to lose a family member, I quickly added. Her expression softened.
It's nice to have someone my age around who understands. Most people don't get it.
Tell me about it, I said, feeling a little more of that weight on my shoulders lift. She played with a thread on the chair and didn't meet my eyes.
How long ago?
Almost a year, I answered.
Mine was this summer. It was a car crash.
She didn't say anything more than that. She just stared down at the loose thread, poking it with her finger while we sat in silence. It killed me to watch. I wished that I could shoulder all that pain just to see her happy. I decided to change up the subject.
Well, if you're looking for help with your yoga, you should check out the fitness center.
She finally looked to me.
They have yoga?
Yeah, we could head over there and pick up a schedule if you want, I offered. Damn it, I was supposed to be staying away from her, not inviting her on walks with me. Screw it. This one time wouldn't hurt anything.
Okay,
she agreed. She reached for her hat, but I grabbed her books for her before she could get them.
I can carry those,
she protested. I shrugged. So can I. Nadine huffed a little, but she didn't put up a fight. This way. I cocked my head and we started down the hallway toward the pool and fitness center. She walked a step ahead of me, so she didn't see how I was eyeing her from the side. She had a beautiful profile, and that hair. I couldn't stop staring at that long brown hair that looked so soft. I just wanted to run my hands through it, and nausea hit me. Ah, fuck. I didn't want Nadine to notice, so I kept up pace beside her. 5 more minutes, the thought said. The thought was there and gone in a matter of seconds. I'd collected a lot of thoughts like that over the months. Most people would sell their souls for just a few more minutes with their loved ones. This guy was no exception. It was only when the wave of nausea passed that it hit me how smoothly that one had gone. It was nothing like earlier. I didn't even have to double over and catch myself against the wall. How could that be when just a few hours ago I was writhing on the bathroom floor? And then it hit me. The difference was Nadine. I didn't know what it was about her, but being around her made everything better. I didn't feel as hopeless when she was nearby. I quickly conjured my journal and a pen, then scribbled something down on the next line before Nadine saw. She makes it all bearable. She looked in my direction, but I'd already sent the notebook away to my stash. "What?" I asked innocently. She shrugged and offered a kind smile.
"Nothing."
Well, fuck. How was I supposed to stay away from her now?
Chapter 10. Nadine. I was a filthy liar. I don't even know why I lied to Lucas. It just slipped out. Oh yeah, Lucas, I totally know what the Reaper's Apprentice is. Ugh. I guess I didn't want to sound totally clueless around him. And then I had to tell him I understood? WTF. I didn't. Not really. I just couldn't bear to see him looking all sad like that and everything. I was still thinking about it, days later, on my way to my Introduction to Tarot class. It was a small class with only 30 students. The subject was interesting, but Chloe was in this class, and I couldn't stand her. She always had to call people out for their interpretation of the cards, even though Professor Wyckoff said in our first lesson there were no right or wrong interpretations. We'd already covered the basics of tarot, how there were 22 major arcana cards in a deck that spoke to your lifelong spiritual journey, and 56 minor arcana cards that represented everyday challenges. We learned about the 4 suits, that cups represented emotions and relationships, swords referred to behaviors and the mind, pentacles were about finances and career, and wands were about spirituality. From there, Professor Wyckoff said, all we had to do was interpret the images. Professor Wyckoff was younger than most of my other professors. She must have been in her 30s. She had long caramel-colored hair and always wore multicolored dresses and sandals. She spoke in a soft tone so that the class had to be dead silent to hear her. Today, she stood at the front of the room, shuffling the cards in midair with her telekinetic abilities. I'd like to start our lesson today with a fun exercise. Each of you will come up and pick a single card that represents you and your life's journey. As a class, we will work to interpret the card together. Who'd like to go first? Chloe's hand shot up at the front of the room. I sank down in my seat. I wasn't looking forward to getting up in front of everyone else. They all knew tarot way better than I did. Professor Wyckoff smiled brightly. Miss Olson, come on up. Chloe breezed to the front of the room. As much as I hated to admit it, she looked graceful in her high heels. Professor Wyckoff held out her hand, and the cards fluttered out of the air into a neat pile. She held it out to Chloe. Chloe tilted her chin up confidently and split the deck, then pulled a card from the middle. She smiled proudly as she turned it over. Hold it up so everyone can see, Professor Wyckoff encouraged. Chloe held the card high over her head and announced, I got the Hierophant. I remembered him from our readings last week. He was like a priest, a spiritual leader. He sat on a throne in front of 2 subjects with a set of keys placed at his feet. An excellent card, Professor Wyckoff said. What do you think it means? Chloe lowered the card to study it closely. Well, I know he's a teacher. The keys represent his ability to unlock the mysteries of the world, and these 2 guys here represent a group identity. Damn. I was hoping she'd be wrong, but she sounded like she knew what she was talking about. How do you think that fits into your life? Professor Wyckoff asked. Chloe held her head up confidently. It must mean that I'll become a spiritual teacher someday. Perhaps I'll serve on the Imperium Council, like my grandmother. Professor Wyckoff nodded. Very good. Would anyone like to challenge this interpretation? I sat a little straighter.
Last week, Professor Wyckoff had told us each card had multiple different meanings. Chloe didn't really come off to me as the teacher type. Maybe the card had a different meaning for her.
Nobody? Professor Wyckoff prodded. Her eyes turned to me. Miss Evers? I didn't know why she called on me. Maybe she sensed something in my expression. My pulse quickened, but I answered anyway. Well, I was just thinking, the card could mean that you need a teacher instead of becoming one, right? Professor Wyckoff nodded, but Chloe's features darkened. I tried my best to ignore her. Or perhaps it's not about the teaching aspect at all. Priests are all about tradition, aren't they? So this card could be encouraging you to honor your traditions, to not break the rules? I'm not breaking any rules, Chloe snapped. Turning someone into a toad sure sounds like breaking the rules to me. I snarled back. Gasps traveled around the room, and it took me a second to realize what I'd said. I didn't mean to. It just slipped out. Chloe narrowed her eyes at me, as if trying to figure out how I knew about that. I don't know what you're talking about. Liar. Ladies. Professor Wyckoff quickly stepped in, pretending like she didn't notice the hostility between us. These are both very valid interpretations. Miss Olsen, I suggest you take into consideration Miss Evers' suggestions as you weigh the possibilities of this card on your life. Chloe looked Professor Wyckoff up and down, then scoffed as she tossed the card back at her. I know my tarot. I'm not wrong. She stomped back to her desk and flipped her hair over her shoulder while she sat. Professor Wyckoff turned her gaze back to me. Miss Evers, perhaps you'd like to go next? It didn't sound like a suggestion. Taking a deep breath, I stood on shaky knees and walked to the front of the room. Professor Wyckoff shuffled the deck again, then held it out to me. I cut it, as Chloe had, and picked a card out of the middle. I was a little taken aback by what I got. After a few moments, Professor Wyckoff said, Hold it up for everyone, please. My pulse raced as I flipped the card over and showed the class. The 8 of Swords. This card depicted a woman bound in cloth with a blindfold over her face. 8 swords were sticking out of the ground around her. What do you think it means? Professor Wyckoff asked. I studied the card before answering. Well, we know that swords represent behaviors. She's bound and can't see where she's going, so it might mean that my behaviors and mindset are holding me back. Very good, Professor Wyckoff praised. This is the card of negative thoughts. I furrowed my brow. Well, that doesn't sound good. Chloe's hand shot into the air. Yes, Miss Olsen? Professor Wyckoff called on her. Chloe straightened her spine. On the contrary, this card is quite positive if you look at it correctly. She shot me daggers as she emphasized the word correctly. Notice how her feet are unbound. She has the ability to go in any direction she chooses. The woman in this card is bound by her own doing. All she has to do is stop playing the victim. Chloe glared at me. Was she seriously accusing me of victim mentality when she didn't even know me? Yeah, my life sucked, but I wasn't a victim. I dealt with my shit. Excellent, Professor Wyckoff said. With her, I didn't think anyone could interpret the cards wrong. It seems the power to escape your issues is in your hands, Miss Evers. Remove the blindfold, and everything shall be made clear. I gave her back the card and returned to my seat. The whole time, Chloe's eyes followed me.
I sat, wondering if maybe I'd chosen the wrong card. Was I really holding myself back? I didn't play the victim, did I? I was contemplating it all class, so I didn't really pay attention to the rest of the readings. All I knew was Chloe had to challenge them all, and Professor Wyckoff praised her each time. As I was walking out of the classroom, Chloe grabbed my wrist and dragged me down the hall. I ripped my arm out of her hold and glared at her. "What the hell?" She lowered her voice, but her tone was as harsh as ever. "You think it's funny challenging me like that?" "Professor Wyckoff called on me," I growled. "I followed the assignment." Chloe pointed a manicured finger in my face and leaned close. "Don't ever insult me like that again. Understand?" "I'm so scared," I said flatly. "Try not to act so offended next time, unless it's true?" Her lips tightened. "Screw you, Nadine. No one wants you here anyway. Why don't you just leave?" "I don't know. Why don't you come up with a better insult? I've heard that one before," I said coolly. Chloe didn't like that. She stepped closer until she was looming over me. "I'm going to have so much fun driving you out of town." I raised an eyebrow. "Yeah? I'd like to see you try." Chloe scoffed. "You're on." She breezed away. I stared after her, narrowing my eyes at the back of her head. It wasn't until she turned the corner that I breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever. She didn't deserve my attention anyway. What I really needed right now was a nap. I turned and started back toward my dorm room. When I got there, the door handle didn't move. I twisted harder, but it wouldn't budge. What the... I glanced down to my wrist, and my gut sank. My bracelet! It was gone! That was the key to my room! I pounded on the door, feeling a red-hot energy rise inside of me. How could I have lost my enchanted bracelet? Talia answered a few moments later. She furrowed her brow and tilted her head. "You didn't have to knock." "I did." I held up my wrist to show her it was empty. She gazed at my wrist in shock. "What happened to your bracelet?" I entered the room and plopped down onto my bed. It felt really good to lie down. "I don't know." Talia sat on the couch. "When was the last time you saw it?" I racked my brain, trying to recall. I definitely had it at lunch. I fell asleep in the study area outside the fitness center between classes, but I'm pretty sure I still had it on me when I woke up, which means I must have gone to my tarot class with it on. "Should we retrace your steps?" Talia asked. I was too tired to move. I shook my head. "Maybe in a bit." Talia's face fell. "You know what? I'll go look for it." "No, Tal," I said quickly. "You don't have to do that." She grabbed her bag. "Well, I'm going to go for a walk. If I happen to stumble upon it, I'll let you know." I'd already closed my eyes. I was drifting off so quickly that I barely heard her. "Yeah, okay. Have fun on your walk." I was out before I heard the sound of the door shut. I woke at least an hour later to the sound of 3 voices entering the room. It felt like I'd barely slept at all. I pushed past the pain in my joints and sat up in bed to see Talia, Mandy, and Amy entering the room. Mandy wore a plum dress with a plaid skirt that fell to her knees, with dark tights and high heels. Amy dressed more casually, in jeans and a Miriam college hoodie. "Bad news," Talia said. "I didn't find your bracelet, but I did find these 2 wonderful ladies who want to go shopping with us and take us out to dinner." "Anywhere but the Chinese buffet," Amy said. I'm sick of rice and egg rolls. My mom hasn't stopped making them all summer. She's trying to replicate my grandmother's famous recipe. In that case, no Indian food either, Mandy added. Curry's the only thing my mom knows how to make. Your family has a secret recipe? Amy asked her. Just the one, Mandy replied. That recipe was the one thing my grandma brought with her from India. Same, Amy said, except my grandma came from China.
Mandy turned to me.
So, what do you say, Nadine?
I forced a smile. As much as I loved shopping, it was beyond tiring. I hated to miss out, though.
Sounds like fun. You'll have to give me a few minutes to get ready.
Sure, Talia said, before walking over to her bed to pick up her cat.
Hey, you guys want to meet Gus? Oh my gosh, he's so cute, Mandy raved. Nadine, do you have a cat?
I grabbed my hairbrush and started brushing my hair into a high ponytail. No, not yet. The girls either didn't notice how slowly I moved, or they didn't care, because they didn't rush me. It was kind of nice. Talia leaned against the bathroom door while I was fixing my makeup. I can't wait until we get our magic. Hair and makeup will be so easy.
We can do magic makeup?
I asked as I smeared mascara across my eyelashes. She smiled proudly.
Makeup and hair. It'll make my morning routine super fast.
I tightened my ponytail and turned from the mirror. It will definitely be a perk of magic. We took Mandy's car into town and parked along a street with a bunch of cute shops. I noticed various signs advertising free samples of things like honey, maple syrup, and apple cider. There were plenty of cute clothing shops and metaphysical stores. I didn't know where to start. Amy noticed me eyeing the street curiously as we stepped out of the car.
Haven't you been here before, Nadine?
I shook my head. I haven't had the time yet. Mandy inhaled a sharp breath.
Girl, you are missing out. You have to try Grandma Dee's apple cider. It's the best.
We could start here and work our way to the end of the street, I suggested, pointing to the closest store, which sold crystals.
Good idea.
Talia looped her arm through mine, and we entered the shop. It was quiet inside, though a soft melody played over the speakers. Various incense smells hit my nose all at once. Beneath the counter in the middle of the shop, crystals, big and small, glittered under the light. There was an entire section dedicated to different tarot decks, and another for candles. The entire ambiance soothed me. Until I caught sight of Gwen and Camille. They were filling small drawstring bags with different colored stones. I was pretty sure I saw Gwen slip one of the smaller ones into her pocket. The two of them shot daggers my way when they noticed my eyes on them. I quickly glanced away and followed my friends to the other side of the store. I pulled a box of tarot cards from the shelf. I should probably get myself my own tarot deck. It's not required for my class, but it might help me study. The artwork on this deck was beautiful, but I didn't recognize the cards shown on the back.
Those are oracle cards, Talia said.
What's the difference? I asked.
Tarot's more standard, Talia explained. Tarot decks should have 78 cards, with major and minor arcana, and 4 suits. Oracle cards can basically be anything the creator wants them to be. There's more flexibility in the oracle cards.
Interesting, I mused as I studied the artwork on the front. It depicted a beautiful woman with a full moon behind her. She looked as if she was praying. I didn't know why, but I felt drawn to her. I think I'm going to get these ones.
Oh my gosh, check these out,
Mandy cried. She was hunched over the front counter, looking down at one of the crystals inside.
The three of us came over to join her. Below her was a beautiful orange and red crystal set into a silver ring. It shimmered in the light. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" "I like this one," Amy said, pointing to a midnight blue crystal. "Don't let me buy it, though. I have at least a dozen of these already." "Seriously, guys?" Talia teased. "It's pink all the way." "Check this out!" Amy cried, flapping a hand. She pointed to a green stone beneath the glass. "This is supposed to ward off curses. I bet it's the best thing since curse breakers." "Curse breakers?" I asked. Mandy's face fell. "Oh, honey, you have so much to learn. Curse breakers are the 5th caste." My eyebrows knitted together. "They died out, didn't they?" Mandy nodded. "Yeah, I think, well..." She hesitated. "What?" I pressed. Mandy played with the strap on her purse. "I'm just surprised no one mentioned it to you. I'm pretty sure your grandpa was the last one." Shock hit me. Why hadn't Grammy told me? "What exactly is a curse breaker?" I asked carefully. "Exactly what they sound like," Mandy said. "Witches who break curses." "There's more to it than that," Amy added. "They could transfer magic from one place to another. That's how they broke the curses. Plus, they can absorb magic." "That sounds really cool. I wonder why there aren't any left," I mused. "It's always been kind of rare," Talia explained. "I mean, being able to absorb magic takes a lot of responsibility. Mother Miriam wouldn't want that kind of power to be put in the wrong hands." "I guess that makes sense," I said. Talia gestured to the stones below us. "Which one is your favorite?" I peered into the glass. They were all so gorgeous. Some shimmered like diamonds, while others were smooth. I was drawn to a light blue one, but it was hard to pick a favorite.
Will that be all for today?
My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the cashier cashing out a customer. I looked up to see headmistress Verla setting a huge crystal on the counter next to us. It was orange and reminded me of a Himalayan salt lamp, but it was solid and looked hella heavy. She had a large bag draped over her shoulder, and Odin's black head poked out the opening. She brushed her brown hair out of her eyes. "Yes, that's it." The cashier started ringing her up. Headmistress Verla lifted her head and caught my eye. "Girls, how are you?" "We're good," I said. "Nadine, I'm actually really glad I ran into you," Headmistress Verla said. "I wanted to talk to you about your evoking ceremony training." "Oh?" I pushed my hair behind my ear. "How exactly does that work?" She gave a polite smile. "Each freshman is assigned a mentor who will help them prepare for the ceremony." "Have I been assigned?" I asked eagerly. I was excited to hear whom I'd been assigned to. "Yes," she said brightly. "Me." I blinked a few times. "You're my mentor?" "You sound surprised, Nadine." "I just thought it'd be one of my professors," I said. "Well, it was, but there were some reassignments." I didn't know what she meant by that, but I sensed something in her tone. "What do you mean?" I asked curiously. She waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's nothing. I just thought maybe we could get to know each other. You know, since I was so close to your mom." "Yeah, I'd like that," I told her. "Excellent," she said brightly.
I suggest we meet at least 3 times before your evoking ceremony. How does the first week of October sound?
Sounds great.
I'll see you then. She paid for her crystal, then left the shop with it cradled in her hands. Talia, Mandy, and Amy all turned to me with wide eyes.
What?
I asked innocently. You're so lucky, Talia said. She never mentors anyone. I furrowed my brow.
She doesn't?
No, Mandy confirmed. She's super good, too. You'll pass your evoking ceremony for sure. Relief washed over me.
That's encouraging.
You should get a crystal to celebrate, Amy suggested. I eyed Talia and Mandy.
Is that what witches do?
Amy laughed.
No, I just really like crystals.
Mandy frowned. I feel so bad for the headmistress. My heart sank. Me too. Talia told me what happened. She lost her sister and her baby. Mandy leaned in to whisper. It wasn't just any sister either. It was her twin. Wow, that must have been hard, I said in a soft tone. Talia shook her head. Worse than that. Identical twins share a soul. She literally lost half her soul. My jaw dropped. There were no words for this kind of thing. Is there anything we can do? Talia shook her head. There was a memorial for her baby after it happened. The whole town came. I would hate to reopen old wounds. You're right, I told her. I felt the same way with my parents. The grief was personal. I didn't want to talk about it, and I bet Headmistress Verla didn't want to either. Mandy seemed to sense the tension in the air and made a point to break it.
Well, I'm going to get this ring and another palm reading book for my collection. Anyone else getting anything?
I bought the oracle cards. Then we went next door to a cute shop that sold fudge and saltwater taffy. I chuckled as I read through the names of the taffy flavors.
These are great. Eye of Newt, Witch's Brew, Midnight Reaper.
I stopped in my tracks when I saw the one labeled Midnight Reaper. It was a deep black and probably licorice flavored, but the name reminded me that I'd been meaning to ask Talia about what Lucas had said.
Midnight Reaper tastes amazing,
Talia said. She reached for a bag to start filling it with candy. I cleared my throat. Speaking of reapers, I heard of something called a reaper's apprentice, but I'm not sure what it means. Mandy paused as she reached for a taffy labeled pumpkin spice.
You hang out with Lucas Taylor, don't you?
I nodded. He told me he was the Reaper's apprentice, and I said I knew what he meant, but I didn't. Amy came up close to me to explain in a low voice. There's one Reaper's apprentice every generation. They collect the last thoughts of the dead so that the spirits can move on to the afterlife. When he dies, he'll become a Reaper. My eyebrows shot up.
Like the Grim Reaper? A scythe and everything?
There is no Grim Reaper, Talia said. Just Reapers. Lots of them. A heavy weight settled on my chest, and I suddenly felt for Lucas. He dealt with death day in and day out. It sounded like a huge burden to bear. I quickly became intrigued. Do all magical races have reapers? Talia shrugged. Depends on what you call it. In some societies, their ancestors come to lead their spirits to the other side. In ours, specially trained reapers help you cross over. I mused thoughtfully.
So, why can't a Reaper's apprentice have a girlfriend? Amy tilted her head to the side. What do you mean? Lucas said we couldn't get involved because he was the Reaper's apprentice, I explained. Any idea why? The three of them stared back at me blankly. It sounds like an excuse to me, Talia said bluntly. Totally, Amy agreed. I bet he's scared or something. My teeth gritted. If he doesn't like me, why doesn't he just say that? No one had an answer for me. We bought our candy and left the store. As we were leaving, two women in beautiful velvet robes passed by us. In unison, Mandy, Amy, and Talia all bowed their heads and politely said, "Priestesses?" The women bowed their heads back, then continued on their way. My eyes followed them. They were both decades older than us. One had salt and pepper hair, while the other had a mane of red hair tied into a long braid. They held their heads high, like they were important. I noticed a cauldron tattoo on the back of one lady's neck, and a skull on the other's wrist. I turned to my friends. What was that about? Mandy and Amy exchanged a glance, but it was Amy who spoke. They're Imperium members. Imperium? I asked. Chloe had mentioned the Imperium Council, but I hadn't asked what it meant. Our government, Amy explained as we entered the next shop down, which was a cute boutique that sold dresses. The Imperium is made up of one high priestess from each of the Coven's castes. I smiled. The Covens run by women? Talia ran her hands down a pink dress. Absolutely. Awesome, I said. How are the priestesses chosen? Oh, we just talked about this in my sociology class. Amy piped up excitedly. When a priestess dies, the remaining Imperium members nominate and vote on the next priestess to take their place. Usually, they'd choose the strongest members of the caste. What if there's a disagreement or a tie vote? Talia gave me this dead serious look. Then it's a fight to the death. My face fell. Talia and Amy burst into a fit of laughter. I'm kidding, Talia giggled. I don't think there's ever been a tie vote. They definitely pray to Mother Miriam before they vote, so it's usually unanimous. I pulled a black floral dress off the rack and held it up to my body. It sounds so easy. You should try that on, Talia encouraged. You think? Yeah, and I'll try this one. She grabbed the pink dress she'd been eyeing. This would look hot for the midnight formal. Midnight formal? I asked. Mandy beamed. A winter tradition. It's the best dance of the year. I didn't know colleges held dances, I said. You think we're all done dancing after senior prom? Mandy asked. No way. We love our dances around here. Okay, so which one of you can I take? I joked. I doubt I'll find a date. Don't talk that way, Nadine, Amy scolded. I'm sure there are tons of guys who would love to take you. Problem was, there was only one I wanted to go with. I shrugged. I guess we'll see. We made our way back to the fitting rooms. The black dress was light and flowy on me. It was a little too girly for me, but my friends liked it, so I decided to buy it. Mandy bought 3, all in different colors. We stopped at a dozen more shops before we ordered dinner at a cute cafe that was famous for its assortment of pies. I got to try some of the cider I'd heard so much about, and it was amazing. Finally, we decided to call it a night. By the time we got back to campus, my arms were full of shopping bags. "You think those shoes I wore yesterday will go with my new dress?" Mandy asked Amy as we crossed the foyer. Amy thought about it for a second. "The black sandals with the strap?" "Yeah, I don't know if those will work or if I should buy new ones," Mandy said. Amy scrunched up her nose. "Buy new ones anyway." Mandy's jaw dropped dramatically. "Girl, you are no good for my credit card." Amy flipped her dark hair over her shoulder. "What do you think I'm here for?" I gripped hard to the banister as we climbed the stairs. All the walking we'd done had really tired me out. Talia noticed, but she didn't say anything. She made a point to walk behind me, in case I passed out or something. "Bad Mandy," Talia snickered. "You already spent too much today." Mandy groaned. "I know. My parents are gonna kill me." We reached the top of the steps, and my stomach sank when I saw Chloe, Gwen, and Camille standing there. They were huddled in a small group and giggling about something I couldn't hear. Their laughter instantly died when Chloe lifted her head and caught me staring. I was pretty sure she was trying to flip us off with her eyes. Mandy shot her a disgusted look, then flipped her hair over her shoulder and continued on her way. "Sorry, guys," she said when we were out of earshot of the lucky three. "I kind of attract hostility from that chick." I scoffed. "Believe me, it's not just you." I reached for the door handle on room 112, but when I twisted, nothing happened. "Oops, I forgot I lost my bracelet." "That's okay, I've got it," Talia said. When the door swung open, my jaw dropped. Talia's hand shot over her mouth. "Good goddess!" The room had been totally trashed. I was too shocked to say anything. All the dresses in our closet had been ripped out and were strewn across the entryway. In the bathroom, my Epsom salts littered the floor, and Talia's shampoo had been poured over every surface. All the books from my dresser were on the floor. Some of them lay open, with the pages crinkled at the corner. Our bedding was all messed up, and the cushions were thrown off the couch. Dresser drawers were open, and our clothes were scattered all around the room. All the condoms from Talia's jewelry box had been ripped open and were hung from the knobs on our dressers. A small cry came from under the bed. "Gus!" Talia screeched. She rushed over and dropped her shopping bags at her feet, then reached under the bed to pull out her suitcase. She flipped the top up, and Gus jumped out. He purred as she set him free. My hands shook as I leaned down to pick up my books. "Oh my gosh," Mandy said breathlessly. "Who would do this?" Talia held Gus close and gently stroked his white fur. "I don't know." I placed one of the books back on my dresser, and that's when I noticed it. My enchanted beaded bracelet sat neatly on the middle of my dresser. I picked it up and turned to Talia. "This definitely wasn't here when we left." Talia's jaw dropped. "Someone must have found it and done this." Red-hot rage tore through me. Something from earlier flickered through my mind, how Chloe had grabbed my wrist after our tarot class. My nostrils flared. "I don't think they found it. They stole it." "Oh no," Amy whispered as she reached down to pick up one of my books. She flipped it over, only for me to see that the cover had been ripped off of my Agatha Christie paperback. Amy held it up in two pieces. "That's
when I fucking lost it. I tore the book out of her hand and stomped out of the room. Screw my fatigue and aching joints. I didn't care how much it hurt to punch this bitch in the face. She deserved it. She was going to pay for this. I ignored Talia's voice calling my name as I marched down the hall. Chloe looked to me with false shock in her eyes, but I could tell she was holding back a laugh. "Oh no, Nadine," she feigned. "What happened?" I thrust my arm out and shoved Chloe so hard that pain shot through my wrist. She stumbled back a step, but quickly straightened. I shoved the book into her face. "Look what you did, you fucking bitch!" "I have no idea what you're talking about," Chloe said coolly. Gwen and Camille snickered from behind her. Chloe just looked amused. In the foyer below, all eyes turned to us. "This was the last thing my mom gave me before she died!" I shouted, my hand curling into a tight fist. "And you've ruined it!" Chloe's eyebrows knitted together. She spoke loud enough for the onlookers in the hall to hear. "But Nadine, how could I have gotten into your dorm?" "I know damn well how you did it," I snarled, getting up in her face. "You stole my bracelet and went in while Talia and I were in town. I bet you sent your backup bitches to keep an eye on us." Gwen and Camille only laughed harder, like they took the insult as a badge of honor. Chloe crossed her arms and leveled me with a challenging gaze. "Prove it." "Nadine." I felt Talia's hand on my elbow, but I shrugged her off. "Are you seriously going to stand here and tell me it wasn't you?" I growled at Chloe. "No one's going to believe you." She leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. "Leave town, and it won't happen again." "Leave town?" My fist tightened. "How about you tell me what the fuck it is you have against me?" Chloe eyed me up and down, then scoffed. "You don't know, do you?" "Know what?" I snapped. She smirked. "Maybe you should ask your grandma. Anyway, good luck cleaning up." Chloe turned on her heel and started walking away from me, but I dropped my book and lunged forward. My fingers tangled in her hair, and I jerked so hard that she stumbled backward and landed on the ground. I was about to jump on top of her when 3 pairs of hands held me back. Chloe cradled her head where it had hit the ground and quickly got to her feet. "You're crazy!" "And you're a fucking liar," I seethed. Tears began to stream down my face as I struggled out of my friend's hold. But I couldn't get away from all 3 of them. "That was my mom's book, you bitch!" I screamed more obscenities at her, but they flew out of my mouth without me really realizing what I was saying. I was pretty sure I called her a bitch at least 3 more times. It was loud enough for practically the whole school to hear. I probably looked insane as spittle flew from my mouth and I struggled away from my friends. But I didn't care. I just wanted her to pay. Professor Wyckoff rushed up the stairs. "Nadine," she said softly, "you need to calm down." "Calm down?" I shrieked. "Did you see what she did?" Professor Wyckoff didn't raise her voice at all. I had to quiet down to hear her. "Why don't you show me?" I was still seething, but it was enough to get me to stop struggling. My friends let me go, and I led Professor Wyckoff back to our room. "Oh dear," she said once she saw the mess. Let's get some help." She turned from the room, presumably to find some other professors. Talia led me over to my bed, and I sank into it. "Nadine,
What was that? She asked. I took a deep breath and wiped the tears from my eyes. Don't you want to punch her too? Yeah, of course I do, but that... Talia hesitated. That didn't seem like you at all. I sniffled as Mandy handed me my book that I'd dropped in the hall. I hugged it close to my chest. I just get that way sometimes. I can't explain it. It's like... I choked up as a sob rose in my throat. It's like I have this darkness inside of me. Most of the time it's fine, but other times it's like I want to rip somebody's head off. Amy's shoulders fell. We all get that way sometimes, Nadine. I shook my head. She didn't understand. When I got this way, I could get downright murderous. It was way overly dramatic, and I knew I was totally out of line, but I couldn't control myself. I was beyond furious. Deep breaths, Nadine, Mandy encouraged. No. I got to my feet, but I stood too fast. The room spun around me, and I flopped back onto the bed. Nadine, you need to slow down, Talia insisted. I pressed the heel of my palm to my forehead, waiting for the dizziness to pass. I don't want to calm down, Tal. Okay, but you can't keep acting like this, she stated sternly. I dropped my hand and looked her in the eyes. Fine. Then I want to go see my grandmother. Talia exchanged a nervous glance with the other girls. We'll stay and clean up, Amy offered. Talia turned back to me. Okay, Nadine. We'll go visit your grandma. I was still fuming on the car ride over, but Talia had insisted she drive, so I managed to cool down a little by the time we pulled into Grammy's driveway. Grammy rushed out of the house when she saw my car pull up. Nadine, what happened? She demanded. There was a look in her eye that told me she already knew. Who told you? I asked as I stepped out of the car. Grammy frowned, but she wrapped an arm around my shoulders and led me up the walkway. Talia followed close behind. Clarice called, Grammy admitted. I groaned. Headmistress Verla knew. Was I going to get suspended or something? I heard you made quite a scene, Grammy stated. I expected her to sound disappointed, but her tone was impossible to read. It was justified, I said bitterly. Grammy led me into the living room, and I took a seat on the couch. Talia sat beside me with a worried look on her face. Grammy sat in the chair across from us. She adjusted her long skirt and folded her hands in her lap. Why don't you tell me what happened? My blood heated as I pictured that satisfied look on Chloe's face. What a fucking bitch. I took a deep breath before jumping into my explanation. There's this girl at school who hates me. I don't know why. And she broke into our dorm room and tore the whole thing apart. My hands shook the longer I spoke. She ripped the book Mom and Dad gave me for my birthday, and I lost it. She's lucky I'm going through a flare-up, or I would have pummeled her fucking... Nadine. Grammy held up a hand to stop me. She spoke so calmly, like my anger didn't faze her at all. I understand that you're upset, but getting into fistfights is not the answer. I groaned. What was I supposed to do, Grammy? Sit there and take it? Grammy sat silently, unmoving, though Talia shifted uncomfortably beside me. Finally, Grammy's stoic features turned into a frown. I'm sorry about your book, Nadine. Perhaps we can get you a new one. I don't want a new one, I snapped. Grammy's eyebrows tightened. I quickly adjusted my tone. It's not just any book, Grammy. Mom and Dad signed it to me. It's... I choked up again. Talia inched closer to me and pulled me into a hug. It's going to be okay, Nadine. No one got hurt, and that's what's important. I melted into the hug, letting it cool some of the heat raging through my body. Slowly, the tension in my shoulders began to ease. Finally, I drew away from Talia, feeling like my head was a little clearer. I'm sorry. I know I could have reacted differently. And you're right, Tal. No one got hurt. I just don't get why she did it in the first place. I turned my gaze back to Grammy. She told me to ask you. Grammy's face fell, and she completely froze up. Me? Yeah, she acted like there's something I should know, and she thought you might be able to tell me, I said. Grammy furrowed her brow. What's this girl's name? Chloe. I cleared my throat. Chloe Olsen. Grammy huffed, but it was barely audible. Her lips pressed together tightly, and her eyebrow twitched, but I couldn't read the look in her eyes. It was like she was trying hard not to give anything away. I have no idea what she meant. I crossed my arms and glared at Grammy. It was obvious she was lying to me. Are you sure? Because she seemed pretty certain you knew something. Grammy sucked on her teeth and hesitated. I know that years ago, before Grampy died, he didn't get along well with the Olsen family. But that's over now. My eyebrows knitted together tightly. That couldn't be what this was about. Grampy had died over 40 years ago, when Grammy was still pregnant with Mom. Whatever she was talking about had nothing to do with Chloe and me. What did they fight about? I asked. Grammy shot to her feet. There was anger etched in her eyes, like she was furious I had the nerve to ask. That's in the past, Nadine. There's no reason to go opening old wounds. Stay away from this Olsen girl, and you'll be fine. Now come eat some cookies. They're fresh. I gaped up at Grammy. Actually, I'm not hungry. I'm not going to ask you again, Nadine, she snapped. I made too many, and I need your help eating them. Holy crap. Grammy could get sassy when she wanted to. Talia and I shot each other wide-eyed gazes, then quickly got to our feet to follow Grammy to the kitchen. It was obvious Grammy wasn't willing to talk about this thing with Grampy, but she couldn't keep it from me forever. One way or another, I'd figure out what she was hiding. Grammy's secret hovered at the forefront of my mind during classes the next day. I could hardly concentrate, knowing she was keeping something from me, but I knew how stubborn she could be. She wouldn't spill unless she wanted to, and it drove me nuts. Talia and I had returned to school the night before, to a clean dorm, and a note from Amy and Mandy that we could thank them with an order of Barry's Enchanted Muffins. We'd left a dozen outside each of their dorm rooms that morning, along with a personalized thank you note to each of them. Talia had made some inappropriate drawings inside that she assured me they'd both appreciate. At lunch, I was filling my plate in the buffet line when I caught sight of Lucas and Grant entering the cafeteria. The school's cafeteria wasn't like the lunchroom back at my old high school. Instead of long tables with benches and bright fluorescent lighting, the college's cafeteria was set up more like a restaurant, with red carpet, dark walls, and dim lighting. The room was so big that it had 3 buffet lines, and the high ceiling featured beautiful black chandeliers. Seeing Lucas brought a whole other issue to mind, one that I was going to get answers to. I abandoned Talia and intercepted Lucas on his way to grab a plate. Hey! My tone was less than friendly, but his eyes lit up when he saw me. "Hey, Nade. What's up?" "I need to talk to you." I wasn't giving him a choice this time. Lucas shot a glance to Grant. Sure." He filled up his plate, then followed me to a secluded corner of the room at a table set for 2. Grant looked more than eager to share Talia's company for lunch, so he didn't seem bothered that I dragged his friend away from him. "What do you want to talk about?" Lucas asked. His voice was steady, but I sensed a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. He wouldn't look at me directly. "I want to know the truth," I stated. He finally looked at me. "The truth about what?" I sighed. "If you don't like me, just tell me." "Whoa." Lucas's spine straightened. "Where's this coming from, Nade?" I gaped at him. Was he serious? "You said we couldn't be together. I want to know what that means." He furrowed his brow. "I thought you said you knew." I swallowed. "I lied to you." His face paled. "What do you mean you lied?" Now I was the one who couldn't meet his gaze. I poked at my food. "When you told me the other day that we couldn't be together because you're the Reaper's apprentice, I said I understood. But I didn't. Not really. And my friends, they don't seem to understand either." When I finally lifted my gaze to his, he had this sad look on his face. It was barely there, but I could sense it. "Nade, I'm sorry," he said softly. "It's something we cover in Mortana studies. I assumed others knew." "What does it mean?" I begged. If I couldn't be with him, I wanted a good reason. Lucas glanced around, and although no one was seated near us, he leaned in and lowered his voice anyway. "Nade, you have to understand that being the Reaper's apprentice is a very difficult calling. There's a reason the dead leave their last thought behind with me. It's because..." "Because?" I pressed. Lucas swallowed. "The nature of what I do can be a bit morbid, dark, and sometimes that darkness is passed on." "Passed on?" I asked. "Like to children," he clarified. "Whoa!" I held my hands up and leaned back in my chair. I mean, I liked Lucas, but I wasn't seriously thinking about having his babies just yet. "Goddess, no," Lucas said quickly. "I didn't mean us. Around 200 years ago, a Reaper's apprentice fathered a child, and that child was born with a darkness inside of him that no child should be burdened with. As he grew, so did that darkness. He was literally pure evil." I could feel the crease between my eyebrows deepening. "So, you're afraid of having kids?" "Lucas..." He held up a hand to stop me. "Let me finish." I snapped my jaw shut and listened. "Anyway, this kid, he grew up to resent his parents," Lucas continued. "I don't know the full story, but I guess all those bad emotions built up. And one night, he lost it. I leaned in closer, intrigued. Lucas swallowed. "He snapped and murdered his own mother." I audibly gasped. Lucas shuddered. "Apparently, it was so brutal that he accidentally cast a curse upon all future Reaper's apprentices." My stomach sank. Lucas was cursed? "There must be a way to break the curse," I said hopefully. Lucas shook his head. "There isn't. Without a curse breaker, it's impossible. Even with one, it'd be tricky." A beat passed as I considered the weight of his words. "So, what does the curse do?" If I was with you, Nadine, you'd...
He hesitated and glanced down at his food. What, Lucas? I'd what? He cleared his throat.
You'd become the Reaper's shadow. I couldn't do that to you.
A shiver ran down my spine. What's the Reaper's shadow? He took a long breath.
The Reaper's shadow is the mate of a Reaper's apprentice. The sacrifices involved are too much.
What sacrifices? I shifted in my seat. I was burning for all the answers. Lucas hesitated, like it was too painful to even think about.
There are 3 stages. If the Reaper's apprentice has sex with the Reaper's shadow, she will experience a great illness.
I snorted, and Lucas gave me a strange look. I was already sick enough to fit that description, so I was keeping sex on the table. Yeah, like on this table. I'd like to do him on it. What the hell? That came out of nowhere. Go on, I encouraged, pushing the dirty thoughts aside.
If the 2 get married, the Reaper's shadow will experience severe trauma, he explained.
Nothing I hadn't gone through before. So far, he wasn't exactly scaring me off. And the 3rd stage? I asked. Lucas closed his eyes. He didn't answer for a moment.
If the Reaper's apprentice fathers a child, the child will have no choice but to kill the mother.
My breath stalled in my chest. So Lucas was saying that if this turned into something serious, I'd either have to give up kids or die. That was a big decision to make, but we weren't serious. There wasn't any reason to worry about that right now. Okay, I said slowly, mulling it all over. I can see your hesitation, but I mean, the 1st stage only starts at sex. That doesn't mean you can't have a girlfriend. And I'm not just talking about me, I added quickly when he looked at me. He scoffed.
What do you think boyfriends and girlfriends do, Nade?
What, you're never going to kiss someone?
I've kissed people, Lucas grumbled. And I've done enough to know that kissing leads to other things. We almost kissed. I'm not going to risk it, Nade. I don't care how much I want you.
He pressed his fingers to his lips, like he hadn't meant for the confession to spill out. I blushed a deep pink.
You want me?
Lucas's lips twitched, but the rest of his body had gone still.
I just meant in general.
Fucking liar. Lucas liked me. I'd bet my ass he wanted to take me right here on this table, too. Damn it. His confession only made me want him more.
Nadine,
he said softly. It caught my attention because he'd used my full name. Yeah? I responded past the lump in my throat.
You have to understand why I've chosen to remain celibate.
He ran his fingers through his hair, looking flustered.
It's not because I don't want... It's not because...
He took a deep breath.
Look, the truth is,
He cut off, like he couldn't bear to tell me the truth. You what? I asked. I was dying to hear the last half of that sentence. He dropped his hands to the table and looked me straight in the eye.
The truth is, I'll never have a relationship like that. I can't do that to someone.
There was such sorrow in his eyes. The way he looked at me, it burrowed deep down into my soul. I felt my own sadness streaming out from my chest. I just wanted to hold him in my arms and tell him that it was all going to be okay. That even if he couldn't have someone like that, there were still people who would love him. But I choked up, and I couldn't say any of that.
Instead, I simply smiled and said, "If that's really what you want, Lucas." Even as I said it, I heard the lie in my voice. I wanted more. Lucas wanted more. Lucas shifted in his chair, looking like he had more to say. Finally, he lifted his gaze and whispered, "All I want is for you to be safe, Nade." My heartbeat quickened, and my body heated. The room spun, but not in the scary kind of way. It was exhilarating, like the thrill of reaching the crest on a roller coaster. The problem was, once you stepped onto a roller coaster, you had no choice but to ride it to the end. Something told me Lucas and I had a long ride ahead of us.
Chapter 11. Lucas. Talking to Nadine about the Reaper's shadow wasn't easy. I'll never fall in love or have sex. Total pickup line. I bet she wanted me so badly right now. At least I'd managed to finish the assignment Professor Warren had given me to fill the page in my journal. It was all bullshit, but he didn't look at it long enough to make sense of what I'd written. "Good job, Lucas," he said proudly before class one day. He handed the book back to me. "I'm glad to see you're making progress." Ha! Progress. If anything, I'd gone backward this past week. I'd considered skipping classes just to sleep all day. If it weren't for Grant literally dragging me out of bed, I would have. Professor Warren clapped me on the shoulder. "Take a seat." I sat in the back of the classroom as the rest of my classmates filed in for necromancy safety. Professor Warren started the lecture right away while I pulled up the Miriamic messenger on my phone. This week had been hard on me. I never did find out how that kid died. The family probably wanted their privacy at this time. I was scrolling through the obituaries, not really paying attention to the lesson. Professor Warren was going on and on about how necromancers had to be careful to only reanimate a soulless being. If you started playing around with the body before a reaper came to take their soul, bad things could happen. It was like that with all Mortana. Our magic was touchy, and if you didn't do things the right way, it could backfire. Honestly, I wasn't even sure why I was in this class. I wasn't a necromancer. I couldn't create an army of zombie rats or whatever. But they didn't have a class for reapers. And Professor Warren was my mentor, so I guess they just threw me in here with him. I was hardly listening when a hand shot up at the front of the room.
"Theoretically, could a necromancer bring someone back to life?"
A girl asked. It was Lena, my ex-girlfriend from high school. We were on good terms, but I didn't care about her like that anymore. We'd only dated for a few months and never got past second base.
I mean, if they tried reanimating them before the Reaper got there?
"No,"
Professor Warren said firmly.
"It's been tried many times, and each time it fails. You are forbidden from even attempting it. That kind of magic can do great damage to the soul and bind it here on the earthly plane."
Another hand went into the air. This time it was a girl named Samantha.
"I heard there was a guy in the Coven who was brought back to life like 200 years ago or something. So there must be some Mortana who can do it, right?"
Professor Warren hesitated.
"I'm sure that's just a story."
"But if someone could do it, who's the most capable?"
She pressed. Professor Warren paused, but I barely processed it since I was still reading my phone.
"If someone could do it, it'd be very difficult, almost impossible. And they'd have to do it before the soul crossed over."
"Who?"
Lena demanded. The room went dead quiet until Professor Warren cleared his throat and said,
"The Reaper's apprentice."
That finally got my attention. All eyes turned to me and a chill ran down my spine.
"Of course, it's just a theory," Professor Warren was quick to clarify. "A theory one would hope they never have to test."
His stare felt as if it bore a hole in my forehead. The look he gave me was so intense, like he was warning me not to even think about it. Of course I wasn't thinking about it. Like hell I wanted someone to die in front of me just to see if I could bring them back. No thank you. Samantha raised her hand again.
So let's say the Reaper's Apprentice could do it. How would that work? Could they do it to anyone, or does it have to be at a special time, like during the Reaper Moon?
My spine straightened. I'd never heard of the Reaper Moon before, but it sure sounded important.
What's the Reaper Moon?
Professor Warren's lips tightened.
We don't cover Reaper lore in this class.
I leaned forward in my seat, my hands tightening into fists. This was so unlike Professor Warren. He was the kind of guy who'd give you a lecture about anything just to hear himself talk. It was almost like he was hiding something from me.
Tell us what the Reaper Moon is,
I demanded. Samantha tossed her long black hair over her shoulder as she turned to me.
It's an astronomical phenomenon that happens every 100 years or so.
It's nonsense,
Professor Warren insisted, cutting her off. Samantha acted like she didn't hear him and continued.
When the moon aligns just right, the Reaper veil lifts and...
Miss Stone!
Professor Warren snapped. Samantha's face paled, and she turned around to face the front of the room again. Professor Warren crossed his arms.
The Reaper Moon is nothing more than myth, Miss Stone. You're wasting our class time by discussing it. Now let's get back to business.
I didn't hear the rest of the lecture because I was too hung up on what Samantha said about the Reaper Moon. I wanted to know more, especially since Professor Warren thought I shouldn't. I tried searching for it on my phone, but nothing came up. The second class let out, I shot out of my chair and ran into the hall to catch up with Samantha.
Hey, Samantha,
I called. She turned. Her face fell, and she held her textbooks tight to her chest.
Hey, Lucas. Sorry about bringing up the Reaper's Apprentice in class. I didn't mean to embarrass you.
I shook my head.
You didn't embarrass me. Can you tell me more about the Reaper Moon?
Samantha glanced back to the open classroom door, then nodded.
Yeah, but not here. Come on.
I followed her to a small study area off the main hall. It was nothing more than an alcove with 3 plush chairs. I sat across from her and leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. Samantha set her books on her lap and pushed her hair behind her ears.
Let me preface this by saying I don't know all the details about the Reaper Moon. I only know what my grandpa told me. He used to be a history professor here before he retired. I want to know everything, I said. The Reaper Moon is pretty rare, a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing, she explained. Usually Reapers can only step through the Reaper veil on assignment when someone dies, and they have to step onto our plane to help them to the next.
Right, I know that, I told her. Samantha sat up straighter.
Okay, so the Reaper Moon does away with the veil for just that night. All the Reapers are free to roam our plane. Think of it like Halloween, but for Reapers.
I furrowed my brow. Why haven't I ever heard of it? Why isn't there a big celebration for it? She frowned.
Well, because it's rare, and most people like Professor Warren don't think there's any truth to it.
Why not? I asked. It didn't seem that implausible.
Because people don't believe things they can't see with their own eyes,
Samantha asserted.
On Halloween, seers can see the spirits speak to them, sometimes even touch them. The Reaper's Moon, not quite the same. The only one who can see the Reapers is
me, I finished for her.
The Reaper's Apprentice. But why would I be able to see them during the Reaper Moon when I can't see them all the time?
She pressed her lips together.
I'm not entirely certain. I would guess it has something to do with the veil.
Her eyes brightened.
You'll get to see for yourself, though. It's been 100 years since the last one. The next Reaper Moon is coming soon, on December 12th.
My eyebrows shot up.
So soon?
She frowned.
Yeah, which is why I don't get why Professor Warren wouldn't talk about it.
Yeah, I agreed.
It doesn't sound dangerous, unless there's a reason he doesn't want me to see the Reapers or get in contact with them.
Samantha glanced down to the books in her lap, but she didn't say anything.
Wait, do you know something else? I asked.
She bit her lower lip.
I have a theory. What is it?
I didn't like that Professor Warren was keeping something from me. Samantha hesitated before answering.
Well, my grandpa told me this story about the last Reaper Moon.
I practically squirmed in my chair. The anticipation was killing me. And?
The Reaper's apprentice who was alive at the time. He went to one of the Reapers and he asked them to take away his power and assign it to someone else.
I gasped. Is that even possible? No wonder Professor Warren didn't want me to know about the Reaper Moon. He wanted me to suffer with this gift forever. He knew if there was a chance to get rid of it, I'd take it.
It must be because it worked, Samantha said. The Reapers all came together and used their magic to take the gift away from him. He lived another 40 years or something without ever hearing another person die.
My mouth had gone dry, and I stared blankly ahead. I couldn't believe I had a chance to get rid of this thing, to silence the voices.
Lucas, are you all right?
Samantha waved her hand in front of my face. I snapped out of it and shot to my feet. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for the information. You're a lifesaver. I abandoned Samantha and rushed back to Professor Warren's classroom. The room was empty and silent, but I found him sitting behind the desk in his office. The curtains were closed, and it was a little eerie. I know what the Reaper Moon is, I stated as I burst into the room. I fell down into the chair across from him without so much as a hello. The dick didn't deserve it. He'd been lying to me for months. Find the good in your gift, Lucas. You're stuck with it for the rest of your life. What a load of crap. Professor Warren looked shell-shocked as his gaze followed me to the chair. Why didn't you tell me there was a way to get rid of this curse? I demanded. Professor Warren leaned back in his chair. For one, the Reaper Moon is nothing but fiction. You don't know that, I snapped. Most would say that about our magic. Professor Warren tilted his head as if to say, touché. The truth is, Lucas, I didn't want to put ideas in your head. Even if it worked, it would have great consequences. Like? I challenged with a raised eyebrow. Professor Warren sighed and sat upright. For one, your powers would be passed on to someone else. Yeah, to someone who wants it, I shot back. He raised an eyebrow. How can you be sure of that? Are you truly willing to take that risk and let someone else carry this burden? My jaw tightened. Honestly, I didn't really care. Let them have it. Mother Miriam chose you for a purpose, Professor Warren reminded me. Yeah, I grumbled. I've heard that one before. His lips tightened. Don't you think it's a little dishonorable of you to refuse the gift she's given you? That's what I'm saying, I cried. This isn't a gift. I can't do cool shit like the rest of you. I can't brew potions or see the future. I hear people die, Professor Warren. Every single day. I take their secrets and their regrets and I shove them as far down as possible so they can't hurt anybody anymore. I shook, but Professor Warren barely seemed fazed. Perhaps that's the problem, Lucas. I gaped at him. Excuse me? You're pushing them down instead of facing them, accepting them. I slammed my hands down on his desk, my nostrils flaring. Don't tell me what I'm facing. You don't know shit. Professor Warren backed off a few inches. Please understand, Lucas. I'm only trying to help. If you refuse Mother Miriam's gift, she won't let you into Alora. Who says? I growled. Giving my gift back isn't a sin. Professor Warren sighed. That depends on how Mother Miriam sees it. If you displease the goddess... This isn't about her! I roared. Professor Warren's eyes went as wide as golf balls. It was like he couldn't believe I had the gall to take a jab at my own goddess. For a second there, I couldn't believe it either. But she's the one who wanted me to spend the rest of my life under the weight of this mental trauma. She hadn't sent me a real mentor, someone who actually knew shit about Reapers. She hadn't told me what to do or given me any real way to deal with it. Professor Warren's attempts be damned. Maybe I'd take my chances in the abyss. I whirled around and stomped out of his office, but his voice followed behind. The Coven needs a Reaper, Lucas. I grumbled on my way out of the classroom. The Coven's got enough.
Hold up. You're telling me there's a way to stop being the Reaper's apprentice?
Grant asked. Yep. I stepped up to the concrete disc golf platform. Grant let out a puff of air.
And I thought my day was bad.
What happened to you? I asked. Grant frowned.
The whole alchemy department's in an uproar because someone broke into the supply closet and stole a shit ton of potion ingredients.
I hope they caught the idiot. I threw my disc as hard as I could. I held my breath as it flew through the air, praying it wouldn't land in the trees on either side of us. It soared in a perfect arc and landed 5 feet from the basket.
They haven't caught him yet. Good throw, man,
Grant said as he stepped up to the platform. He took a running start and threw his disc, flicking his wrist at the last second. His disc landed in line with the basket, but too far away to make it in the next shot.
Anyway, I can't believe Warren didn't tell you about the Reaper Moon. Like, the dude just forgot?
No. My teeth ground together as we walked down the fairway. He purposely didn't tell me.
The Coven needs a Reaper, Lucas.
Grant laughed.
That's a pretty good impression of him. Why are you so desperate to get rid of it, though? I mean, if Mother Miriam wanted you to be the Reaper's apprentice...
I shook my head. I'm not cut out for it. I'm too weak.
You're not weak,
Grant insisted, punching me lightly in the shoulder. I dropped my gaze to my feet. I don't know. Maybe I am. Grant stepped beside his disc and picked it up.
You know what I think? I think this has less to do about your gift and everything to do with a certain someone whose name starts with an N and ends in an Nadine.
I let out a puff of air and rolled my eyes. This isn't about Nadine, but I'm not going to lie to you. It's definitely crossed my mind. Fuck, man, I'm cursed to be a virgin my whole life. Grant chuckled and tossed his disc. It bounced off the corner of the metal basket and ricocheted back at him. That's what you get for laughing at me, douche, I teased. Grant stepped forward and swapped out his driving disc for a putting disc. This time the chains clanged as he landed it inside the basket.
Technically, you're not cursed. You could fuck whoever you want and be fine.
Yeah, but at their expense. I conjured my putter and tossed it into the basket. I'm not going around fucking girls I don't care about just to get laid, only to curse them with a terrible illness. We both grabbed our discs and headed to the next platform.
You're too soft,
Grant accused. Dude, you're awful, I shot back. Grant rolled his eyes.
It was a joke, Lucas. So what are you going to do about Nadine? Are you going to get rid of this thing so you can date her?
I frowned. I don't even know if she wants to date me.
What are you talking about? Grant asked. She totally likes you.
I don't get why, I grumbled. Grant stepped up to the platform, flipping his disc in his hands.
Well, you could ask her.
I'm not going to ask her. Grant rolled his eyes.
Say she wanted to date you. Would you contact the Reapers at the Reaper Moon?
I hesitated. My instinct was to say yes, but Professor Warren had made some good points. Now that I had time to consider what he said, I feared he might be right. Mother Miriam trusted me with this gift. If I gave it back, I'd be banished and sent into the abyss. So my choices basically came down to Nadine or Alora. Fuck. I don't know, I admitted. It's kind of a big decision. I've got to weigh the pros and cons. To be honest, it's looking pretty appealing right now. I wouldn't have to carry these thoughts around anymore. And I know there's no way to break the Reaper's shadow curse. But this is the next best thing if I'm ever going to date. But the abyss, man. Grant shuddered.
Yeah, that's tough.
I gaped at him. That's all you have for me? That's tough? He shrugged, then threw his disc and watched it soar through the air. It hit a tree and bounced into the forest. He sucked a sharp breath between his teeth, then turned to me.
If it were up to me, I wouldn't risk the abyss. An eternity of damnation? No thanks. But I can't make that decision for you.
Why not? I joked. It'd be easier. Grant frowned.
Nothing about this is easy. If you're not going to go through with the Reaper Moon, you need to stay away from Nadine.
My eyebrows slammed together. What? No way. She makes me happy. I actually smile around her, and the voices are quieter when she's around. Grant frowned. You know that never works. One of these days you're going to cave. I narrowed my eyes at him. And what do I do if she wants to stay friends with me? I can't just avoid her. Grant shrugged. Be an asshole, and she'll be the one avoiding you. I scoffed and stepped up to the platform. No thanks. I swung my arm around and flicked my wrist, and my driver went flying toward the basket. It narrowly missed a tree and landed just a few yards from where I was aiming. How about I tell her you've been keeping secrets? Grant suggested. You promised, I growled. It had been weeks ago that I'd told Grant where I'd heard Nadine's name before, in her mom's last thought. Nadine didn't know, and I couldn't tell her. It could put her in danger. Grant held his hand up in defense. I'm not going to tell her, not unless you decide you want to drive her away. What did this last thought say, anyway? I shook my head firmly as we started toward our discs. Nope, not telling. Reaper's Apprentice privileges only. It's killing me why you won't tell her, Grant said. What's the big secret? I've already told you too much. Fine, Grant sighed. Your secret is safe with me. So can we invite the girls out for a round of golf? What's with you, man? I complained. 1 second you're telling me to stay away from her, the next you're inviting her to our bro day? Grant cocked an eyebrow. Bro day? You just said you're not going to avoid her, so pick one. Whatever. Invite them if you want. Grant conjured his phone and started poking at the screen. Grant and I worked our way through the rest of the course. The last hole ended close to the parking lot. Grant chucked his disc above a wall of tall bushes, and we heard it skid along the gravel. When we stepped out of the forest and into the parking lot, my blood ran cold. Next to our vehicle sat a sleek, black sports car. It was the only car here beside ours. Just thinking about all my rides in that thing made me want to hurl. I couldn't believe I was ever friends with those assholes. Grant turned up his nose. What are the tarantulas doing here? I frowned. Don't know, but I guarantee it's not disc golf. I'd only ever seen Ryan play once, and I kicked his ass so badly, he made a big deal out of how disc golf wasn't a real sport, and I was a sissy for playing instead of working out in the gym like a real man. I can't believe I took that jerkwad's verbal abuse. I guess growing up with my dad, you just learned those kinds of things were normal. Grant chuckled. I bet their drug drop-off is somewhere around here. The sad thing is, he wasn't kidding. Let's find my disc and get out of here before they come back, Grant said. He still hadn't forgotten the prank they'd pulled on him last year. Neither of us wanted to face those losers. Grant and I glanced around the parking lot, but his disc was nowhere in sight. That's weird, Grant remarked. I didn't think I threw it that far. He walked to the other side of the parking lot to see if his disc had landed in the grass. Meanwhile, I bent over and tilted my head to look beneath the cars. Sure enough, Grant's green disc was lying in the gravel beneath Ryan's shiny black car. I groaned and lowered myself onto my stomach to reach under the car for the disc. Hey! A deep voice boomed across the parking lot. My whole body gave a jolt. Several pairs of footsteps began racing across the gravel all at once. I quickly pushed myself out from under the car and tried to get to my feet, but I didn't get there before Ryan dropped a backpack beside his car and grabbed me by the collar. Stop! Grant cried as he sprinted over to me. Nolan and Finn stepped in front of him and held him back. What the fuck were you doing to my car? Ryan roared. Spittle flew onto my face and his nostrils flared. My whole body shook in rage. What I wouldn't give to punch this jerk in the face. I shoved him away with my forearm so hard that he stumbled backward and let me go. Get off of me, man. I didn't touch your damn car. We lost a disc. I held up the disc as evidence, but Ryan didn't seem to buy it. He was back on me in less than a second, his forearm pinning me to the side of the car. I don't believe you, he growled, his dirty breath skimming along the side of my face. Grant tried to sidestep the other tarantulas, but the third and fourth gang members stepped forward to block his path.
"Now tell me what you did to my car,"
Ryan shouted in my face. My lips tightened, and I held his gaze. "I told you we lost a disc. That's all. I wouldn't touch that filthy thing anyway." Ryan's lips curled into a sneer. He grabbed a fistful of my shirt with each hand, then slammed my back against the car again, so hard it nearly knocked the wind out of me.
"I'm not in the mood today, Taylor," Ryan threatened. "If you cut my brake lines or some shit like that, there's going to be hell to pay."
I scoffed. Did this loser really think he could scare me? The only time we'd ever gotten into a fistfight, I'd won. I've already served my time. Being friends with you was hell enough. Before I saw it coming, Ryan's fist slammed into my mouth. A shockwave went through my teeth and down my jaw. Warm liquid and the taste of copper filled my mouth. For a second, I couldn't believe he'd actually done it. I was done. I was so done with this asshole. I dropped the disc and retaliated quickly.
"I've had enough of your mouth,"
Ryan started. He was cut off by my fist cracking into the side of his jaw. Pain shot through my knuckles, but I didn't care. It was totally worth it to watch him stumble to the side, clutching his face. A wave of pride washed over me, but it was short-lived. Ryan righted himself and shot daggers my way.
"You're gonna pay for that, Taylor."
Ryan gathered midnight blue magic in his hands and muttered an incantation under his breath. He thrust the defensive magic forward. I ducked and lunged, slamming my shoulder into his middle. We both fell to the ground the same time the sound of shattering glass came from behind us. The idiot had smashed his own window. Everything moved so fast that I barely knew what was going on around me. All I heard was the sound of feet slamming into flesh and Grant's pained grunts not far from me. I had to get to him pronto, but I couldn't while Ryan was trying to rip the flesh off my face. Fingernails dug into my skin as he muttered an incantation and ran his nails down my cheek. A burning sensation like acid ignited across my face. Whatever magic he was using wasn't anything we'd learned in class. It was probably illegal. I gathered magic in my hand to retaliate with a defensive spell, but Ryan was quicker than me. He shot his hands out and used his telekinetic powers to throw me backward. My elbows skidded along the gravel. Ryan was quick to get me. He jumped on top of me to hold me down and punched me straight in the nose. Red flashed across my vision, and blood spurted everywhere. I grabbed him around the neck and threw him off of me. I used the momentum to slam his body into the dirt. I jumped on top of him and wrapped my hands around his throat. I squeezed tightly, enjoying the satisfaction of shock across his features. He grabbed my wrists and tried to twist them off him, but I wouldn't budge. His lips curled into a rage-filled sneer. A second later, an invisible force slammed into my wrists, throwing my arms outward and catching me off guard. Damn mentalist powers. I could feel Ryan trying to lift me off of him with his magic, but he wasn't strong enough yet to do it. I regained control of my hands and grabbed his shirt.
"What the fuck's your problem?"
I shouted.
"You are," he spat. "I'm not letting you ruin this."
"Ruin what?" I demanded. Ryan never got a chance to answer. A foot slammed into my guts, launching me off of Ryan. I rolled a couple of times in the gravel. When I looked up, Declan was standing over me, fury etched in his features.
"Traitor!"
he snarled, cracking his knuckles. Why were these idiots still hung up on that? So I left their group. Why couldn't they just leave me alone? I swung my leg out and knocked Declan off his feet, but I didn't have time to stand up before all 5 of the treacherous tarantulas were surrounding me. One quick glance toward their car, and I saw they'd finished with Grant. He was lying there, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. I held my hands up in surrender. "Guys, please, we were really just—" A heavy boot smashed into my face. All I saw was a shadow coming closer and closer, then felt the ungodly pain shooting through my face. A crunch sounded, and my ears rang. Then the darkness cleared from my vision and refocused. Ryan's bruised face was right in front of me.
"This beating's long overdue, Taylor," he seethed. "And for once, your brother's not here to stop it."
Heavy footfalls began to rain down on me from all directions as each of the treacherous tarantulas took their turn beating me to a pulp. It was hard to tell where the pain was coming from. Everything hurt.
"How's it feel, Lucas?"
I squeezed my eyes shut tightly and brought my hands up to protect my face, but Ryan's voice sounded like it was coming from all around me.
"How's it feel to finally be the one on the ground?"
Ryan taunted.
"I bet Eric's looking down on you from Alora, thinking what a pussy you are. He was a pussy too."
The sound of tires crunching across the gravel was like music to my ears. All 5 of the tarantulas halted at once. They whirled around, but I just lay there trying not to spew my guts. Ryan started laughing, and the other 4 quickly joined in. I finally peeled my eyelids back to see what was going on. My heart lifted at the sight of Nadine's silver sedan stopped in the middle of the parking lot. Nadine and Talia shared a similar wide-eyed expression, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Nadine's gaze met mine from behind the wheel, and her features quickly shifted. Her eyebrows dropped over her eyes, and her lips pressed into a thin line. Ryan chuckled and stepped in front of the vehicle with his arms held wide.
"What are you going to do, bitches? Come at me?"
Nadine shot one look at Talia, and Talia gave her a subtle nod. Without hesitation, Nadine narrowed her gaze on Ryan and stepped on the gas. The car hurled through the parking lot, speeding straight toward the tarantulas. Ryan must have thought Nadine was playing chicken with him, or he was trying to stop the car with his powers and failing miserably, because he didn't back down until the very last second. Ryan and his cronies leapt out of the way.
"What the fuck, you crazy bitch?"
Ryan screamed as he jumped back to his feet and dusted the dirt off his leather jacket. Nadine yanked on the wheel, and the tires spun as she turned the car around back in Ryan's direction. She shot him the finger, then placed her hands firmly back on the wheel.
"Crazy hoe!"
Finn yelled.
"Let's get out of here!"
Ryan shouted at the same time. Ryan grabbed the bag he'd dropped, and the 5 of them scurried into his vehicle. Nadine's car hadn't moved an inch, but she kept her narrowed gaze on them and her hands tight on the wheel. The tarantulas tore out of the parking lot without so much as a glance back. Grant groaned and pushed himself to his knees, shaking a fist in the air.
"Not so tough now, are you?"
Of course they didn't hear him. Nadine shifted into park, and she and Talia jumped out of the car before she'd even cut the engine.
"Lucas!"
Nadine cried as she ran over to me. I clutched my stomach and pushed myself to a sitting position, but it was difficult. I felt like I was bleeding out everywhere. Talia sprinted toward Grant.
"Goddess, let me help you. We should get you to the hospital."
Talia pulled Grant to his feet and supported him as he limped over to Nadine's car.
"Lucas,"
Nadine said breathlessly. She dropped to her knees beside me and gazed into my eyes with deep concern. She placed her hands on either side of my face. When Nadine laid her hands on me, it was like magic. My heart lifted and all the pain seemed to melt away. I couldn't even feel the gravel beneath me, as if I was floating.
"Nade." "Shh, Lucas."
Nadine stripped off her zip-up sweatshirt and balled it up to place beneath my head like a pillow. I must have really been out of it, because when I lay back and looked up at her, it looked like there was a halo surrounding her. She truly glowed. Without thinking about it, I reached out and ran my fingers across the side of her face.
"Nade, you're here." "Yes, I am," she said in a rush. "And you have a broken nose. We're going to the hospital." "We will," I assured her. "Just let me rest a moment." "Lucas, what hurts?" she asked frantically. "Tell me what hurts."
I shook my head.
"Nothing, Nade. It's all good now."
Nadine threw herself over me and buried her face into my shoulder. Her knee brushed up against a bruise forming on my hip, but I didn't care. She was hugging me, and that made everything better.
"Lucas, I was terrified for you."
Her voice was muffled in my hoodie.
"When we drove in and saw them,
Nadine drew away to look me in the eyes. I grabbed the sides of her face.
You got here just in time."
Her eyes began to sparkle with tears.
If we'd gotten here just a little sooner.
I swallowed. I was pretty sure I was swallowing blood, but it didn't really register.
No use in worrying about what could have been. Thank you.
Before I knew what I was doing, I dragged Nadine's face close to mine and pressed my lips to hers.